The story begins with an image of a horse armored in iron, with bright eyes and its sharp, pointed mane. Amid the dusty, ruined police scene, the sunset sky in the distance turns orange, with a carriage pulled by 4 large horses and the sound of hooves echoing through the quiet space. Right behind the carriage is another wagon with bars and belongings piled on top. Inside the iron cage, some people are imprisoned, while soldiers armed with guns stand guard outside, keeping a strict watch. She is being detained, but the white-haired girl smiles contentedly, secretly thinking this is probably the best outcome. Chengzi, from now on, even if you're left alone, you must live well. At this moment, a young man appeared. Nian clenched his teeth and shouted, "Let her go." The small boy rushed forward to block the carriage, causing the horses to halt and rear up, neighing non-stop. Your sister turns around, her face slightly red, a bright smile appearing inside her heart. As I knew, my brother has arrived. The spirits saw someone blocking the carriage and immediately raised their guns to move forward. She was worried, clutching the bars tightly, shouting loudly at someone to stop them. "Don't hurt my brother. You promised me that." The guy dressed somewhat nobly, wearing a mask with 3 lines on his forehead, responds to her. "I remember. No need for you to remind me." Meanwhile, Trong Thon, with his iron staff in hand, rushed towards him shouting, "Even if I have to die, I won't allow you to take my sister away." But before he could do anything meaningful, the masked man punched him hard in the stomach, causing him to be thrown back in pain and his face to contort. After trying to hold back, the pain made him cry out and release a fluid. Seeing the weak little boy trembling and clutching his stomach at his feet, he softly said, "Useless thing. Without strength you can't protect anything." These words only make Trong Thon more agitated, trembling even more, his voice trembling as he curses. Hateful. Worried about his younger brother, the elder brother shouts from inside the iron cage, "Warning. Chengzi, don't act rashly." The masked person throws a sphere to you and reminds you that this is a spirit crystal. Take it, and this is what your sister sacrificed herself to obtain for you. Han turned and walked away, not forgetting to leave behind a scornful insult. "You useless trash. Even if you awaken your power, you'll only be a useless person for your whole life." Standing before the shadow of such a formidable enemy, I am powerless to do anything. I won't let them take my sister. Returning to reality, Trong Tan snapped awake, his face pale and panicked, shouting her name, clutching his face and whispering to himself, "It's that scene again. I've been dreaming this same nightmare for 3 years. She's been taken away for 3 years." The image of that masked figure has always stayed in Trong Tan's mind. He can't forget the despair at that moment. The power he had was far beyond his own. Every time his image appears, Trong Tan reminds himself again that he must become stronger. Only then will he have a chance to find his sister. Still dazed after the dream, suddenly a group of 3 people appeared after kicking down the old wooden door of the house where he was taking shelter from the sun and rain. The person appearing is deputy manager of the Truong Tri Kiet residential area, with his hands in his pockets, smiling slyly, shouting, "Truong Tan, the temporary management fee for this month remains the same. I think you just received your item voucher. Right, working hard on the farm to earn those vouchers. At this age, if you don't help others enjoy, isn't that a waste?" You stand up and react fiercely. "Clearly, I just received it this month. I have no more item vouchers." But in exchange, Trikiet dismisses his 2 underlings with a sneer in his voice. If he refuses to cooperate, then force him to cooperate. Remember to carefully search this dilapidated house, and don't miss any corner. The 2 of them immediately received orders, restrained you, and responded to Trikiet. "Yes, Deputy Manager Triu." After a while, Triuthan's face looked downcast. Trikeet and his 2 henchmen leave, clearly still having 5 votes but claiming there are none. If they had shown them earlier, they wouldn't have been beaten unfairly like this. He watched their shadows and thought to himself, "I don't feel pain or itch anymore. I got used to your punches and kicks long ago. Don't think I don't know your real intentions." Triuthan looked at his fist. "You often come to cause trouble. Actually, it's to thinking of that." He suddenly punched himself hard in the chest. That punch was not light, accompanied by a cracking sound and a loud grunt from him. Triuthan spat out a small ball from his mouth. It fell out and rolled across the floor, still sticky with saliva. Triuthan reached out to grab it, thinking to himself that everything was because of this awakening stone. "After my sister was taken away, I have been investigating the awakening crystal and everything from that day for 3 years. I kept pondering, but I had no clues at all about her disappearance. The image of the mysterious person throwing this awakening crystal at you appears again. The only clue is that man. Finding him is the only way to find your sister. As for this awakening stone, it's a small sphere with a tiny gem attached on top. along with complex technological circuits. Anyone who is at least 16 years old can use the awakening crystal to awaken their own initial attribute. Attributes are divided into 3 types: copper, gold, and radiant, with different levels of strength, but they all share one thing: once awakened, they will definitely become powerful. Someone who awakens will become a powerful person in this world. Looking at the awakening stone and recalling the image of their sister, the awakening crystal is very valuable and not something I could normally obtain. But my sister left it for me. And then, an item appeared. It is the Eternal Evolution book, the only one with the radiant attribute. Effect 1. Supplemented by the Divine Scroll. The owner will receive a completely new attribute line each time they level up. Effect 2. Blessing Spell. All new attribute lines gained will have their effects increased by 50%. Looking up with a smile, I thought to myself, the radiant attribute is truly surprising because it's also unique. That means I am the only one in this world who possesses this attribute. In our small residential area number 226, only the manager and his 2 loyal dogs are truly powerful in their attribute lines. You rub your chin thoughtfully and heard that Xiao Zhujie is only at level 8 with just 1 awakened attribute. But according to the description of my attribute, if I reach level 8, I could awaken 8 more attributes. I sat there calculating, but the problem is, I still don't know how to level up. I should ask Liu Xian. Ask Xian. Ask Xian. Ask Xian. Ask Xian. Ask Xian. He has been awakening his attributes for half a year. Maybe he knows something. The scene shifts to farmstead number 226, under the blazing sun. This is the source of food for our settlement number 226. I heard that thousands of years ago, a terrible chaos broke out, spreading across the world, causing plants and animals to mutate. Human food supplies drastically decreased, leading to a prolonged famine that caused many to die of starvation until the company appeared, bringing new crops that could be cultivated in this world, allowing humans to survive again. A manager points and loudly orders, "Hurry up. If you're late, don't even think about eating. Understand? Although everyone works here, most of the crops are located in the settlement, and people cannot survive. They have to return." At this moment, a bright smile with shining white teeth appears as he gently nudges your shoulder and asks, "Thon Tu, what are you doing standing right there?" Oh my god. Humans. It's not now. And most people can't survive either. Humans. Sorry. The company. The sky. Don't let them eat rice. Answer. Don't give the humans name. Come back. So, when the harvest decreases continuously, it's common for some to die of hunger. At this moment, a bright smile with gleaming white teeth appeared, along with a glass of water. He gently nudged your shoulder and asked, "Thuntu, why are you standing there like that? Are you also bewitched by the charm of the wine?" Zhua Cheng looked over. He is your best friend, Liu Zujia, who has both parents, and is considered to be living quite well in the residence area. Number 226. Recently, Tujia has been obsessed with an ancient book from abroad, titled, "The Overbearing Vampire Loves Me," and I'm not sure if the mysterious liquid inside is anything special. So, the fake wine. Come on. Chua Thon. Ask directly, Tujia. Have you awakened your ability yet? He replied with a smug look. I didn't expect you to discover it despite how well I hid it. Indeed. Once a person gains strength, no matter how well they conceal it, it can't be hidden. Not caring about those empty words, Tujia cut in and asked directly, "After awakening your ability, you can level up, right?" Tsuja, still holding the cup of sesame water, replied casually, "It's okay to tell you since you're the confidant of the young master. After awakening the attribute, you can level up by entering the primal dungeon to kill monsters." His voice lowered to remind, "But those dungeons drain a person's vital energy completely. Not to mention the monsters inside are very strong. Even the entrance is controlled by powerful experts everywhere, and to get in, you have to pay hundreds of item tickets each time as an entry fee." Tujia looked up at the sky and sighed. And not only that, but 70% of the resources obtained from inside had to be shared with the strong ones guarding the entrance. In the end, he concluded that this was his true heart. The world is so harsh that even the heart of this young master feels tightened a few more notches. After hearing that, Truthon muttered to himself that the primal dungeon would absorb people's yang energy and also have monsters, which sounds like the inside of the dungeon is even more dangerous than the mutated world outside. Tujia lightly shakes the wine glass in his hand and confirms yes. It's almost a life and death situation. 10 people go in. 9 die. And the one who survives is practically dead. Just then, Chikiat and 2 henchmen approached, calling out, "Lu Tujia, I've got good news for you." Hearing that, He quickly hid his hand holding the glass behind his back, smirking as he asked, "Brother Chu, what good news is it?" Chu Thon looked over and thought to himself, Chu Kiat, the #1 henchman of the district manager. He definitely wouldn't be looking for a victim for a good reason. He still kept his smiling but sinister face and said, "You've awakened your attribute, haven't you? This time, the old man has opened the door for you to enter our district's secondary instance. And there's no charge for entry." Chikit raised his hand to set the condition. "But all the collected supplies must belong to our zone 226. Tujia exclaimed in shock. "Everything must be handed over." So, seeing Ngap hesitate, Chu Thon stepped forward and said, "What do you mean, it belongs to the settlement area? It's obviously been divided among your managers." He crossed his arms and replied calmly, "So what? Even Outpost 226 belongs to our boss." "Got it. Clenched your fists already. Huh, you still haven't awakened your ability and you dare to fight me." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Tujia quickly ran over to pour wine and said to Thon Tu, "Don't be angry. It's just to gather supplies inside." He also said the boss isn't someone to mess with. He will definitely survive and come back. "Trust me." Tujia then turned to Chikiat and said, "Thon Tu is clueless, so don't mind him. Let's go. I'll go find supplies for our refugee camp right now." Chuthon stood there in deep thought. Right now I don't know anything about the dungeon inside, and revealing that I have an attribute here is also not a good choice. He frowned and thought to himself, but Tujia is his best friend. And besides, he doesn't have enough of the 100 item tokens to enter another dungeon. It's better to go in with Tujia and find some hope. Thinking for a moment, Chuthon said, "If you want him to go in there and seek death, you have to include me as well." This statement made Tujia startle and turn back, exclaiming, "Thon Tu." Tianqijie also froze in place, then turned to look at him. Then he pointed to Triuthon and burst out laughing. "Do you also deserve to go in there? Only those who have awakened their attributes are allowed inside. I have also awakened my attribute." A familiar blue portal appears between two rocky mountains. This is the level 226 white-gray dimensional dungeon, currently guarded by a group of people. They are fully armed and focused on mimicking Chikiet's voice to attract attention. "Hey guys, I brought the new one." He led Tujia and Truthon, smiling arrogantly as he introduced them like pets. Big Fat laughed loudly and confidently. "Chiu Ka, these two kids are too skinny. If they can't carry the goods, we'll have to break them first." He turned to warn Tujia, "If I survive and come back, I'll give you 100 punches." He nodded and replied, "That's a good offer, young master. I agree to 100. Ga." Map saw that he was being ignored and angrily said, "Damn it, this kid is really arrogant." Standing in front of the dungeon gate, Chi Kiat shouted angrily, "What are you two jumping around for? Hurry up and get inside." Tujia just entered and said sincerely that he values friendship and loyalty, and that the young master has not wasted his efforts in forming a bond with you. Triuthon responded briefly, telling him to shut up. Soon, the two disappeared into the dungeon, leaving Chi Kiet's group standing guard outside. He took a deep drag and exhaled slowly, then sighed in admiration. "Damn it, this kid is really good at hiding." Jay Kiet pressed his mouth and continued. That was the awakening crystal left by the company when his sister was taken away. He searched through his house for 3 years, but the kid still managed to hide the sign. Li Xin asked nervously, "Keet, Triuthon has already awakened his ability now, and we treated him so badly before. I wonder if he will take revenge on us." Tap quickly added, "That's right. Every time it tries to get an item voucher, we always take away 70 to 80% of it, so it must really hate us deep down." Chikiat turned back with a sinister smile and replied, "But it has to be alive to come back first. In this world, awakening an attribute doesn't mean you will conquer everything." His eyes flashed with deadly red, and he added, "Don't forget, I also awakened an attribute, and it's a golden one." The scene shifts inside the instance, where the two of them are now faced with a gloomy, towering void. Everywhere you can only hear the sounds of birds singing and monkeys calling. Tuda reminds Thon Tu that my uncle said the primordial instance is the very shadow of hell incarnate in the mortal world. He also said that if we stay inside too long, the yang energy will be drained, and then people will die instantly. So I'm a bit worried. If that's true, we don't have much time left. We need to act quickly. I remember you said that killing monsters would give experience to level up. At this moment, a long and shrill scream from the forest startled both of them. "You're curious why there are other people here," Tuda explained. "The dimensional rift and dungeon aren't just one. They can appear in many places. So it's not strange to find others here." Truthon realized then why the clever ones brought people here for free. The resources here aren't just theirs, but must be shared with others entering through different paths. You quietly recall their smug faces and affirm that people like us, who awaken our attributes by chance, are just tools for pure plundering in their eyes. Tuda, after hearing you, turned back and asked again, honestly now, Thon too, do you really want to go in? He tilted his head and lowered his voice, warning, you will really die. Chuthon's response was a resolute determination. If he didn't seize this opportunity to risk everything and fight fiercely, he would never have the strength to oppose them. After hearing that, Tuda continued to ask, are you planning to draw your sword and face off against those high-level managers? Remembering the past, Chuthon answered his question firmly. I have never stopped resenting them. You clench your fists tightly, frowning and asserting that even for just a second or a minute, here, everyone from the lowest levels like us, if you get the chance, who wouldn't want to kill those managers sitting high above? Haven't they exploited you enough yet? Tuda listened, and then smiled satisfactorily. Then, too, I really didn't misjudge you. I also clenched my fists, ready to speak, and honestly told you that my grandmother was secretly allied with my uncle, who helped me awaken my powers, and together they are waiting forever to take them down. These words surprised Shothon a bit, his voice trembling. Uncle Lu, Tuda continued, do you remember? 2 years ago, my grandmother died after being beaten too badly by them, and because she was old. The image of your grandmother appears, along with memories filled with regret, like the last days before she passed away. Ba still tried to endure the pain. Everyone in the family saw it, and at that moment my father and uncle started to consider their options. Suddenly, Tuda reached out and grabbed Chuthon's wrist. Lu Tuda, declare at this moment that Chuthon is no longer her confidant but a comrade. Chuthon gently took his hand and replied honestly, I also have my own interests. Sooner or later, I will leave here to find my sister. He listened but remained very relaxed about it. Everyone has some self-interest, and I still have half of mine. Once we overthrow them, I will be free to love and marry Xiao Guo. He smiled and replied, that depends on whether we survive and make it back. The two of them hide behind the bushes, glancing over, thinking that guy must be the unlucky one from earlier. And Chuathon quietly assesses that his body is even bigger than the mutated wolf from the outside world, still alive despite being so decayed. Looking at the bloody part behind its necrotic skeleton, you deduce that the red area in the middle is probably its weak point. But that thing always feels so familiar. Chuathon realizes and wonders. That is the awakening crystal. It gives me an almost identical feeling. Could it be that the wolf also has an elemental ability? Seeing your contemplative expression, Tujia silently admired and thought to himself, Thontu's command was unusually strict. For the first time, seeing the monster leave, Chuathon turned and said, the wolf has gone. We can go over now. Looking at the mangled corpse before him, he muttered, this guy really got it bad, torn to shreds by that beast. Ugh, I feel sick. Seeing you calmly pull out that person's bones, Qin exclaimed in horror, Thontu, what are you doing? And Tujia's face twisted with a trembling voice continued, oh my god, you're even using your hands. Holding the small knife in his hand, Chuathon replied that to avoid being found by Trio Trikiet with the wolf inside the mutated dog, in the dung heap and the dilapidated house. So these things are nothing. You lightly run your hand over the knife and then assess it. This is indeed a good knife, probably sharpened from a piece of mutated bone. At this moment, Tujia turned around suddenly and shouted in alarm, Thontu, it's coming back. The giant wolf has returned, its eyes blazing red with bloodlust. Chuathon, holding the knife, stepped forward and said, the wolf is inherently cunning. It seems to be pretending to leave, trying to lure us outside. Touching this weapon will increase the chance to kill it and also attract it to engage in a direct fight with us. The two of them lay side by side. Looking at the wolf, Tujia asked, Thontu, can you hold it back? Chuathon coldly and confidently said, don't worry. Give me the knife. If you have a strategy, just use it all. You quickly wipe forward, secretly thinking that Tujia awakened his ability half a year earlier than me. Dealing with this kind of monster definitely requires a lot of experience. As my sister said, striking first will give you the advantage. He becomes a dodger, recalling in his heart to survive in this apocalyptic world. Since I was 9 years old, you have taken me out of the settlement to fight mutated beasts. And this decayed, bizarre wolf seems to be manageable too. Not only did he defend, but he also counterattacked with slashes. Just that he couldn't quickly pierce the red blood cells in its center. Suddenly, from behind it, red spiritual energy threads appeared, wrapping around Chuthon's body. It was a blood affinity with a copper element, boosting speed by 15% upon activation. Immediately after, the wolf struck your hand with a powerful blow, And Chu Thon exclaimed, "Your speed is faster now. It really does have an elemental ability." On this side, Tuda took out his weapon, a bow, and shot a stone at the beast. The stone hit the face of the XOE, causing it to lose focus for a moment. Then Tuda shouted to remind Thontu to stab it now. He frowned sharply, his expression icy, focusing intensely, and responded with a single word. "Got it." Then Chuthon clenched the knife in his hand, raised it above his head, and prepared to stab the beast, with the bloody red part in the middle of the wolf's chest. It howled in pain as the blood-red spiritual energy continued to emanate. Chuthon pushes with all his might, trying to stab the knife into its chest. His body hovers in midair, a long scream echoing. Chuthon shouts, "Go inside quickly." The aura it radiates feels like it could blow you away, making you grit your teeth. The beast's body is pressed down, but the streams of spiritual energy inside still flow non-stop, and Chuthon continues to hold the knife tightly to stay alive. After a moment, everything suddenly went dark, and the massive body of the wolf was about to crush Thay Chuthon. Tuda hurriedly ran over and shouted, "Thon Tu." A second later, before reaching him, the wolf's body collapsed completely onto him, and Tuda could only stand there in panic, shouting Thon Tu. He was sweating with worry, his face pale as he stammered and called out to Chuthon. Suddenly, the beast's body moved, and Chuthon crawled out from inside, smiling and saying, "Don't worry. It's not that easy to die." At this moment, a book appears with a blessing, congratulating you on reaching level 2. The attribute of the sacred book, presenting the evolution books as choices. And Chuthon begins to think. This is the power of the radiant attribute, which immediately grants a new attribute choice after leveling up. The system is presenting a choice in front of you. Select one of the 3 attributes below. You start calculating. The common level attribute is excluded. Long So and Tuchun Genku are both gold level attributes. Chuthon hesitates. Which one to choose? Unfortunately, the gold attribute of Longjoy isn't highlighted, and there are no additional hints, making the decision much harder. Finally, you look at the self-research evaluation, but the attribute on the right side has a number 1, probably for some special reason. After Chithon's choice, the system confirms the new gold level attribute, Autonomous Research 1, appears with its effects. Effect 1 increases all character attributes by 15%. After adding the Eternal Evolution book, it rises to 22.5%. Effect 2, originally 1 minute, is adjusted to 1.5 minutes, boosting power by 200%. After adding the Permanent Evolution book, it is adjusted to 300% for any attribute, and this attribute is the first in the Autonomous Research attribute chain. After reading the information, you smile with satisfaction. The effect is amazing, and moreover, it's the first ring in the chain of attributes, with the potential to upgrade further. Seeing your silly expression, Tujia gently reminded you that how much longer do you plan to stand there? We need to quickly gather the loot. The smell of blood will attract other monsters. Chuathan was kneeling there and asked, "I was a bit distracted earlier. Do you want to come over and pick some too?" He immediately waved his hand to refuse. Tujia gently patted your head in concern. "It's because you defeated them. All the loot is yours. You know that. But at home, my parents wouldn't even let me kill a bird." Chuathan, while harvesting, recalled Tujia's childhood and thought that he has both father and mother, a rare happy family in this chaotic world. He is different from someone like me. After some time, once everything was settled, Chuathan turned to divide the loot. "The materials on the wolf's body belong to me. Its meat is too rotten to use, and these few spirit stones are yours." Tujia hurriedly asked, "All your wolf bones and skin are useless. The only valuable thing is this gray crystal. Do you really want to give me everything?" Chuathan, without hesitation, pressed the item into his hand and replied, "Your family has an important matter and needs items to recruit soldiers. Consider this my contribution." As I put on my gear and walked away, I turned my head back and said, "After all, if I hadn't hit the wolf's eye earlier, I wouldn't have been able to kill it so easily." Knowing I couldn't refuse any longer, Tujia clenched his fist in agreement. "Fine. I will remember this, and then tell my father." He walked and asked further, "But if we go out the main door, all these things have to be surrendered. Have you made any plans yet?" Chuathan expressed her intention that once they get out of here, they will strike against them, so they must make the most of the resources here to upgrade their level. Tujia smiled and replied, "Just as I expected. The fact that I was forcibly brought here by Triu Tri Kiet. My father must have known about their plan for a long time and was just waiting for the right moment to act." Standing behind the bushes, Chuathan continued, "So we should go deeper into the forest. In the past, my sister and I encountered mutated wolves outside the residential area. Wolves usually don't travel alone, so there could still be many such wolves in the deep woods. Wait a moment. Brother. Now we are also comrades fighting side by side. Before our next hunt, I think I need to clarify a few things. Chua Than listened and calmly replied. Go ahead. Tujia shared his information with you. After killing that wolf, my experience is nearly 90% and about to level up to 2. My attribute is called Bao Din Gi Nugu, a gold-level attribute that increases all my attributes by 15% and grants me the ability to detect the target's weakness. I remember when I was fighting the beast earlier. Bao Din Gi Ngu activated its ability to detect the target's weakness. Then Tujia continued. And thanks to that, I immediately realized the wolf's weakness was in its eyes. After hearing this, Chua Than silently thought that Tujia wanted to be honest with him so they could cooperate better in future battles. But if he finds out that he has a rare level-up attribute among thousands, how would he feel about it? He begins to wonder if he still wants to treat me with the same sincerity and simplicity as before. After a moment of thought, Chua Than's hand clenched loosely by his side. Then he revealed his information. My attribute is Self-Control Research 1, increasing all stats by 15%, and temporarily boosting any one stat significantly within a limited time. I also secretly confirm that this is indeed my attribute. I won't be jealous of you. Tujia listened and sighed in relief. Damn it, I was worried you'd hide it from me, and also scared your ability is better than mine. If I kept worrying, I'd die of stress. He slung his arm around your shoulder, gave you a like, and then said, That's great. Your attribute is just like mine. We really are destined brothers. And so, the two of them ventured deeper into the dungeon, Tujia feeling excited, shouting out loud, Brothers by fate. Good brothers. Let's go hunt wolves together. Truthan smiled secretly, thinking to himself, I'm sorry Tujia, from now on I'll tell you everything. Honestly then, in the forest the two kept hunting beasts. Your task is close combat attack. As for his bow, Tujia was responsible for long-range attacks and causing chaos, while Truthan fought more fiercely, striking with deadly precision. Truthan skillfully attacked with both hands, quickly bringing down the big wolf. Watching Truthan gather the spoils, Tujia asked beside him, Than too, do you really not need a single turn? I don't need it. These bones and skins can be used as weapons and clothing, or exchanged for some item tickets. Hearing that, he smiled contentedly and said, Well, I finally leveled up to level 2 with over 70% experience. Now, what level are you at? Truthan replied calmly. I'm level 4 with over 50% experience. Tujia was surprised and leaned in close, asking how much. How many did you say? Truthan responded casually. Every time we kill wild wolves, it's always me who does the cutting, and you just support from outside. So maybe that's why our experience levels are different. After hearing that, he sat aside while Mr. Tran cried and complained. How annoying. Turns out it's because I can't overcome my fear of blood. Seeing this, you suggested, how about next time I go first? Tujia changed her attitude and immediately refused. No, I prefer to be the city guard for the city of death. I like being a guard the most. She didn't say it out loud, just sighed inwardly. She's not trustworthy at all. He pondered, realizing that the reason he leveled up so quickly was because at level 3, he had gained the overwhelmingly dominant attribute of the weak attribute. The monster kill effect in the dungeon grants an additional 50% experience, which increases to 75% after stacking the permanent evolution book effect. Truthan secretly assessed that even with the weak attribute and the permanent evolution book, he found it much weaker. So there must be a clear difference in strength among the weak attributes. In the quiet forest, suddenly a voice singing somewhere. Lu Chuk, what are you planning to do? Tujia was startled and looked up, thinking this voice sounded so good. But Truthan felt the opposite, a bit uncomfortable, and once again ran into someone. He points in another direction and says, Don't cause trouble. Let's go that way. Tujia imagined that voice was definitely a girl's, so he went to check it out. But Truthan just walked away, refusing to look. Leveling up was more important. He thought to himself that leveling up here wasn't really difficult, but he had to make the most of the time. As Tujia said, staying too long here would drain his yang energy. The sounds continue from that side, full of threats. If the young lady is willing to marry now and she takes the initiative with the clothes, we can relax a bit. But if she doesn't listen, don't blame me for having to use force. Tujia signals with a quick glance. A pleased expression calls out. Than too. It seems like he's about to send the clothes. Hearing the girl prepare to undress, he can't help but respond. Watching a little won't hurt. The scene shifts to a nearby location, where from the bushes, you can see two figures, a man and a woman walking along the road. The girl dressed seductively asks, So from the very beginning, was this all part of the plan? The man facing him smiled politely and replied, Of course. For someone like this humble one, getting close to a great figure like you is truly a rare opportunity. Around him are the corpses. He walks toward her and continues speaking. You've seen it too, my lord. My ability is toxin production. All of them are awakened males who still died from poison. Hung Chi is your excellency. Someone who just awakened to level 1. So just obediently accept your fate. This humble one's appearance is not bad. And in the future, I will surely treat you well. Don't just stand there silently listening to him. Hung Chi. Sooner or later you will get married. And this humble servant just happens to need the status of a son-in-law of the Quan family to seek power. He furrowed his brows and laughed happily, saying to the Lord, we are truly a match made in heaven. Tu Jia pointed over there and said, Cheng Tu, do you hear clearly? This servant dares to rebel, trying to turn trouble into opportunity. This can also be considered a tactic for advancement. After all, if such shameful acts were to be exposed, it would be difficult for the family to maintain its reputation. Not getting any response, he kept asking, why are you silent? With such an exciting situation, don't you have anything to say? At this point, Truthan finally stepped forward to reply. If that woman's guards have truly been dealt with, then we will have a small chance. Tu Jia, after hearing this, suddenly raised his hand to hide his mischievous smile. Looking pleased, he really intends to join them. I didn't expect him to play such a provocative game. His face still looked the same as before. No. Let them fight until exhaustion. Then I will go collect the corpses. She is not easy to deal with, but with such a low level, there's no way to survive. Hearing that, he assessed his teammate. You're definitely not someone to mess with. Over there. Lu Chuk's subordinate rushes forward loudly. Lady Quan Tu, if you refuse to cooperate, I'll have to do it myself. Please don't blame me for being clumsy. Although about to be attacked and humiliated, the girl remains remarkably calm, as Lady Quan swings her hand and throws a yellow substance like sand towards him. Lu Chuk quickly raised his hand to block in front of his face, his voice confused and questioning. What is that? Miss quickly turned and ran. It's just anesthetic powder. It won't last long. I must find the original entrance quickly. As long as I get out, I will be safe. While she was desperately running away, Lu Chuk's voice still echoed. The anesthetic powder has no effect on me at all. He threw a hidden weapon with a sinister smile. And since the young lady refused to cooperate, don't blame me for using my cruel hand. The 2 darts pierced her ankle and wrist, causing her to flinch and cry out in pain. She was injured, her whole body about to fall face down. And Lu Chuk slowly approached. He stood in front of the young lady and spoke in a perverted tone. This time you used that powder to numb my face. But luckily that matter didn't require me to see your face. Tu Jia looked worried. That woman has already used her tricks. Truthan continued. That is the difference in level. Each time you level up, the body's functions increase by about 30%. Hearing that, I wonder. Cheng Zi, how do you know about these things? Truthan quickly explained. I was just guessing. The main reference is the rotten wolf we killed. You probably noticed it too. When I was slashing the wolves behind, I clearly felt it was much easier. Tu Jia honestly said, you just mentioned it, and it seems to be true. He thought to himself, why haven't I realized before that Than Tu has such a remarkable talent for fighting? Over there, Liu Chuk is preparing to act. Young lady, rest assured, I will do my best to handle everything. Oh right, don't move around randomly. You have my attributes poison on you. And the more you move, the faster it will take effect. She turned around to resist fiercely. Even if you take over my body, after leaving, you'll hardly survive. My family won't tolerate such a disgraceful person like you humiliating me. Han paid no mind and simply smiled in response. It seems you truly believe my lies. I never intended to become a son-in-law of the Quan family. Lu Utruk sat on her, playing with a lock of her hair as she revealed her true intention. All we want is to tarnish the Quan family's reputation and turn their most cherished princess into a filthy object. Han stuck out his long tongue, lewdly licking her face as he continued. Say goodbye to your purity, Lady Quan. But at this moment, she reached out and drew the small dagger from her wrist. Then, when he wasn't paying attention, she directly stabbed him in the neck. Lu Truk cried out in pain, trembling all over. He pulls out another knife, veins bulging on his face as he stares into his eyes, shouting, if you don't care about your face, then I might as well kill you now. Miss Quan looks up, accepting reality and thinking, the poisoned dagger will kill him, so I won't dishonor the Quan family. He was about to stab the knife down, shouting to die quickly. At the same time, Chu Than's shadow was rushing toward him. He delivered a kick, knocking the opponent backward and neutralizing the danger. Then Chu Than tilted his head to look at the girl behind him. Miss Quan was caught off guard by this action, staring blankly at him. The kick just now carried immense force, smashing straight into the nearby tree corner. At this moment, Da finally stepped forward and exclaimed, "Thantu, I knew you couldn't hold back. You suddenly flew out just now. Probably thanks to your enhanced leg ability." Than replied, "I have my reasons," while the girl behind was still writhing from the poison in her back. Seeing this, Da was startled and looked over, only to see Quan Tu Thu had collapsed and fainted. He asked, "Is she dead?" After checking her pulse, Than replied, "She is still breathing, maybe because the nerves were overstimulated earlier. They suddenly relaxed now, combined with the toxin from the spike, causing her to faint." Da sat down and looked at her, saying, "It's a pity. She's poisoned. And although she's not dead yet, she'll die soon. You hear that and dismiss it. She still can't die yet. She must still be useful for our plan to overthrow." After hearing that, he hesitated for a moment. "But she's poisoned, and we don't know the antidote." Thon Lap immediately pointed his thumb at Luo Truk behind him and said yes. "But that girl knows the antidote." After a while, Liu Zhu was now curled up on the ground, his hands bound, his body almost naked, only wearing shorts to cover himself. Da looked over in doubt. "Chung Tu, you stripped him. Aren't you afraid that the forces behind him will come after us?" She calmly replied that the woman already knew his identity. So, for the forces behind him, he had become a discarded pawn. You look at Miss Quan and say, "Anyone who causes trouble for us is basically causing trouble for the high-status woman." After hearing that, Da stood up and left. "That's right. I also think so." Having come to understand Xian Hio's mind too well, I could only stand there speechless. As for Lu Truk, he was half-blind, trembling, and thinking to himself, "It hurts so much. My head hurts so much. It feels like someone kicked me hard in the head. Who could have done this?" As he looked ahead, the images of two people with bright eyes and somewhat sinister smiles appeared. Lu Truk was startled and exclaimed, "Who are you guys? Really brave to attack me. I am the boss here. Do you know who I am? Let me out now, or I will tear you to pieces." Da, looking annoyed, asked how to handle it, then immediately drew his knife with a cold expression. Tramrong threatened, instructing him to handle it the same way as with the previously captured mutated wild boar. Da replied, "Boy, you're quite lucky then. Last time the mutated wild boar also caused a huge ruckus, and in the end, it was a terrible disaster. Lu Truk still appears tough. I warn you all. I am not someone you can just threaten or touch easily." As a result, his prolonged scream shattered the peaceful silence of the forest. Lu Truk's face froze, trembling all over, and only then did he finally surrender. "My blood is the antidote to that poison. You must keep your promise and stop hitting me. Just take a little blood. Taking too much will kill me too." Thon grabs him and drags him away. His tone firm whether he lives or dies depends on whether your words are true. You pull his hand toward the young lady's head. Lu Truk screams in shock. "It hurts so much. Hung. Be gentle and use less force." Then, Thon Market squeezed tightly, cut across his hand, and blood gushed out. Then, the drops of blood directly fell into her mouth. While you kept squeezing Liu Ju's hand, he kept crying out in pain. "Hung, don't squeeze anymore. Enough blood. Too much is a waste." You let go of him and say, "Tu Jia," while holding Han. Use your sword to bandage the wound on Han's wrist to prevent the smell of blood from attracting monsters. Tu Jia quickly followed suit, a cunning smile on his face, then immediately tied Luo Truk's wrists tightly, causing him to cry out in pain. Tu Jia secretly thought to himself that Cheng Tu Kwai Kung still falls a little short of my skin. That woman may have some beauty, but I, Bon Tio Da, am completely unmoved. I imagine Grat's image and tell myself that I, the young master, have only loved Xiao Yu all my life. After using blood to detoxify, Lady Quan showed signs of waking up, stirring and opening her eyes faintly. Master Truthon turned to look at me. Lu Truk quickly explained, "Don't worry. It will take some time before it takes effect." A month later, she had woken up and was slowly opening her eyes. He looked relieved and continued, "See, I really didn't lie." Lady Quan looked at Truthon and asked, "Was it you who saved me?" You honestly replied, "I have my own purpose. Earlier, we overheard your conversation, so you must be the noble young lady of high status." "Right." She slowly sat up and replied, "That's right. My family name is Quan." And in her heart, the young lady thought, even if he has his own purpose, in the end, he is still the one who saved me. You might as well let Liu Zhu reveal her identity to him. There's no need to hide anything anymore. Lu Truk, looking miserable, still stayed awake and thought to himself, with a famous family, like the Quan family, that guy couldn't possibly not know. But unexpectedly, These two fools ruined his good thing. Truthan Ngio hoi. Vey, your father is the manager of some detention center. Right, this made him open his eyes in surprise. Miss Kwan was also very surprised. She wondered what he meant. Whether he truly didn't understand the significance of the Kwan family or was just pretending to be ignorant. Truthan sat down and looked at her, asking her to respond. Miss Kwan replied, "Fine. Let's say that's the case." Secretly thinking that the Kwan family manages hundreds of large detention centers, so they can generally be considered as managers of detention zones. You seriously propose that? Then I will save your life. Can you ask your father to help me once? She replied. Let me hear what you want to do first. My life may not be worth much. Truthan clenched his fists and said his goal was to overthrow the person managing our camp. If your father is also a camp manager, he must be a strong person. And with your help, my chances of winning will be much greater. This request surprised Miss Kwan a bit. She hesitated for half a day. And in the end, that's all you want. Truthan stood up and continued. I understand this is difficult, and you will also suffer significant losses. But I guess you also came to this dungeon to gather supplies and gain experience. My friend and I can be your bodyguards for the next stage. Surprised, she tilted her head and asked, Bodyguard. Truthan continued to negotiate. And furthermore, all the materials obtained later would belong to her if she agreed to help us. Seeing that Tujia has said nothing all this time, Lady Kwan turned to look at him with a hint of interest. Tujia understood her intention and immediately stood up, saying, Don't look at me. I have no opinion. She looked at Truthan and assessed him. He's about the same age as me, but his calmness and decisiveness in action are far beyond me. Miss Kwan smiled happily, though a bit naive. But maybe exploring this dungeon with him will be very interesting. She reached out her hand, accepted the proposal, and they shook hands. Kwan Tui was very pleased to meet you. Truthan reached out and took her hand, replying happily to cooperate. You also introduced yourself. My name is Truthan, and the person with the protective glasses is Lu Tu Jia. My good brother, Lu Truk, seeing this, was furious and cursed inwardly that the noble young lady of the Kwan family would have physical contact with a lowly person on the fringes of society. An image of a person appears in his mind, along with the thought, such a woman. How could she be worthy of our young master? Kwan then looked at the person who just harmed him and asked the two, What do you plan to do with him? Lu Truk was startled and worried. Truthan replied, We are already teammates. How to deal with him is up to you. Consider it as your debut gift. Lu Truk hurriedly begged, Miss, I was also deceived. Please forgive me. She immediately stood up, struggling to walk, and said, Fine, then I will handle it myself. Suddenly, the cloth covering her thigh slipped down. Kwan Tui was surprised and thought to himself, So it was Truthan who responded for me. She looked at him with admiration, secretly thinking that, although a bit naive, he seemed quite attentive. Kwan Tui didn't smell it and picked up the small knife from the ground. Truthan warned that his blood could detoxify poison, so using his dagger probably wouldn't kill him. Lu Truk hurriedly clasped his hands in prayer, saying, Yes, just treat me like a fart and let me go. She approached, saying, I know. I don't intend to poison him. I just need him to bleed. Lu Truk, trembling with fear, clasped her hands to her chest and begged, Please, miss, spare my life. I dare not any more. Just forgive me this once, and I will never appear before you again. Kwan Tui's image at this moment reminds Tujia of the ruthless love story in the manga I Love You. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. And in the book I love my overbearing young mistress. There's also a young lady like that. In the end, she will definitely soften her heart and forgive him. Girls are naturally easy to soften, but the reality was completely different from his thoughts. Kwan Tui directly stabbed a knife into his shoulder, causing Liu Zhu to cry out in pain. Then she turned back and told the two of them, All right, let's go. Watching Kwan Tui's back, the assassin gently pierced his shoulder with blood. He whispered to him that this woman is truly soft-hearted, which is why she killed 4 people. And Zit almost did something to her, yet she still didn't strike him down. Contrary to that naivety, Truthan remains calm and evaluates. No, not in this dungeon. The smell of blood will attract monsters, and only then does Tujia realize. That's right. I forgot about this. You said more. But unlike her softness, I could feel a touch of coldness in her after all. Letting the monster be attracted by the smell of blood will slowly kill him, with pain 10 times worse than a single slash. Tujia finally admits she misjudged. It turns out she's quite ruthless. As for Lu Truk, after the Truthan group left, he was still struggling. Lu Truk angrily cursed. Tin Han Han Ho Quan. Wait until I get out of here. I will definitely make them pay with their lives. He sneered maliciously, thinking to himself, No. Before dying, I must let everyone be humiliated together. But at this moment, two gray wolves with glowing red eyes appeared. They appeared behind Lu Truck, his face distorted with fear, and he could only cry out, "Why are you so fast?" He turned around in helpless horror. "Don't come any closer." His scream echoed loudly, while the other two remained calm. Tujia looked up and exclaimed, "Oh my god, he's been bitten." Ngango assessed. Hearing that voice means he's definitely doomed. On this side, Trongthantien said to Quan Tui that what she did was a bit reckless, and that sparing his life was the only way to find out who was behind it. You added a reason that only finding the mastermind behind this will be effective. Quan Tui smiled happily. "You're really kind. Always worried about me," she added, "but I have no grudge against anyone, so I basically already guessed who the mastermind is." Zhang Qing replied that since she promised to help us, he naturally had to think for her, spare his life, and at least serve as a witness. Instead, it was Quan Tui's sharp reasoning that if the opponent's status was too noble, having a living witness would only cause trouble for oneself. Tram 2. It seems that even as the manager's daughter, there are issues you can't handle on your own. Just as everyone was focused on Liu Zhu, a large, sharp set of teeth charged down to attack from above. Zhang Cheng immediately activated his skill. Initiating Self-Development 1. Effect 2 for 1. 5 minutes. Increasing agility by 300%. With a 15-minute cooldown. Immediately after, the giant beast lunged and bit into the air. Thanks to activating the speed skill, he successfully rescued Quan Tu once again from the wolf's claws. Trongthan frowned as he looked over. This wolf is really big. It's a village king level 5. A near-boss monster from the secret forest dungeon. Seeing that its face was only a skull on one side, the three of them were all startled and terrified. Tuda anxiously exclaimed, "Damn it. Thon Tu. This one is the village king." Around them, smaller wolves also appeared and surrounded them. He was terrified to the extreme, shouting once more, "Mom. Thon Tu. We're surrounded now. The village king has come to take revenge. Stay calm. We've already killed too many wolf monsters. Getting involved in this is also a deserved consequence." Tuda turned to scold him. "What are you still babbling about now? Think of a way, quickly." You quickly organize. "Tuda. You follow to protect the young lady with the rubber bow. I will go deal with them." He waved his hand to refuse. "Kill that monkey. That's the village lord. There are 4 more. I'm only level 2. How can I protect the village?" Chua raises his hand confidently. "My goal is the village of the king." Currently, Chua has reached level 4. With awakened attributes including a luminous rainbow-colored immortal book, naturally developing into a golden hue, surpassing the radiant rainbow layer. With a copper-colored fire spell. You have some thoughts? Since I reached level 4, the experience gained from killing regular wolves has been very low. I want to level up to 5 quickly in one go. The only way is to lure the village lord out. That's the real reason I didn't stop her from cutting him and making him bleed earlier. The village lord gazed down at the prey with a cold, deadly stare. Chuathan also looked at it with satisfaction, smirking to himself. I need to take the wolf's head as a stepping stone on my path to becoming stronger. At this moment, Quan Tui looked over and called out, "Chuathan, wait a moment." Then turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" She was searching for something in her bag and said, "Ancient books say that to do a good job, you must prepare sharp tools first. Your icy blade is already chipped. So let me give you a new weapon." Quan Tui took out a dagger with a sparkling gem attached on top, looking extremely valuable. She handed it to you gently and said that this knife may not be a great item, but it is definitely much stronger than the frost blade in your hand. This move left the death gods stunned, exclaiming, "No way. A short skirt can hide something like this." Taking the new weapon, gripping it firmly, Chuathan smiled and said, "Thank you." Then, he quickly charged at the Langvuang, which roared, ready to fight. As they prepared to clash, Chuathan swiftly dodged and changed direction, avoiding and looking for an opening to strike. He silently concluded that defeating such a giant monster would be impossible, relying only on brute strength. As expected, after missing its attack, the Wolf King quickly repositioned and turned its head to the back. Chuathan rolled over and thought to himself, "I must find its main blood point. Breaking it is my only chance to win." Chuathan thrust his weapon into its body, gripping tightly to keep from falling to the ground. Chuathan was hovering right beside its core. He looked at the blazing red aura in front of him and thought to himself, "If I stab there, I will win." Before he could do anything, suddenly another wolf jumped from behind to attack, and Chuathan quickly leapt up to dodge, detecting the danger in time and moving with swift agility. He escaped the claws of the smaller wolf. Chuathan looked at it and thought, "These monsters actually know how to coordinate." It suddenly dawned on me that with this expression, it turns out it has been pretending to attack all along. and the wild mutated wolves here are quite intelligent. Just like this. Chu Cheng glanced at the Wolf King, showing a bit of confidence. But no matter how high the intelligence, is it really greater than that of humans? The small wolf continued to charge at Chuathan, its sharp fangs looking extremely fierce. On the contrary, I remain calm and think to myself that from the beginning, I never thought I would only be dealing with a king wolf. Chuathan immediately activates the self-development skill with a golden keyword. The effect of increasing all your attributes by 15% is now adjusted to 22.5% thanks to the permanent evolution book enhancement. You unleash a powerful slash, confidently stating that the level 2 snow wolves are no longer a threat to me. After defeating a small wolf, Chuathan feels a bit relieved. Such shallow schemes are useless against absolute power, but at this moment, 3 groups of wolves are quietly approaching from behind to surround him. Chuathan immediately turns around and shouts loudly to signal his teammates. Preparing for a desperate fight, he immediately responded with a determined look. Understood. Activating the one-shot piercing skill. With the keyword gold. Breaking their weak points allows you to identify a vulnerable area of the creature, as long as its level is not more than 5 levels higher than yours. Without a word, Tujia fired 2 stone bullets directly at the weak point, the eye sockets of the wolves. At the same time, Chuathan charged forward with both hands raised. He quickly darted past each one and stabbed at their vital points on their backs. After executing his deadly move, Chuathan spun around and slipped past the 2 wolves preparing to land. You smile contentedly. This kind of cooperation, Tujia and I have known by heart for a long time. Quan, seeing this, was stunned and said, I thought you were a servant. Tujia pointed at himself and smugly replied, I think you've mistaken the person. On the other side, Lang Vuong growled, activating the bloodthirsty instinct from the green copper talisman, increasing speed by 15%. Chuathan dodged to the side. Let's go. It's almost over, but, unexpectedly, its target was the other 2, and Lang Vuong charged quickly at them. Seeing Lang Vuong's sharp fangs, Tujia shouted, and unleashed a palm strike. The 2 of them barely had time to react. Only managing to raise their hands to block in front of them, he immediately gathers energy into his weapon. A golden light appears, and Chuathan reminds himself to use his full strength. He furrowed his brow and thought carefully. I can kill it, but to be sure, I must use all my strength. Chuathan immediately activates a fire enchantment at the bronze level, boosting the hellfire effect on the weapon. Deals fire damage with a 30% chance to activate the burn effect, reducing maximum health by 3% every 10 seconds. Immediately, his whole body radiated with fierce energy, and he unleashed both knives in his hands toward the Wolf King. The hellfire blast swept past the beast's body, and the 2 allies sat down to avoid its intense heat. Now, the entire body of the Wolf King is engulfed in red flames, and it roars in pain. The 2 knives are stuck straight into the nearby tree trunk, creating a long, wide scar on the ground they pass through, leaving everyone stunned. Oh my god, this move from the city is too powerful. The 2 of them stood there watching the destructive power of hellfire, the trench on the ground billowing with smoke. Quan Tui secretly assessed that even my family members and those who are awakened below level 8 couldn't reach such a level. She recalls the requirements of the dungeon, which cannot be entered by anyone above level 5. Quan Tui wonders, what level is he really at now? She directly asked him what level he was at, and he straightforwardly replied, level 4, much higher than me. I am only level 2. Quan Tui looked at him in shock. Level 4, but capable of doing things only level 8 could achieve, she pondered. And moreover, with his current level, the ability to make the knife ignite could only be attributed to one keyword, so it seems this is the keyword ability just awakened. But clearly it is a very weak keyword ability. Tui smiled contentedly. Making such a weak keyword become so powerful. Or perhaps I have found a talent that my parents have long desired. Becoming a keyword. Chuathan smiles contentedly after defeating the Long King. His skills appear, breaking through limits. With activation effects granting an additional 75% experience, Chuathan levels up from level 4 to level 5. And the Eternal Evolution Book skill activates with a new keyword. Please choose from the 3 options below. The new skill book appears, with a critical hit on the copper key, adding bones on snow from the copper key. And the Bloodthirsty Instinct key increases speed by 15%. This information makes Chuathan hesitant, as under the attribute of Bloodthirsty Instinct there is an additional description, meaning you only need to see one skill activated. So when you receive a new skill, you can learn more information, should you choose the known and useful Bloodthirsty Instinct skill, or go all out for a single attack. Looking at the other 2 attributes, Chuathan hesitates for a moment, although the effect of the Bloodthirsty Instinct is also quite good. But clearly, The development potential of attributes within the same system is still higher, with the bloodthirsty instinct attribute providing a 15% speed boost, and the snowy bone attribute also belonging to the same system. The system requests your confirmation. You decide to go all out. I choose the critical hit first attack. System notification. You have received the new bronze attribute, Fierce Head First Strike. After using this attribute, your next attack will definitely be a critical hit. Critical damage increased by 150%. Effect adjusted from the Eternal Evolution Bright Book attribute. Cooldown of 10 minutes. Smiling contentedly. And added a combat attribute similar to the Fire Demon Subdemon, though its effect is ordinary. But if combined with the effects of other attributes, maybe I could land a critical hit at a decisive moment. Looking at the newly defeated Wolf King, he thought to himself. But for now, the most important thing is to strip the Wolf King and gather the loot. Quan Tui wondered what these people were collecting them for. Sister Chang replied that they could exchange them for item vouchers or use them to make clothes and weapons. These items are quite rare in our camp, but according to the agreement, they now all belong to you. Looking at the equipment in front of her, she felt a bit hesitant and rare. What are these? Quan Tui secretly thought these low-level monster corpses. In my home, even the lowest-ranked slaves wouldn't bother to glance. So, what kind of ruined concentration camp do these two come from? She recalled and seriously realized that my father always taught me never to underestimate anyone. Every life in this world carries countless hidden possibilities. Looking back now, my father's words were right. Even in tiny, unknown camps, there can be geniuses like Chiu Thon. Looking at the black streaks on his hand, he reminded everyone that we don't have much time left. The heat here is causing my arm to go numb. Tuda exclaimed. Thontu, you're really something. Huh, you clearly felt pain, numbness, and cold, as if your blood was about to freeze. Yet you only casually said a few words that sounded a bit numb. Cheng Cheng turned to look at him and replied, so we need to seize the moment and quickly find more monsters to gain experience. Let's go. The image of the genius guy appeared again in his mind, along with his thoughts that the higher his level, the greater his ability to overthrow them. Quan Tu suggested that if you want to gain more experience, there might be a better place to go than wandering aimlessly looking for monsters. Hearing that, they both turned back and said, in unison, is there any better place? She began to explain. Each dimensional dungeon has a real boss. Defeating it grants experience far greater than that from regular monsters. In addition, there are treasures in the boss area, which could be high-grade spirit stones or powerful divine weapons, or armor equipment. Killing the boss is tough, but the benefits are undeniable. Always the best. Tujia was startled and realized, hey, wait a minute. Didn't we just defeat the boss earlier? This Wolf King, just by looking at its body, you can tell it's a boss. Chithon continues. Tujia mentioned the boss area earlier. In other words, the boss actually guards the treasure nearby and doesn't actively come to cause trouble for us like this Wolf King. His eyes lit up. That's right. I just remembered. Cheng Tu. Actually, you didn't need to explain it in detail. I understood myself. Looking at that silly expression, Quan felt a bit amused inside. This friend of Chiu Thon's was quite interesting too. You look at your arm, wondering. But the problem is how to find the boss now. Time is running out, and we can't waste any more. She immediately replied that searching for the boss in the dungeon is a bit troublesome. But for this kind of low-level white dungeon, I have something that can help. Let me try to find it. Tu Da turned to whisper to Chiu Thon and Thon Tu. Did you hear that? This girl is showing off in front of us. He dismissively said, for a low-level white-tier dungeon like this, for her to explore it and still act so nonchalant. And also, I don't know what her dress is made of. Seems like she can pull out anything. He replied that maybe this space dungeon really has a hierarchy, something we've never seen before. But she is the manager's daughter. Knowing more than us is also normal. And as for how she obtained the items, maybe it's due to her attribute-based abilities. Thon Tu, I've noticed you've been sticking close to that kid all the time. Are you going through some kind of phase or something? Just then, Guan Tui exclaimed happily. I found it. This is it, she thought to herself. Items like this are valuable. Better not to pretend to be precious in front of them. What you see here is this table, which she explained. This is a directional sensor that helps identify the boss's location. It's a low-level boss sensor needle, green-level quality, and instructions for use in green-level or lower space dungeons. It can precisely locate the direction of the boss, using the treasure in the blue-level space dungeon, which might be a personal item of a certain captain. Chuathan immediately moved and asked, so, let's go quickly. Tujia stood there sulking. I asked you but you didn't answer. Thon Tu. Don't ignore this young master. A while later, under the bright moonlight, a beast was lying there next to a red drum, and Tujia stared in shock, asking, Is this really the boss in this dungeon? A red pig, with one side broken. Luckily, it's sleeping now. He looks worried. This thing. Could it be too strong? It is the Pink Demon Spike High. Also known as the short name Pink Demon Spike High. A level 10 boss in this space dungeon. This is the only boss guarding the treasure. And once it is defeated, this space dungeon will be lost, and all entrances, and the dungeon itself, will be closed. This giant pig is called High. Be careful of its fangs and spikes. And it also has an additional attribute. Zhua Than cautiously reminded the two. It is level 10, meaning it has 2 awareness attributes such a monster. Its physical stats are definitely not ordinary. It's extremely difficult for us alone to defeat it. Quan Tu agreed. You guessed right. When I entered this dungeon, my teacher warned me that even if I brought a male guardian, I must never anger the boss. She once said that the boss in each space dungeon is a monster far beyond the normal standards. She remembered the instructor's words that only pseudo-awakened monsters of an advanced level within the allowed limit of the dungeon could have the chance to kill them. Since Da listened, and then turned to complain. Why did she bring us here? Isn't this just a pointless effort? Quan Tu Ning Tan Han Ding. Toi Enji Kao. A Chin Lathuk Tin. Jia Kap Kwai Vat Vuo Chuan Du. Just then, he warned everyone, and the 3 of us all bowed low, hiding behind the bushes. A large group of people with advanced equipment approached, led by a man named Qian Mianmian, who confidently laughed and marveled that his luck was truly divine. Man chuckled loudly and said, I've been in this dungeon nearly 10 times now, and finally I've found some luck. You stupid pig. Da peeked out and asked quietly, Are those people stupid? Than Tu replied, Not necessarily. Maybe among them there's someone with a strong attribute. By the way, look at the weapon in the leader's hand. That thing is called a gun. I wonder. A gun. What is that? Chuathan replied that he had seen someone use one while hunting mutated stray dogs outside the concentration zone. Its power was immense, and only a fake awakening could be weaker, as ordinary people couldn't stand against it. Quan Tu immediately added that it is an ancient weapon, and what they are using now is just a fake. My master once said that ancient people possessed weapons even more terrifying, and I heard that just one of them could destroy a neighborhood of hundreds of thousands of people. Da was stunned by this information. Were people of the ancient era really that powerful? Then how did our world end up in such a miserable state? You still have questions, even though their weapons are powerful. What if the fake awakeners with stronger attributes are even more terrifying? I heard that fake attribute awakens can change the world just by existing. Back to the present. A powerful explosion just occurred in front of the 3 of them, and Trong Than looked over and said, Their battle has begun. Over there. The pink-haired Mahi is rushing towards the group of people. Despite them continuously firing their guns, Man activates his skill, triggering the effect, forming bullets with the steel attribute. Effective when using firearms. You can activate your attribute ability to transform your innate power into a continuous stream of bullets. He laughed loudly and fired, shouting, Let's see how powerful my bullets are. You bastard. Trong Than focused on the red thing in front of him. If they have already attracted the boss's attention, then maybe we don't need to kill the boss to get the reward. The 3 of them still hid in the bushes watching the pond, while outside, the group kept attacking the giant red demon with rifles, its size being extremely huge. Quan Tu turned to ask you, Do you want to wait and see both sides fight so the fisherman can profit? Trong Than hesitated, pretending not to understand, and asked again, What does she mean? Tu Jia, stepping forward is the guide, meaning the person preparing to seize the bright reward amid chaos. This is an idiom that someone uneducated wouldn't know. It's normal not to understand. Luckily, I have a good brother who is knowledgeable and understanding. I truly envy someone with such a good brother. Quan Tu secretly admired him for seizing every opportunity, which in a way was very clever. Zhangqing put down his things and said, I did think about that. If someone is causing chaos and disrupting the situation, then we can take the opportunity to seize the museum. It's the best choice. Without relying on our combined strength, direct combat would be very difficult to defeat this boss. Looking at your arm being corroded, she was startled, and said, Wait a moment, your arm is severely affected by this dungeon's corrosion. If not treated, it will impact your movements. Then Quan Tu put her hand back into her pocket and fished out something. In her hand were 2 small pills, and she continued, The situation is dangerous now. If you're not careful, you could lose your life. This is medicine from my house that can resist corrosion in low-level dungeons. 1 for each of you. Lu Tujia and me. Tujia happily reached out to thank her. That's great. I was about to be hurt to death by this evil aura. You should have taken it out earlier. Are you sure about this? Is it expensive, I wonder? Tujia once said that just the entrance fee for the lower dungeon already cost over 100 tokens. So it's quite costly. The medicine she took out should be worth many more tokens. although we traded with her. It's clear that what she took out far exceeds what we can offer her. Tujia accidentally took the medicine, and the loud ringing sound kept echoing in his ears, almost suffocating him. Quan Tui reassures him that this is very cheap. Probably just something they don't have where they live. 1 voucher can buy a single pill. Chua Cheng only now took the medicine. Thank you. I'll pay you back later. And Tujia finally let out a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. I thought it would cost 100 vat few per pill. Watching him carefully take the medicine, she thought to herself that he's too sensitive, clearly extremely poor, but still has his own principles. Unwilling to owe anyone even a little kindness, Quan smiled. But if he really told him that a pill was worth 2,000 tokens, he probably wouldn't take it. Chua Cheng begins to move. The battle is still fierce. Continuous screams echoing. Get out of the way. A warning sound rings out. Watch out for the thorns behind him. Many team members have been defeated by the heart of the pink demon, roaring with fury. It cried. Stop, don't hurt my brothers. Its eyes flashed red as bullets rained down. Tiem Tik Hong Mahai's fierce face shows anger. Its blood is decreasing, and is now at 85%. It immediately activates the chain, transforming feathers into copper, and the effect is enhanced when applied externally. The higher the level, the greater the strength of the enhancement, and the longer it lasts. Tiem Thik Hong Mahai continues to stand firm after boosting his defense, and the bullets cause less damage. Mon shouts angrily. As expected. This guy's abilities always include upgrading his defenses. Damn it. This guy really is hard to deal with. He walks steadily toward the group, ignoring the bullets hitting him. Mon here, still laughing loudly. Come on. Do I still fear anyone? Kill them all. I still have to lead the little brats to enjoy shooting guns. He sneered silently, thinking, what are you afraid of? We've already faced countless dangers, and you're still afraid of a stupid pig. The younger brothers always stood in front, shouting in unison to protect the boss. They are determined to declare that before they fall. They cannot let the bastard hurt the boss. Activating their smoke grenade abilities to create an opening for the boss to attack, they all activated their abilities from the cigarette, creating a copper-colored shield from the cigarette smoke, increasing their personal defense by 15%. These people line up in formation, their defensive skills activated simultaneously and working together to form a barrier in front of them. Zhizheng silently assessed, thinking they were just a bunch of rabble. But now it seems that the leader might have a loyal and capable gang. You stand in front of the red door, thinking to yourself, but right now, I have to unlock this, she continued. I've never been outside the safe zone. What does the world outside look like? Hearing that, I also felt some sympathy. I rarely leave my residence, and only go to safe areas. Tu Da continued. But Thon Tu had encountered it. He said that outside, it was both brutal and full of vitality. Guang Tu was a bit curious, wondering what kind of world it really was outside. Meanwhile, Trong Thon was still trying to open the treasure chest, skillfully using small hooks to pry into the lock. A stone crack sounds. Turning into a sigh of relief, it's open. Surprisingly, the lock's structure is exactly like the outside world. He is about to open the door, with a slightly excited expression, wondering what is really hidden inside. At this moment, a loud explosion rang out, and Trong Thon was worried that something was wrong because the commotion there was too intense. Tiem Tich Hong Mahi roared, smashing through the defensive shield of a whole group, and Man Meng exclaimed, You bastard. Does this guy even have that kind of thing? Hong Mahi activated the enhanced pipe from the bronze pipe, boosting external power. The higher the level, the greater the enhancement, lasting 10 minutes, converting heat flow from the bronze pipe, with stamina consumption turning breath into heat waves. The heat wave can reach 140 degrees Celsius. Its current blood level is 41% after activating its skill, and its entire body is radiating blazing flames. As soon as it sensed something was wrong, the pink Mahi froze, looked toward the sword, and realized that Trong Thon was there, standing frozen with a hint of worry. That thing was aiming at me. The pink fairy Mahi changes direction and charges toward the duong it has always protected. The staff takes out a weapon, plants its feet firmly, and prepares to fight its coming. Suddenly, gunfire rang out again, hitting the pink-hued Mahi and causing it to stop and look toward where the bullets were coming from. You suddenly realize, haven't all those people already fallen? Man over here is shooting and shouting. Kid. Run now. This thing is not something you can handle. Don't sacrifice yourself. He laughed loudly with excitement. We're done. We can't escape this dungeon anymore. Get out of here. Sneaky kid. You must survive. They point towards safety and say together, Hurry up, little one. They smile brightly and remind you not to forget the red scarf team. They smile brightly. Stepping forward, they smile brightly. Stepping forward, they point towards safety and say together, "Hurry up, kid." They smile brightly and remind you not to forget that the Red Scarf Squad saved us. Truthon stood there stunned, listening to their words. Damn it. Even before dying, she could save a kid. No wonder he's our big brother. Hurry up, kid. But instead of running away, he chose to wipe towards the wild boar demon. Truthon shouted to his teammates, "Tujia, help me." He immediately rushed over, but still scolded. Damn it. You're running now. Are you still human? Tujia launches from the golden arrow, targeting a weak spot that can be probed by examining the creature's locked gaze and identifying its vulnerable area. He pulls out a stone and loudly announces, "Become a corpse," then slashes its buttocks. The agile demon pig tries to turn around and defend. Its health drops to 35% and it roars loudly in pain. Manhwa was lying there, surprised. This kid used a knife to wound the boss subquest at level 10, and under the activation of his ability from the pipe. It makes his background suspicious. At the same time, TMT Chong Mahai activated the heat flow transformation attribute, the turquoise attribute, converting stamina consumption into heat waves. The temperature of the heat wave can reach 140 degrees Celsius, and its entire body is blazing, as it roars loudly, releasing a sound wave that sweeps like a sonic boom. Triuthon jumped up, thinking that the heat wave attribute was the key, and rushing into close combat would definitely cause burns. I need to find a way to both dodge the attack and defeat him. You focus intensely, realizing that at level 10, you can possess 2 attribute powers, and he has already used both of them. Team Tikhong Mahai rushes towards Triuthon. I assess this boss as incredibly smart, trying to take advantage of the heat wave surrounding his body to attack me. As it neared its target, a continuous barrage of gunfire from afar made it hesitate. Man me. Danim Gup Nh Dung Day. Dubi Thuong, Nang En Hung Van Quai Lon. 10 XUC. Sin Ne Dam Bien, Lao Tu Dan Ra, the Nay. I'm not someone easy to mess with. Kid, all our lives are in your hands. He winked at Triuthon and entrusted him. Kill it. You activate the self-control research attribute 1, the golden attribute, and the effect increases the speed by 300%. Maintain for 5 minutes, with a 15-minute cooldown. This has been enhanced by the Eternal Evolution book. Zhao Cheng crouched down, his hands blazing with fire, replying, "Thank you. I will do my best." You continue to activate the attribute, the secondary fire attribute of the copper flame, enhancing your weapon with hellfire to deal fire damage. A 30% chance to cause burn effect, reducing maximum health by 3% per person, has been improved by the Eternal Evolution book. The Crimson Demon is now down to 30% health and keeps howling from the continuous attacks. Zhao Cheng furrowed his brows, clenched his teeth, activated all combat attributes, bet everything, and was determined to win. Then he directly charged at the fierce monster, which was no pushover large in size but incredibly agile. Rushing swiftly toward him, Zhao Cheng realized the opportunity and shouted loudly, "Tu Jia." The weakness, in the eyes of the death price. A targeting symbol immediately appeared, and he gave instructions, Triuthon. Look at where my kick is flying under the left side. The bullet from the crossbow of the Death Rider causes little damage, but its main purpose is to reveal the boss's critical weakness. He observes and identifies its location as being under the left rib. Zhuo Cheng then leaps up to face the boss, sword raised high, ready to strike down. He thrusts fiercely, flames erupting all around him with immense power, eyes focused intensely. Each slash of his sword is clearly visible as Triuthon unleashes a flurry of strikes aimed at the face of the pink demon high. On this side, the death spear shouts encouragement, "Triuthon, kill it." Quan Thi also looked over with an expectant expression, silently wondering if Triuthon could win. Man still smiled brightly, loudly encouraging, "Dung de Thua, na." On this side, Zhao Cheng's eyes flash with a long streak of light, his teeth clenched, and both of their energies burst brightly. "You crazy. Keep attacking. Shout to calm yourself down. Faster. Even faster. You have to hold on until it falls." The boss's health bar drops after a strike from Triuthon. TM Tikhong Mahai's health decreases from 23% to 14%. Triuthon's small figure floats in midair, with streaks of light flashing intensely in a crisscross pattern, contrasting with the massive shadow of the boss. Then, the remaining health of the level 10 pink demon Team Tikhong Mahai was down to 1%. His scream echoed loudly as the flames of his skill engulfed his body, especially his 2 weapon-wielding hands. A month later, the giant body of the boss collapsed helplessly onto the ground right in front of Triuthon. At this moment, your system notified you that you had defeated the level 10 pink demon Hehe. Triuthan lands and looks at the monster covered in countless cuts before him. His two teammates quickly run over, excitedly shouting, "Triuthan, we won." Quan Tu realizes that Triuthan is badly burned and must be treated immediately. He runs over anxiously and calls out, "Thuntu, your whole body is blistered and your skin is burned. Just looking at it is painful." Quan Tui, trembling with panic, called out, "Xiothan." He just sat down heavily, remembering the two people, and asked me to watch around. I need to catch my breath. He could immediately turn to watch each person in turn, while Triothan sat there, recovering bit by bit. His eyes were dull as the system displayed a notification about activating an attribute. The leading attribute, which is highly effective after defeating monsters in dungeons, grants 75% experience and has been enhanced by the Eternal Evolution book. Triuthan increased from level 5 to level 7, and he thought to himself that leveling up 2 levels at once, surpassing 5 levels to defeat the boss, and gaining so much experience was really impressive. Continue activating attributes in the Eternal Evolution book. Among the following attributes, choose the one you want to receive next. The first attribute, the chitinous exoskeleton of the copper attribute, effectively hardens the outer layer and increases defense. The higher the rank, the 20% increased effectiveness, lasting for 10 minutes, with side effects that may cause body hair to grow excessively. The second attribute, bullet formation, is made of Thon Dong, effective when using gun-type weapons. This attribute can be used to convert your physical strength into an endless supply of bullets. So this must be the man's attribute. Finally, there is the newest attribute, the golden gold attribute, whose effects are unclear. The next attribute, the most aggressive, combines 2 copper attributes, with unclear effects. Then comes the metal attribute, an evolution of the copper attribute, which transforms the body into metal. The higher the degree of metallization of the body, the more attributes are gained. Finally, the self-research attribute of the 2 golden attributes, with unclear effectiveness. Truthan started to think. Rapid growth is the attribute of that wild boar, and the side effects are not significant, but the effectiveness is just average. To create the bullet, you need a gun, and I can't afford this ancient weapon right now. You look at the golden attribute, and the last one, the newest one. What does it mean? Truthan reaches out to it and makes a decision. But anyway, it's the golden attribute I chose. The system displays that the latest golden Kim attribute has been received, and the cooldown times for all attributes have been reset at once. The cooldown time for this attribute is 30 minutes, adjusted by the effect of the Eternal Evolution book. Truthan smiled contentedly. It's a support attribute, so I can continuously use attributes with cooldowns in a short period. If used wisely, I can achieve great combat power in a short time. The next 3 attributes really make you hesitate, and on this side, none of them are bad. But I can only choose one. Truthan decided, I choose Self-Research 2. The system has received the Golden Self-Research 2 attribute, and the total increase of all personal attributes by 45% has been adjusted by the Everlasting Evolution book. Effect 2. Significantly boosts a single attribute by 450%. Lasts for 3 minutes, with a 15-minute cooldown. Has been adjusted by the Eternal Evolution book. You smile with satisfaction. All attributes increased by 45%. Indeed, the gold level attribute chain is truly superior, and the second effect has also been greatly enhanced. The image of the genius once again appeared in Truthan's mind. Now he's level 7. Just 1 level away from summoning Tri-Kiet at level 8. The boy clenched his fist with determination. Tri-Kiet. Just wait there. Suddenly, the dungeon was hit by a powerful shockwave, and Truthan asked in shock, "What's going on?" He hurriedly replied, "I don't know." "Was it an earthquake?" Quan Tui explained. "No. It's because the boss of the dungeon has been defeated. This dungeon is about to collapse and disappear." Manaman and his followers approached, smiling and saying, "Kid, you did well. From now on, you are my strong friend. I owe you this once." Then they quickly turned away. "Brothers, let's go." The underlings responded in unison. "Yes, boss." Seeing this group's behavior, she couldn't help but feel a bit amazed. These people are truly generous. She kindly asked, "Thantu, are you still able to move?" Truthan slowly stood up and replied, "No problem. We need to leave here quickly." Running past the treasure vault, you wonder, where is that treasure chest? Quan Tui replied, "Where I am. My attribute ability can store many objects." Truthan handed her the knife and said, "Okay, this is what we promised. Everything we got from here belongs to you, and this knife is also returned to you." Quan Tui replied, "Now it belongs to you. I promise to help you overthrow the manager of your residence. I will definitely come to find everyone at residence point 226 inches the Westport area. Lu Tujia already told me. You thank him. Tujia runs behind, sighing. Unfortunately, she probably won't make it in time. Once we're out of here, we'll have to risk our lives against them. But she clenched her fist firmly and said determinedly, I will definitely make it in time. Quan Tui was full of resolve. After splitting up and heading in different directions, soon the two arrived in front of the branch's gate. Tujia still looks a bit worried. Calls out to Cheng Zi, who immediately reassures him. Don't worry. I'm ready. Outside. Chi Kiet and his men are waiting. And when they see two figures appear at the gate, one of the subordinates shouts loudly, They're coming out. Han takes a long drag and says in a low voice, I didn't expect you two to still be alive and able to come out. Cheng Txe stands there blocking the way and continues, but it's okay, Lu Tujia, your parents, the leaders, colluded with the awakened from other stronghold points to rebel, and our senior has already given the order. Han grinned widely, revealing a sinister expression and declaring that he would rather kill than let anyone stand in his way. Thon Market focused on Chi Kiet and said to Tujia, just as expected. After Chulu learned that you were taken into the space instance, he immediately accelerated his plans. At this moment, Chothan has become Livo Bei, awakened the eternal immortal book attribute, leading absolutely, independently researching 1 and 2, with the fiercest attack, 1, the most destructive, 2nd, and the fire flame demon. Tujia responded, so quickly deal with these guys and then regroup with Ba and everyone else. He is now Livo 4, has awakened the Bao Din Gi Nu 1 attribute. The exceptional guy sneers cruelly and commands his men. You think you can deal with us just because of these two useless guys? You lot. Bring it on without holding back. Let these two kids taste your true strength. He has ascended to level 8 and awakened the ultra-fast gold attribute. Hey Fatso. Raising your sword and saying that awakening your attribute makes you just a useless piece of trash. Fine. We'll take the credit first. They raise their weapons and charge forward loudly. You amateurs who have never killed anyone. How dare you provoke me just now? Draw your weapons and settle the score. These lackeys dare to betray the boss. The great tiger. Cut them down, and bring back their heads for the reward. Chuthan quickly draws his knife and strikes with lightning speed. His face darkens as he responds coldly. But it's too late. As soon as Chuthan finished speaking, the blades lightly sliced through the heads of the henchmen, accompanied by screams and non-stop spurts of blood. Just a flick of his hand was enough to tear Chi Kiet's gang members apart into pieces. Chi Kiet. Do you think I'm still the one who lets you squeeze and kill me as you please? Li Xin stammered in shock. The pain so quick. Look at those pain blades, and the heads falling to the ground. Continue. How did that kid do it? The portal behind Chiu Than is fading away. Chi Kiet thinks to himself. This kid's speed of pain induction. Just now I couldn't even see clearly. My subordinate's voice announced. Chiu Ka. Our space dungeon entrance is disappearing. Tonight. The brow furrowed in panic and a hint of worry. How could this be? If the space dungeon is disappearing, there is only one reason the dungeon boss has been defeated. Could it be? Chi Kiet points at the two resting people, revealing that someone has already killed the boss, allowing you to gain experience. It seems that now you are at least level 2 or 3 awakened. Han drew his weapon, still smiling foolishly and confidently. Level 2 and level 3 awakened ones are truly untouchable for ordinary people. But in front of me, you are still too inexperienced. Tujia lowered his head, smirking cunningly and replying, if someone killed boss and gained experience, then Chikit. You're mistaken. He stepped forward again, pointing at himself to show off. The one who killed the boss is your grandfather. Liu Tuzu, your obsession with fame so extreme that you lied, making Chiuthan stare in surprise. I pray. Than Tzu. Just pretend for a moment. Just a little while. Chikiet heard that and looked pale, asking what attribute Lu Tujia had awakened. He began to worry and calculate in his mind, if it was really Lu Tujia who killed boss, then his level must be higher than Chiuthan. So he should strike first and defeat the weaker Chiuthan to have a chance to win. Tujia is somewhat honest, smiling proudly, and openly telling you that your boss, Liu, has awakened the gold attribute, and Chikiet is about to die. Before he could finish speaking, he rushed forward and ordered his men to hold Lu Tujia back while he went to kill Chiuthan. They all shouted loudly together, Lu Tuga. Wait for Chetty. Suddenly, the two underlings realized that Ched Tuyet and Lu Tujia killed the boss and are even stronger than Chiu Than. Yet Chiu Chi Kiet still lets us deal with him. This Chi Kiet guy is really no good. Only knows how to bully the weak and let our brothers take the blame instead. But even more surprising is that Tujia suddenly ran away, leaving a puddle of mud for Chiu Than and Than Tu. It's all yours. Chi Kiet sneered and charged forward, shouting Chetty, quickly swinging his spear to block his attack. The force bouncing back surprised Chiki a little. This kid hits hard. And the mysterious forest is a level white dungeon. Its maximum level does not exceed 4. So clearly this power cannot be achieved by someone at level 4. He quickly activated his attribute, thinking to himself that he had awakened a strength-type attribute, which just happened to counter his opponents, making him untouchable and rendering any power useless. The golden ultra-speed attribute increases all speed attributes of the awakened person by 30%. Chikiet laughed loudly and charged forward with his increased speed. Let's see if you can keep up with my pace. Boosting my own attribute to level 8, plus an additional 30% in all speed attributes. At this moment, you finally spoke up. Chikiet. Ever since she left. Every half a month someone comes to trouble my house. Each time they either ransack my home or beat me half to death and steal my ID card, almost causing me to starve. Images from the past flash through Chuthan's mind. Each time Chikiet's group ransacked the already dilapidated house, making it even more ruinous. When he leaves, he will leave behind a Chuthan with a distorted face from being beaten. Every time. Chikit only asks you one question: to take responsibility. He shouted in anger as he ruthlessly slapped Chuthan in the face. Tears kept falling from his eyes. But he endured silently. The eyes of Chuthan, both as a child and now appear, along with his words. From the very beginning I knew. The one targeting the awakening stone was coming. The one wanting to steal it. But did you know? Chikiet slashed at Chuthan's leg. Damn it. Too talkative. And quickly jumped up to dodge. Chuthan raised the weapon in his hand. His arms engulfed in flames, lowering it slowly. That awakening stone was taken by her, who sacrificed herself for me. You continuously activate your attributes, independently researching a golden attribute, then 2 golden attributes, Infernal Flame and Demon Subfire, unleashing a powerful headbutt in one strike. Before launching her attack, Chuthan declared that this strike was born from 3 years of repressed hatred, a desperate attempt to seize the only fury she had left for me. The strike, fueled by immense firepower, accompanied by your scream, "Go and die." Chikiet. He was terrified, feeling uneasy inside. No. His speed was still increasing. I couldn't keep up anymore. Chuthan counterattacked relentlessly, the demonic artifact he left behind. No matter how humiliating it was, I will never let it be stolen. Although he raised his knife to block, your strike cut his hand off instantly, and the sword shattered as well. Seeing Chikiet's head fall from his neck, Chuthan said quietly, Chikiet, over the past 3 years, all the humiliation you've inflicted on me, today I will repay it all. The 2 henchmen chasing the target quickly stop and tell each other to run faster. He turns around and glances at them with a cold gaze. Chuthan throws the knife in his hand at them, shouting, "When they bullied me, both of you shared the blame." The knife spun rapidly, slicing through the backs of the 2 henchmen and splitting their bodies in 2. Then the knife was pulled back into his hand, and Chuthan declared that the debt and grievance from 3 years ago had been settled today. And Tujia gave him a thumbs up in praise. "Thantu, you're quite fierce." He was startled and looked over, then asked, "Thantu, what's in Chikiet's pocket?" "Something dazzling. Is it a treasure?" Chuthan bent down and took out a bracelet made of pearls. Tujia looked worried and recognized that it was my mother's. I feel uneasy, wiping my tears as I urge quickly. My mother must have been taken to the residential management office. Tujia, holding the bracelet in his hand, said, "This is my mother's favorite horn bracelet. She would never give it to anyone else." The image of his childhood self being held in his mother's arms appeared in his mind. Tujia looked worried, silently praying that mother would definitely be safe. Chuthan understands the mindset and gently reassures Tujia. "Don't worry. Aunt Chung is definitely still alive." I find that a bit hard to believe. "Thantu, are you sure?" Tujia thought to himself that Thantu never lied. He was sure that he only said that based on his own analysis. "You explained that the population in our residential area is sparse, and women are mainly responsible for childbirth. Moreover, Sister Jung is very beautiful." But Uncle Lu's involvement makes Tujia even more worried, and he exclaimed in horror, "Be quiet. If you analyze like that, I will only panic more. Do you understand?" The 2 of them kept running quickly toward the residential area, and the local residents also noticed them. Chuthan reminds them, "First, don't mention all this. The management office is right in front of us." The 2 are running toward the house with a red door and the inscription, "District Management Office, West District No. 226, when suddenly a girl calls out to them, "Liu Tujia and Chiu Cheng." Xiao Yao and her friends stepped out to advise them to run quickly because something had happened. Sujia asked, "Xiao Yao, why are you all here?" She quickly replied that Uncle Liu was leading people to surround the management area and was fighting with the officials from the authorities. The friend behind added that many people had gone over to watch, and the guards seemed unable to fight back against the management's men. My fat friend added that Trikeet is leading people to catch you guys. If you don't go now, it'll be too late. That's right. Hearing this, I became even more worried about my parents. An ordinary person stepped forward to tell him that your parents are heroes. We are useless and dare not go with him. Manager Pham Dai Ho and his subordinate Kuang Khan, along with Chi Kiet, are all alert. Ordinary people like us have no chance of defeating them. They continued sadly. And Lao Lu heard that you were taken into the dungeon, leading a few disciples to overthrow that bastard Pham Dai Ho. They surrounded the management area. But Pham Dai Ho's men were still too powerful. Xiao Yao confidently advised the two, Tsu Chia and Than Tsu, to run away because they couldn't fight them. Tsu Chia responded with unwavering determination. My parents are there. I absolutely cannot run away. He clenched his fist determinedly. Even if it means dying, I will die with them. Tu Jia looked at Chu Than and said, Than Tu, Chu Tri Kiet has been killed by you. Now you can take this opportunity to leave amidst the chaos. He smiled and told his friend to go find his sister. This place can no longer hold him. He replied in a low voice. Uncle Lu always used to support me, kind of like my mother. So if I leave now, am I still a person or not? Chi Toi. Chu Than. Lan Lung. Noi Teep. Moi Lan Chiu. Tri Kiet Quap Sach Qua Toi Do. Lan Ya Kao Em Tham Cho Toi Do An. Kong Kokak. Ka. I have been starving for a long time. And moreover, I haven't committed any major crimes to deserve this. How could Chiu Tri Kiet be so arrogant? This isn't just your personal grudge. It also involves me. These words surprised Tu Jia a bit. He hesitated for a moment before calling out. Than Tu. So you just smiled brightly. All right. Then let's face life and death together. Look at the two of them walking towards the management office. The people around are whispering. Did you hear? Chu Jie was killed by Chu Than. He's an 8th level awakener. Chu Than might be able to kill him. But this Chu Than child has always been fierce and sinister, and now seems even more imposing. So maybe she really can. Cut to inside the management area. The deep voice of the manager echoes. Liu Fu. You're really reckless. The protagonist is Fan Da Hu. Level 10. The manager of the Westland residential area, .226. With a massive physique and the Hoang Kim attribute. The mighty warrior with the golden medal attribute laughs mockingly. Leading a few fools who dare to come and cause trouble with me. Liu Fu shouted angrily. You've harmed my mother. Harmed so many people in the residential area. And now you want to hurt my son, he said, with a tone full of dissatisfaction. It's your cruelty and ruthlessness that forced us to do this. The great tiger pulls the woman closer and responds. If the son is gone, then just give me another one. These brothers of yours are loyal men. And your wife is quite beautiful. As long as you bow your head, I can still give you a way out. He pulls her closer and continues with a sinister smile. But your wife will have to be loaned to me for a few days. She is Zhang Huan, Tu Jia's mother. And she shouted defiantly. Don't even think about it. I would rather die than follow a scoundrel like you. Big Ho threw her aside and scolded you, saying, I've been too kind to you. His cold eyes glanced over and sneered. You think that once you're dead I won't be able to play with you anymore. Lu Fuk, hearing his wife being insulted, lost his temper and shouted at Pham Dai Ho. If you're brave, then come at me. Hitting women takes real courage. He clenched the 2 iron balls in his hands, his sharp eyes glaring as he replied, That makes sense. Then I'll kill you first and deal with your wife afterward. Big Tiger prepared to throw a punch and shouted loudly. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. Those 2 spheres are thrown directly at Liu Fu, his face darkening as he confidently declares, Die quickly. Seeing her husband in danger and unable to help, Zhang Huan cries out in pain. Ah Fuk. Even though he's covered in wounds, he still smiles to comfort his wife. Ah Hoan, don't cry. After Lu Fuk, I will still be your husband. Just before the 2 orbs strike, Trung Than's sword spins around and knocks them away, neutralizing the deadly attack. Then, the sword was retracted back into his hand, and the 2 of them arrived at their destination. Standing there and watching, Tu Da looked over and shouted, Pham Dai Ho. Trung Than stepped forward and declared, I am here to take your lives. Lu Fuk and his wife were startled and looked over when they heard the familiar voice. Da Ho still looked disdainful, sneering coldly. So they are just 2 little brats. Lu Fuk was very surprised to see Tu Da. Son, you didn't die in the dungeon. Trung Than, why are you here too? Go quickly. He pulls the bow and responds, Dad, we can't leave. Than Tu and I are here to save everyone. He activates his ability. The chef kills Chowmat, revealing his weakness. The arrow shot out along with Tu Da's declaration. If you dare hurt my parents, I will take your lives. Daiho tilted his head slightly to the side to avoid the attack, then responded, thinking that awakening an attribute makes you consider yourself a god of the world. The arrow shot from the crossbow had already been shattered by the guard behind him, but at this moment, the broken arrow created a cloud of dust that surprised the people around Daiho. He frowned, deep in thought. Smoke bombs. Feigning an attack. Daiho stands up, raises his hand to give the order, attacking from all sides. Don't let them rescue those awakened ones. At this moment, Trong Thon rushes forward with his shining Thon Doan Dao, declaring, I am your opponent. In response, a grim-faced expression appeared before him, along with eyes burning red with death and determination. Trong Thon launched the attack first, leading with his sword formation, full of murderous intent and immense power. Looking at the manager in front of him, he thought to himself, catch the bandits to catch the king first, as long as he kills him. All difficulties can be resolved. Daiho shows no emotion, and calmly asks, do you want to be my opponent? But you're not qualified yet. As he finishes speaking, the guard behind rushes forward to block Trong Thon's attack. The backward push made him stumble back a long way. Trong Thon frowned, silently evaluating faster and stronger than a million geniuses. This is the most trusted and relied upon subordinate of Pham Daiho. He is Kwang Khan, the #1 subordinate of the Cursed Zone. His information now appears Kwang Khan level 9, possessing the 3-person success attribute, with the golden attribute, and the effect of the attribute splits into 2 divine transformations. With 70% of his innate power and a mind connected to his true self, his terrifying reputation in the entire Kukuchu surpasses even that of Pham Daiho. The true ruler here, the one carrying out all the crimes in this area of Cursed, is him, Kwang Khan. Many have been crippled by him, and countless others have died at his hands. In the refuge zone, everyone secretly gave him a nickname, the Beast Dog, because once he bites, you'll definitely lose a chunk of flesh. Kwang Khan's eyes now flashed with a mysterious purple light as he knelt down. Then he rushed quickly towards you, delivering a strike, attacking unexpectedly, and Zhao Cheng raised his arm to block, causing the weapons to clash with a flash of light. Kwang Khan frowned in confusion, surprised that I could endure my pain. Who are you? I coldly replied. You don't need to know who I am, because soon you'll be just like Zhao Zijie, dying beneath my blade. Now he has realized I know. Your name is Zhao Cheng, the scum who sold his sister for the awakening stone. Kwang Khan, still clutching his pain, continued. Triu Chikip mentioned you, but unfortunately he never managed to find the awakening stone you sold your sister to get. He said nothing, raised his hand to activate the attribute, the fire flame demonic attribute of copper, then suddenly triggered a copper attribute. Then, he launched an attack in response to his pain. Kwang Khan hid a smug smile behind his mask and asked, so you're angry now? Huh, did what I said hit a nerve? Zhao Qing still said nothing, the fire flame in his hand radiating intensely as he spun around and charged at the target. He quickly blocked the attack, realizing that this kid's rhythm of assault hadn't changed at all, which proved that he was not at all angered by what I said earlier. On the first afternoon, Kwang Khan raised his right hand high to block easily, but immediately the next blow came, and he continued to block with his left hand, feeling worried inside. On the other hand, since he just activated his elemental power, I was starting to find it a bit harder to defend. Kwang Khan frowned and assessed. This kid is clearly only 15 or 16 years old, yet his mind is so deep and cunning. He is so dominant that I cannot let him continue to grow stronger. Immediately, Kwang Khan activated his attribute, transforming into 3 golden metal beings, with his powers splitting into 2 avatars. With 70% of his true power and a mind connected to his essence, 2 shadows appeared right behind him. Kwang Khan stood there watching his own shadow attack, silently determined that he must kill him right here. Truthon looked over and assessed. So this is his attribute ability. I didn't expect it to be so strange. Defend first. Investigate the truth. You slash a straight attack toward the 2 shadows, and they raise their weapons to block. Over here, Zia shouted loudly. Cheng Zi. I've rescued my father and uncles. Hold on tight. We'll come to help you right away. Truthon fought while replying. Tuda. You don't need to help me. Go kill Pham Daiho first. Save everyone else. I can handle this guy. Kwang Khan listened, and, still with his arms crossed behind his back, said, so it turns out, your real goal is to save those awakened ones to secure your victory. But are we stupid enough to let you easily rescue them? At this moment, you realize something's wrong. You've been played by them against Uncle Liu and everyone else. Tuda anxiously exclaimed. Cheng Zi. This is bad. My father and the others are vomiting blood. They have been poisoned. Those bastards have already defeated them. Tru Thon looked over and saw that indeed. Dahu was smiling smugly, truly thinking I was a fool. But I had already anticipated your plan this morning. I quietly continued. Over the years I've met many geniuses. And when you first entered the dungeon, I already predicted this situation would happen. Tru Chikit was only sent to test your strength, but I didn't expect him to actually be caught by me. He ordered his men, Ko Tu, that little brat Chu, to stay inside the residential area all day long. I told you he has the ability. I haven't found him yet, but I guarantee his clone will return. I have a few things to say to that kid, and he will listen immediately. Chiu Cheng. He closed his eyes in self-blame. We originally planned to create a battle situation requiring equal strength after saving our father and uncles. Lu Fu continued coughing up blood, his strength nearly exhausted and powerless. He closes his eyes tightly in self-blame, his face darkening as he listens to him ramble. The chaos caused by the Lu Tujia family has nothing to do with you. Now put down your weapons. From now on, Chiu Chi Kiet's position will belong to you. He closes his eyes tightly in self-blame. We originally planned to create a battle situation requiring equal strength after saving our father and uncles. Lu Fuk continues coughing up blood, nearly exhausted and powerless. He closed his eyes tightly in self-blame. Now we have become a burden to the city of death. Tujia's mind is haunted by the overwhelming shadow of the Tiger faction, the dominant power in the district. Compared to Chuthan, you are truly insignificant in their eyes. Tujia, suffering as he helps his loved ones, secretly thinks that if he forces Thantu to join us, he will only have the path to death. Understanding his feelings, Lu Fuk spoke. Son, don't involve Chu Than in this. It's our Lu family's matter. Tujia lowered his head and replied. Father, I know what I should do. An dung chamrai nuok mat chai ra. Thantu, bovu ki, shuang di. Kong dang devi inja, chong toi ma bo mang dao. Chiu than dung du lang nang noi sao long min. Ko la huin de quatoi. Mai la. And Yuve. Tujia painfully confesses his feelings, worried for his friend. Andung silently thinks. Thantu, let go of the pain. That's the best choice for you. Even a great tiger has its own thoughts. This young man is also a survivor of this chaotic era. He knows what choice to make. To live, you must bow your head and serve others. Suddenly, Chu Than turned back and shouted, Lu Tujia, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Chu Than insists he would never betray his brothers or abandon his benefactors. I cannot do such a thing. Nor would I ever teach myself to live that way. You just need to wipe forward first. As long as we kill those bastards, we can all keep living. Following his words, Chu Than had already moved close to the group of the Great Tiger, ready to attack, while Kwang Khan's two shadows were prepared to block. Father and son Lu Fuk and Tujia were both surprised and exclaimed, Cheng Zi. Daho sneered coldly and issued a subtle order. So he's just a fool, then let's kill him together. Upon receiving the order, his men charged forward in unison, as Jiang Kun confidently declared, I will personally behead him and present it to you as a souvenir. He frowned and coldly confirmed, this time I will definitely kill him. Chothan responded, what a coincidence. I also had this idea. He immediately activated the attribute. Self-control research 1. Increasing power by 300%. Lasting for 1.5 minutes. Immediately after, two sources of energy, one golden and one dark, clashed, causing an explosion right in the center. Chuo Cheng unleashes a dual sword strike, crossing two slashes towards Kwang Khan's shadow images, causing him to flinch slightly. You slide past the image and strike directly at Kwang Khan, who raises his hand to block, thinking to himself, I'm again overwhelmed by his strength. His grimacing face suggests he's guessing wasn't his attribute, just the one that made the blades ignite. Could it be that this was just his distraction tactic, and this enhanced power is his true attribute? Falling into a disadvantageous position, Kwang Khan felt a bit uneasy. This little brat really is playing dirty. I didn't expect him to leave the game. Deliberately deceive me to reach the moment when his attribute power erupts, planning to kill me with a single strike, he thought to himself. But he didn't forget that I still have two supporting clones, even if he increases his strength. He is no match for me. The shadow clone swung at this moment, forcing Chao Cheng to jump back to dodge. He thinks to himself that his attribute is too troublesome. If it were just him, he could have defeated him easily. He needs to find a way his subordinates below rush up quickly, seize the opportunity, and unleash their full power to kill him. He is in the air and cannot dodge. The archers immediately knock their arrows, focusing intensely to prepare for the shot. In an instant, a barrage of arrows was shot directly at Chiu Than in the sky. And you suddenly realize this. He swung his sword in a sweeping arc. Deep in thought, those people might not be awakened. but they have been trained very thoroughly. Moreover, they serve the management clan, eating much better than ordinary people, and having physical strength that surpasses normal humans. Although he managed to deflect most of them, an arrow still pierced his shoulder, causing blood to flow. And Triuthan realized this. In the air, they can't dodge flexibly, and with their current speed, they still can't block all the incoming arrows. The henchman below, seeing you injured, smirk confidently and quickly aim for your head, firing to blow out your eyes. As soon as they finished speaking, they immediately launched a second rain of arrows, and Triuthan was still floating in the air. You hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to throw away your sword to cut down the two archers, because if you didn't, she would seize the opportunity to block your return, and we would lose our weapon and be at a disadvantage. At a critical moment, the crossbow bolts appeared, breaking the arrows and resolving the danger. Triuthan looked down and happily realized that the one who just helped him was Tujia. Below, he raises his bow to shoot and shouts loudly, "Cheng Tu, you're right. If we kill them first, both of us can survive." The bullets fly, along with Tujia's reminder to Triuthan, "I am here to help you. Seize the opportunity." Every part of them is a weak point. Although there were barriers, the subordinates below still struggled because of the smoke and dust from the gunfire. They cover their faces, cough heavily, their vision is limited, and they get furious. It's smoke bombs again. No. There's something wrong with this smoke. Kwang Khan lands, turns to give orders. "Soldiers, deal with Liu Tujia first." They respond. "Wait a moment. K. That bastard is using lime powder. It's too irritating. Can't open my eyes." At this moment, Zhao Cheng also successfully landed on the ground, thinking to himself that the death ritual awakened half a year earlier than him. Even though there was no significant upgrade in rank, but given his personality, he must have prepared quite a few tricks, and I didn't expect them to work so effectively here. Before I could do anything, two clones of Kwang Khan had already launched their attack. Zhao Cheng frowned and focused. His speed, not fast. "It's a clone." He launched a move, saying to himself, then cut one of his clone's limbs. Although they were attacked, they remained unharmed and continued to strike. Triuthan guessed, his movements not slowing at all. It seems the clone doesn't feel pain. He regained his composure and realized that only injuring the clone was useless. He had to completely control its movements. Zhao Cheng swung a horizontal slash, then cut you in half. When my clone was cut in half, Kwang Khan on this side suddenly trembled. His face darkened, and he shouted, "Triuthan, what are you doing to my clone?" You smile, change your attack direction, and in your mind, you calculate that cutting his clone will hurt the main body, which can't stay still and will become a target. So you must move immediately. Triuthan's target is that group defending and the nearby henchmen. Those henchmen are very worried. Triuthan is there. Quickly. Aim precisely. You frown slightly. A bit worried. It's too late now. The power-up effect won't last much longer. I have to hurry. He swiftly rushes past the henchmen, their screams echoing as their bodies are torn into pieces. After unleashing the deadly move, Zhao Cheng cursed inwardly. Every one of those guys just now, plus all the years you've been serving evil. Today, I will settle the score all at once. After you took down the gang, Kwang Khan and his clone appeared to surround him, standing there smugly. Finally, having caught the person. "You little brat," Kwang Khan scowled and cursed. "This time I will definitely not let him escape. I am a bit angry inside because he has already killed one of my clones. Before the time rewind ends, I can't afford to go back anymore. I must kill him on the spot now, or I will be the one to die." Kwang Khan's actions made Triuthan turn his face to look, his clone passing by your side, and Triuthan quickly lifted his leg to deliver a kick. Then, he raised the pain segment to block Kwang Khan's downward stab. At this moment, the effect of the self-control research one had ended. He looked at Zhao Cheng with a smug smile and said, "Kid, your attribute can increase your strength, but it doesn't last long. Judging by the power on your pain bar, your time is up." Kwang Gun jumps up, ready to strike, confidently saying, "People below level 10 only have one attribute. Now I want to see what you still have to block my attack. This slash has level 9 power. Let's see if you can still withstand it." Before striking, he laughed loudly, claiming he had already won. Zhao Cheng still appeared very calm, looked up and asked again, "Is that right? You activate the attribute. Self-control, researches 2 effects. Choosing the power increase of 450%, lasting for 3 minutes. Zhao Cheng strikes with a blow, causing Kwang Khan's weapon to shatter quickly. Seeing this, his face contorted in horror, eyes wide with fear. Feeling uneasy inside, how could this be? His strength even greater than before. On the opposite side, His face darkened as he focused his gaze and charged forward, saying, "This pain of mine, I wonder if you can still handle it." Triu Thon slashed across, cutting through Kwang Khan and his shadow, splitting both into two pieces. With a cold and sharp gaze, he continued, "Looks like you can't hold on anymore. The move Xia just used is the deadly Hon Kuyen Tramsat." He stands there solemnly after defeating him, and the space around now exudes a blood-red hue. In front of Tu Jia and the Lu family, there was the shadow of Triu Thon emerging from the smoke. He looked over. Stunned inside, Tu Thon. "You really did it." Lu Fuk also looked surprised and sighed. That kid has grown up to this level somehow. And the people around him also smiled in admiration. "Big brother, the juniors at your place are really impressive. Maybe today we truly have a chance to be saved." Da Ho now started to see things differently, whispering, "Ko Tu, you really did kill Ko Tu." Zhao Cheng stepped forward and responded, "Then it's your turn now." You lower your head slightly and say with dissatisfaction, "The crimes committed in this settlement over the years are finally coming back to haunt you." The great tiger laughed loudly. "How could I have committed such crimes? After the old man died. I've been managing here for so many years. It's true that many people have died in this settlement, but many others have also been added. In fact, I consider myself a hero of this ruined settlement." He kicked forward, hitting Cheng Huan in the face and causing her to bleed. Then she collapsed. And more. If it weren't for my reputation outside, this woman would have been taken by other settlement areas long ago. Tu Jia saw his mother being beaten, immediately raised his bow to shoot, daring to challenge the tiger. "Don't you dare hit my mother." As he finished speaking, the arrow was already released. Aimed straight at the tiger, he casually raises his hand to grab it, his confident and steady voice saying, "Do you want to blow my head off? With your strength, you're far from being qualified." Tu Jia was worried inside. He couldn't catch the stone he threw with his bare hands, because that attack also had a piercing effect that could see through weaknesses. Even the city wall would struggle to withstand it. Yet he still, the great tiger standing in the smoke, says loudly, "Let me teach you a lesson about what true strength is." After saying that, he proudly throws the arrow back at the assassin. He froze in place, eyes wide with surprise, realizing how fast and fierce the strength truly was. Just when it seemed like the assassin had been defeated, the fortress appeared to block his counterattack. "I saw you," and exclaimed, "City Lord." The City Lord stood there and responded, "Tu Jia, continue to fire smoke bombs to blind him. He's an awakened level above ordinary people. You must focus completely and use every trick to kill him." The imposter immediately agrees, and the two are preparing to face the real monster, the strongest in zone 226. But before he could do anything, the great tiger suddenly darted past the towering figure, its eyes flashing red. Its target was the false, and its hand was already reaching to grab his face. The great tiger presses the dummy's head to the ground with a darkened face and a sinister smile. Then hears a voice saying, "There's no way to let a pest like you interfere with the next fight." The city wall turned back in panic. The corpse. And with anger, the corpse slashed at him, shouting, "Great tiger." He quickly spun around, raising his arm to block this attack, and at the same time praised him. Indeed, his strength is terrifying. No wonder Kwang Khan was killed by him. He continued to exert force, his sinister face making a remark. "But people only rely on their awakening attribute to be powerful. I definitely haven't surpassed level 8 yet. If the other's level goes up a bit more, I probably won't be a match for him either." Truthan was forced down to his knees by his strength, and he secretly realized that his power was even greater than that of the Boskir wild boar. Even the great tiger secretly feels proud. This is the physical strength after surpassing level 10. A complete transformation compared to before level 10. He then continued negotiating, having already killed Huang Konvang Trio Tri Kiet. "So all your anger should be gone now. Join me, I will make you equal to me. In just a few days you will live a good life like never before." Truong Than shouted in response, "Absolutely impossible. You've already harmed many people. The population hasn't decreased, but everyone new coming in is just as evil as you." You keep shouting in his face. "Your recruits are all scum. They are your henchmen. Oppressing, seizing, looting, committing every evil act." Truthan's body thickened against Daiho's pressure, but he remained steadfast in his ideals. "I will never collaborate with someone like you to do something vile." The cold look in his eyes looked down with contempt. "So you want to be a hero?" Big Tiger shouted. "So I will make him complete." His whole body radiating intense lightning energy, pushing the body back. He warns that the brutality of the end times is not as simple as people think. Daho quickly laughed and continued speaking. "If we don't have a tough solution, our settlement would have been taken over long ago." He braced himself, activated his attribute, and the golden attribute reached its maximum effect, increasing his body, blood, and defense by 50% each. Truthon looked over and thought to himself, this is Han's first attribute, and he also activated the secondary fire attribute. Dai Huo states his reasoning. In this apocalypse, I protect useless kids like you. You just need to give me some supplies. A fair exchange. And yet you're still ungrateful. He frowned and asked, do you think everyone is as kind-hearted as that old man? The past scene appears now. A little boy rushing to the door, anxiously asking, Dad, did you get hurt again, fighting someone? He smiled then and told his son, Dad looks strong like this. In a few days, it'll all be fine. Moreover, these are not wounds but medals that protect everyone. Dad is the hero of the settlement. But then, Da Ho knelt right in front of his father's broken body, repeatedly calling out, Father. Yet, such a hero died tragically before my eyes. Returning to the present, Da Ho laughed loudly. So ridiculous. With no real benefit. Just meaningless thanks. Those wounds are not medals at all. Only a fool like my father would be proud of protecting useless kids like you, and hope to become a hero for that useless bunch. He jumps towards Truthon, energy radiating intensely, and in a deep voice asks, do you want to be a hero? The great tiger is determined to unleash his power, his body showing clear signs of brutality. I hate people like you the most. He sneers coldly with a crazed look, wanting to be a hero. Then go to hell and settle it there. Truthon crosses his arms in front of him, ready to block the attack from above. Dai Ho's strike descends like lightning and fury, illuminating a vast area. You look thoughtful. Your power unchanged. It seems his first attribute also didn't increase his strength. So be it. So he used the first tier rapid rebirth to reset all cooldowns, and then fought him to the death. Chu Cheng quickly activated the attribute, the golden gold attribute of the second order, which resets all cooldowns of the attributes. My own cooldown time of 30 minutes. Self-control research 1. Self-control research 2. And Bao Dao Not Kitch 1 have all been reset. You shout back. Fam Dai Ho. Don't think only newcomers have the power of attributes and can activate attributes. Self-research 1 and effect 2 increase power by 300% and last for 5 minutes. Truthon's surprise attack knocks Dai Ho backward. Gao started to worry. Can this kid still increase his power? After being knocked back for a while, Dai Ho looks at Truthon's burning body and wonders if he has awakened a burst attribute. He immediately charged forward, thinking to himself, I can't hide like I did against Kwang Khan. I have to go all out and not give him a chance to breathe. Dai Ho activates the attribute for Truthon, choosing self-research 2. Effect 2. Increasing strength by 450%, lasting for 3 minutes. He leapt into the air and swung a powerful sword strike, but Da Ho raised his weapon to block, the force making him bend his knees slightly and causing the ground beneath him to crack. He was worried inside. What's going on? His power suddenly exploded and increased several times in just a moment. Even the extreme divine realm of my territory has been shaken by his power to the point of pain, and there's no sign of stopping. At the same time, 3 swords, not yet mastered, strike towards the great tiger. His eyes widened in confusion. This can't be right. This kid has a problem. This is definitely not a power that an attribute can produce. Otherwise, there's no way I wouldn't be able to block a single strike from a conscious person who hasn't reached level 8. Dai Ho looked at the burning wound on his skin and wondered why the flames on his blade could still cling to him. This must be his devilish trick, not an ability from an attribute. Ga looked at Truthon's current momentum and immediately reminded himself that this kid was too unusual. If he kept dragging things out with him, he would definitely be the one to die. Dai Ho deliberately attacks the unconscious Tujia behind him, thinking that to beat him, he must use other tactics. That kid is a good tool that can be exploited. Dai Ho immediately tensed up, shouted loudly. Truthon, don't underestimate Lao Tu. Activate the attribute. The golden martial attribute increases strength by 30%. Truthon frowned as he looked over and realized that his second attribute had been activated, but it only increased his strength. It seems that in terms of attributes, I have a clear advantage over him. Then he continued rushing forward, clutching the pain in his hand, thinking to himself, if it's like this, then I might as well seize this opportunity to attack with full force and cut him down. Truthon put all his strength into this strike, aiming directly at Dai Ho. Ga is not someone to be underestimated, the kid thought to himself, and at this moment, he struck with too much force, forcing the old man to risk some injury just to seize a chance to catch his breath. Seeing Ga's actions, Truthon was a bit confused, wondering why he wasn't resisting. When he saw Dai Ho's arm cut off, he realized something was wrong. He deliberately cut his own hand to escape. Ga spun around, accepting the loss of his arm, and charged straight toward Tujia, who was unconscious. Daiho's remaining arm was already gripping his neck. Ga suddenly lifts the exhausted body high, aiming directly at the unconscious victim. Daiho turns to Chuthan, grinning fiercely. Damn it. It hurts so much. If I hadn't cut off one of my own arms, you are far from falling into the trap. Ga demands. Chuthan, release the hostage, or I will break his neck right now. You look over and reply, Fam Daiho, I didn't expect you to do such a cowardly thing. Daiho clenched his fists. Tujia's body trembled. He shouted loudly. Survival is the strongest in this apocalypse. Quickly release the artifact, or I will break his neck right now. Chuthan clenched his fists and thought to himself. Once he throws the artifact away, when the effect of the attribute line ends, he will no longer be his match. He hesitated inside, confused. But if I don't throw him away, Tujia will die right now. What should I do after all? Later. Lu Fux's voice rang out asking him, do you know why we've been holding back for so many years, and only now are we starting to resist? Daihu turned back and replied, isn't it because of this precious son of yours that your mother painfully died bit by bit? He also didn't say a word. She truly gave birth to a good son like you. He dismissively waved it off. Not because everyone felt indebted to you. These words leave Daiho stunned, appearing confused. Does he owe Tra me? The image of Tra from the past appears, along with Lu Fux's passionate declaration that he is a hero of all the residents in this settlement. He recounted that year, to oppose the plundering by Settlement 119 against us. He risked his life and sacrificed himself to prevent a greater tragedy from happening. Liu Fuk is heartbroken as he continues. And you are the son of a hero, even if you are rebellious and exploit us. We still grit our teeth and endure, because we once thought that you would change, that you would become like your father, and once again be the hero of this settlement. He looked at the guy and said, just like a year ago, I happened to overhear something. Back then, two subordinates were talking. You know, in just a year, our boss will move to settlement number 119 as deputy manager. This broken down place, once we've drained those people dry, we can just leave them here to fend for themselves. Lu Fuk angrily stood aside, listening quietly. And then we will rise up like the wind meets the axe. No longer needing to guard this broken place, growing wild vegetables and yams. That's right. District 119 is Dathan, which also has a pig farm. Once we get there, we'll be able to feast on pork to our heart's content. Back in the present, he shouted in Daiho's face. Are you really going to leave this place and become a dog for the enemy who killed your father? Your father was beaten badly by the people from Settlement 119 and didn't survive. Haven't you forgotten? He shouted back, silencing him. That's what he deserved. In this apocalypse, wanting to be a hero only leads to death. The great tiger coldly continued with force. I won't end up like that fool, buried alive in this damned place for the rest of my life. As long as I submit to them, I can enter a bigger world, and even have a chance to join the company. He shouted loudly and made a demand. Zhao Cheng, I count to 3. If you still don't throw down your weapon, prepare to say goodbye to Lu Tuda. As the countdown begins, Zhao Cheng feels uneasy and silently calls out his friend's name in his heart. Farewell. At the same time, a convoy of advanced vehicles with flags of District 119 is approaching them. Daho looked happy and said, it's the vehicle from Settlement Zone 119. The ones coming to pick up the old man. Triuthan is definitely dead. Hey! Number 119. Fam Daiho is here. Come help me deal with this rebellion. The armored car quickly approaches and stops in front of Daiho. Many people are getting out of the car fully armed, their bodies battered and broken. Triuthan feels worried inside, facing an unfavorable situation. And Tujia is still in his hands. What should I do to break this deadlock and save myself? Wait for revenge. Because if I retreat, Tujia, Chu Lu, and Di Chung will all surely die. I can't just abandon Tujia to go die. You stand there listening to Daiho's voice. But Triuthan, no matter how good he is at fighting, he laughed loudly with pride. Now my people outnumber him. That bastard's done for. From the car, the current manager of Settlement Area 119, Kwang Jiji, steps out, turns his head, and shouts, Hey, you punk. Are you calling out? Daho threw the dagger to the ground and turned to reply. It's me, Manager Kwang. What virtue do I have that I am so fortunate to see your true face like this? He ran over excitedly, surprised that His Excellency himself came to pick me up. Fam Daiho, truly must have accumulated good karma over many lifetimes to have such luck. Over here, Zhao Cheng nervously touches his nose and lets out a relieved sigh. Luckily still alive. He looked at the newcomers and thought to himself, That person is the manager of settlement 119 that Uncle Liu mentioned. So, the 119 settlement is a large community with thousands of residents. It seems that Pham Dai Ho really has sided with the enemies who killed my father. What a shameless traitor. Zhao Cheng felt a bit worried, making my current situation even more dangerous since this person's strength is even greater than Pham Dai Ho, even stronger than that red demon over there. With my current strength, I definitely can't defeat him. Gigi turned to Da Ho, her sharp eyes warning him. Hey, troublemaker, don't get close to me. I'm looking for someone. If you can't answer, I'll crush your head. He quickly lowered his voice and answered. Lord Kwang Quan, just say the name. As long as that person is still in this settlement, I will definitely bring them to you. But Dai Ho felt a bit uneasy inside. After all, Kwang Quan doesn't seem to recognize me. Even though he clearly told Loi Thi that he had mentioned my name in front of him before, he took the medicine from his subordinate and asked in a low voice. Is there anyone named Zhao Cheng here? He pointed at you and replied. Of course there is. That little brat is leading a rebellion and openly challenging the company's authority. Da Ho chuckled proudly. So Kwang Guan came to help me. That little bastard Zhao Cheng is definitely doomed. Gigi took a puff and asked, is Zhao Cheng starting a rebellion? Trying to seize control of this residential area? He immediately replied with an angry expression. Yes. It's him. He even took my arm. Manager Kwang, you must settle this for me. He looked directly at you and asked. The person is Triu Than. With no hesitation. You answered honestly. Yes. Gigi then looked at dismembered Ho's severed arm and said, if you're wondering, I remember that to become a manager you need to be at least a level 10 awakener. How could a kid with a mouth full of milk lose an arm? Dai Ho looked closely at him, trying to explain. Manager Kwang, you don't know. Before he could finish speaking, Gigi raised his gun to the side of Da Ho's face and shot, then walked away. A gunshot rang out, and he coldly said, Triu Than's identity has been confirmed. You're no longer useful. Gigi stepped in front of you and said, Triu Than, the obstacle in your way has been dealt with. Now let's talk about your rebellion. He looked at the group of Liu Fux's men with worry in his heart, knowing he came to take over the territory and to deal with Fan Daihu. So the next ones will surely be us. He threw the gun back to his subordinate and stepped forward to calm him down, saying, don't be so tense. A high-ranking figure has already issued an urgent order. The family ordered the managers of the nearby large residential areas to immediately take a person named Zhao Cheng to the Thuok Vien in residential area 226. So I came to help you. Zhao Cheng looked up suspiciously and asked how he could trust him. Gigi pulled out something and replied, Kid, you're too cautious. He raised that thing and continued. But the messenger said, as long as you see this, you'll believe immediately. You suddenly realize that it's Quan Tui's sensing needle, and she's the one who sent someone to help us. The image of Quan Tu appears alongside Trio Than's doubts, making him wonder about her background, something he has thought about before. Her background must be complicated, but I never expected she could command even the manager of a large residential area like Zone 119. Gigi snapped her fingers and continued. And that important person also gave you a few items, seeing the subordinates from Zone 119 still moving supplies. It's easy to tell they're carrying salted meat, salted fish, and flour. He also gave you an item. This is the management certificate for residential area 226. Is that troublemaker the manager of your group? Without this certificate, he wouldn't meet the company's standards and wouldn't be recognized. The identity card was presented to Zhao Cheng, and Gigi explained that now, as long as you accept this certificate, you will become the true manager of this residential area. Looking at the management certificate for residential area 226, he silently thought that Uncle Liu didn't hesitate to bring along the rebellious Huyen Day. Almost caused my family to fall apart just to gain this power. And now, it's right in front of me like this. Liu Fu over there speaks up. Zhao Cheng, take it now. You're the most suitable one right now. Holding the token in his hand, Zhao Cheng silently vowed that he owed Guantu a favor. He would find a way to repay her in the future. Gigi stands up, turns around and orders. Change the medical team. Save the people. The medical staff immediately rushes to follow the order. Gio. Huang Quan. He turned back to you and said, yes. That great person still has another item he wants to give you, but whether you accept it or not is up to you. Zhao Cheng looked up, his face puzzled as he asked what it was. Gigi replied, follow me to settlement area 119 to take part in an exam. You listen quietly in silence, and if you pass the test, you'll have a chance to join the company. Fan Thien Corporation is the savior that rescued the Eastern continent after the world fell into apocalyptic chaos thousands of years ago, and now, it has become the true ruler of the Eastern continent, overseeing all settlements, people, and lands. All ordinary people living on the eastern continent consider joining Fan Thien Company and becoming its employees a great honor, because joining this company is like stepping into heaven, providing food, shelter, security, and support items to help awakeners level up, such as tools and medicines. Everything that can be provided here is vastly different from what ordinary people have. Therefore, for everyone on the eastern continent, joining Fan Thien Corporation is the greatest wish of their lives. And it's not an exaggeration to call it a dream. Gigi, hands in his pockets. I said, you can either come with me to residential area 119 to take part in the trial, or stay here to be the manager of area 226. It's your choice. Becoming thoughtful, my sister was taken away by the company's people. I must find her. And now is a perfect opportunity, but you are looking at the injured being treated, the poor people far away. He looked at the elderly people standing there and thought to himself that someone needed to step forward now to calm everyone's hearts. Understanding the situation, Gigi turned and left, leaving a message saying, I understand now, so I will wait here for 2 days. I already said at most. After 2 days, I must get an answer from you. She smiled and watched him say thank you, while Gigi walked away, rubbing her chin and pondering this person, usually so ordinary, is actually quite remarkable. How could I possibly connect with such important figures? I just can't understand. But now, this contribution of support is already mine. He also has his own plans. Maybe as long as he keeps this little secret, he can get a few more promotions at the company. The scene shifts to that night, when a bonfire has been lit. Lu Fukte is injured, and loudly announced that everyone in the 226 residential area of West Kwang is already here. He looked at the people below and continued speaking, then announced some important matters. Lu Fu turned to look at him, and Trong Than had defeated those bastards, Pham Dai Ho and Kwang Kon, even recognized by the company. So we all agree that he is capable now. You quickly replied, Uncle Lu, the most suitable person to manage this settlement is you. Zhang Huan spoke up. Zhuang Cheng. The settlement needs strong people to protect it. And Uncle Lu is. Trong Than turned to her and everyone else and said, I want to find my sister. I can't stay here forever. Uncle Liu and a few uncles from the Liu family are all loyal people capable of protecting the settlement. Everyone discussed heatedly. And what Trong Than said was not wrong. In terms of age, experience, and background, Liu Fuxia is still more suitable than Trong Than, who is younger. Liu Fuxia's 2 younger brothers are also loyal and capable of protecting the settlement. He has a good character, always thinking of others, making him truly suitable to be the leader. He voiced everyone's doubts himself. But if I gained power, who can guarantee I wouldn't become someone like Pham Dai Ho? This made everyone feel worried. Pham Dai Ho's father is a hero of the settlement. But no one can guarantee what the future holds for Pham Dai Ho. Lu Fu said something hard to understand. It's time now. Zhang Hua looked up and nodded, then took out a law book, happily telling everyone my son likes reading. So do I. The book says that in ancient times, people ruled the country with law. I think we can do the same. Lu Fuk looked and continued. These are the 15 legal rules we discussed privately before deciding to oppose Pham Dai Ho. From now on, all of us must follow these 15 rules, and they will be revised and supplemented each year based on what has happened. The people seem excited to discuss the law. So is it still more useful than the manager? If that is the rule everyone must follow, I think it might be better than just doing whatever the manager says. Truthon quietly assessed. It seems that Uncle Liu really prepared a lot for today. Uncle Lu Fuk is educated. Even Tu Jia knows. They use their brains much better than me. He quietly placed the management certificate of Zone 226 near it, and Truthon left with the thought that now he could safely go look for his sister. From now on, there will be no more friends like Tu Jia. Only myself. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. You leave without saying a word. Do you think of me as your brother or not? Tu Jia keeps showing off again. Cheng Zi. Without me by your side, you wouldn't know how many traps you've fallen into or how many times you've been deceived. I really don't trust you. Truthon looked happy to see him and asked, Tu Jia, did you come to find me? Tu Jia pointed directly at his face and said, I came to find you. The younger sibling is here to go with you. Don't think you can rise alone. If you want to become a major figure, you need your younger sibling. Truthon asked nervously, are your parents also from that family? He puffed out his chest and replied, of course I can't bear to leave. So I'll sneak away. But don't worry. I left them a note saying I'll visit once I become famous. The beautiful image of Crass reappears in Tu Jia's mind, and he looks sorrowful, affirming that once I become famous and successful, I will definitely send for Xiao Ngok too. Truthon turned around indifferently and said, I think you should go back quickly. Later Uncle Liu and everyone will worry. He reached out to grab your robe and called you back. Cheng Zi. Tu Jia continued. There is a poem in the ancient texts. The eagle soars with the wind at dawn, flying straight for 90,000 miles. He firmly believes you are an eagle. But I also want to become like that. Tujia expressed his ambitions. The world is vast. And Lu Tujia doesn't want to be an unknown person. He clenched his fist with determination. The wind you stirred up as an eagle has ignited a fire in my heart. Those words of his really surprised Zhu Cheng as he looked back at his friend. You walk away and remind him that if he feels tired or suffering, he must not give up. Tujia immediately interrupts, saying, I won't blame you. But I'm afraid you'll just end up crying. He flicked a match from inside the car, lit a cigarette, and watched the two young men happily outside. He smiled, eyes full of anticipation, and sighed softly. It looks like a storm is coming. In the quiet night sky, the 119 convoy sped towards the base. Da Hua, driving the car, carrying the two of them, smiling and praising. Those two brothers are quite capable. I've been driving in the residential area for many years, and this was the first time working with Manager Kwong, clearly showing how much he cares about those two. Seeing Tu Da's somewhat sad expression, I silently thought that the time to leave was truly approaching. Tu Da will definitely still feel regretful. After all, he is different from me. He still has something holding him back there. I actually always had a question, but I wasn't sure whether I should ask it or not. He pondered inwardly. First, let's change the subject and shift Tu Da's attention a little. Maybe he will feel more at ease. Dehua looked over with curiosity. Xiaoka is talking to me, so just ask directly. I will tell you everything I know, for sure. Did you honestly ask if your District 119 manager really killed our previous District 226 manager? He chuckled after hearing the question, his voice a bit hesitant. Well, that. Tu Da worriedly cupped his face. Thon Tu tried to find something to distract him, but this topic is just too awkward. As soon as Thon Tu spoke, she shut down the entire conversation. Why is Thon Tu so straightforward about these things? Just as Tu Da thought, the three people in the car looked extremely awkward and a bit stiff. Dai Hoa responded. Actually, Manager Kwong didn't do such things. He became a manager about 6 or 7 years ago after killing the previous manager. And as for your previous managers, it was probably our former manager who killed them. Another confusing move from Tu Da. Seriously, did you really ask something and just get an immediate answer? Dai Hoa continued. Compared to the previous manager, who was obsessed with expanding territory, Manager Kwong focused more on internal development. Thanks to Manager Kwong's efforts, our prison area 119 has gone from being underfed to a place where we get to eat meat once a month. He recounted with a very happy expression. So everyone really admired the current manager Kwong. Cheng was surprised, as if he realized something, and then turned to ask. So if you can kill the current manager, you can become the new manager. Right. This makes Da Hoa feel a bit bitter inside. I just finished talking and you make that the main point. Even Tu Da could see how clueless you were. Thinking to himself, that too, you completely misunderstood the main point. At this moment, each city guardian sniffed around and detected something. You noticed the warning outside. There's a strong smell of blood in the wind, and wild monsters have already arrived. Dai Hoa is surrounded by many monsters targeting them. They growled, their eyes blazing red. And someone exclaimed, Is it a mutated wolf? Why is it a wolf again? Cho Thon corrected himself. It's a mutated dog, not a wolf. Mutated wolves are much larger and not stupid enough to attack like this. Tujia agrees. Yes, they are indeed mutated dogs. 2. You understand what they did there. The market shouted out. And they climbed up. Dai Hua immediately calmed everyone down and said, Don't be nervous. We've already encountered them once when we arrived here. Manager Kwong is much stronger than you think. In another vehicle, Gigi warned his subordinate to shut up, and the subordinate immediately obeyed. Took a breath, then released a mysterious aura. A fiery tiger's head appears, its blazing mane shining in the darkness of night. Gigi activates her golden beast roar attribute and shouts loudly, Get out. With her car as the center, a spiral of light radiates outward, covering the entire canyon and blasting the mutated dogs into the air. His severed ear healed. He realized with a start. That sound, it's an ability, Ziya also noted silently. An audio-based ability, he's strong. Da Hua seems quite used to this. She chuckles and says to the two of them, I told you so. Our manager Kwong is really powerful. The puppies die. The one that survives runs away in fear. Along with the scolding from the person from Zone 119, those stupid dogs really did run away again. Dogs are still just dogs. Even if they mutate, they are still just dogs, with Manager Kwong's elemental abilities. Dealing with those stupid dogs should be as easy as flipping your hand. Deputy Manager Bok Vin Fo from Residential Area 119, Level 25, spoke up. Big brother, that Chu Cheng is a distinguished guest of that big shot. Your recent action was somewhat provocative, but with your strength, you should have been able to control the sound waves a bit better. Gigi calmly responds with another question. So what if Han is just a white-faced parasite? Are you really planning to run and tattle to that big shot? He said dismissively that I've come this far, step by step. And I hate the kind of trash who only know how to take shortcuts. Bach Vin still felt a bit worried. But Gigi cut him off, saying there's no need for any of that. I won't lose my temper in front of Han. I know how to keep my composure in front of others. But behind their back, don't try to control what I do. He looked outside and continued. Gigi Kwang, I do want to take a step further. But there's no need to sneak around everything like this. As long as I still hold value to those important figures, they will turn a blind eye to all the petty issues. Soon they arrived at residential area 119. With bright lights above and vast fields below, the convoy entered the residential area. Sturdy and disciplined. Still lit up. With soldiers shouting, Manager Kwang has returned. Clear the way. They raised their hands in a respectful gesture. Manager Kwang has worked hard. Bach Vin led the two to their accommodation. But since all the houses in the residential area already had owners, they had to temporarily accept this place and stay here. Inside was a shabby room with 2 small beds. And I couldn't help but sigh, it's really too simple. Quite dusty too, only a little better than my house. And the ventilation hole there is small, so not much cold air gets in. Bach Vin takes out something from his coat and continues. You guys can review this tonight. This is the inspection guide issued by the company. He handed over a paper with many terms and conditions. I warn you, this inspection involves not only you guys but many others as well. While the young master quickly sat on the bed, Tujia stood there reading the information and thanking him. Then it really was a big help for me. I was worried I wouldn't remember if you just told me verbally. Bach Vin paid no attention to Truthan's actions and didn't care about our awkward reception. Even lying on such a bed seems normal for him. Could he really be a kept boy for a big shot? He then pointed outside and bid farewell to the two, saying, I'll go ahead now. If you need anything, just call out. There's someone on duty outside. Tujia responded. All right. Thank you for your trouble. He sat down, thumped his hand on the bed, and told Thun Tu that upstairs said the challenge was to clear a white-level dimensional dungeon. It's also pretty simple. The dungeon is limited to level 10 and below, probably only a bit stronger than our previous dungeon. Truthan looked over and asked if it was recorded, how many people participated, and how many were recruited. He widened his eyes and read through once before replying. That's not recorded. Images of mocking, smiling faces flash in Truthan's mind. You stated your opinion. So perhaps this challenge actually has 2 conditions for success. Either defeat the boss or survive among all the participants. Zizai continued reading and announcing. There is no clear number of participants listed here, nor any specific recruitment figures. Thantu's guess is very likely correct. Participants come from all over, and no one is willing to be the loser. So working together to kill and defeat the boss to pass the level is the only way. Truthan lay there and replied. After all, defeating the boss comes at a very high cost. I've been through it once before, but if you just want to sit back and reap the benefits, that's much easier. You remember Quan Tui asking you back then, who wanted both sides to fight each other, while you just sat back and gained the benefits. Truthan wondered if it was because of that saying. Why do I suddenly remember her expression? Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupted as someone asked Than Tu. But that expression clearly shows you're about to lose control, doesn't it? You remember that girl? Huh, you turn cold and walk away, pulling the blanket over yourself, telling her to sleep early because you have important matters to attend to tomorrow. I'm going back to my bed now and reminding my close friend. Let me tell you, at your age you're most easily moved. You must definitely control yourself. That girl, Master Truthan, didn't respond, just said softly that she wasn't one of us. You close your eyes and ignore those words. Just tell him to shut up and go to sleep. He turned to the other side, making an excuse. All right, if you don't want to hear it, I won't say any more. Just sleep. Sleep. Once we pass this challenge and get into the company, we will also become people of status. That Bak V Duong reports the situation. From my observation, he really has nothing to hide, but we can't rule out the possibility that he's hiding very well. Gigi closed his eyes and made a judgment. But it doesn't really mean anything. The judge, sent by the company, will arrive tomorrow. So if that kid really has talent, just show it to me, he asked with some curiosity. Boss, why do you care so much about that kid, Chu? Gigi recalled the scene, then took out a medicine and replied, I saw a few shadows of myself when I was young inside him, sharing the same innate talent, the same oppressed fate, and the same uprising against oppression. He suddenly stopped, then continued. But that kid has a great person calling him to help. While I didn't have that in the past, Gigi pressed the cigarette back into the pack. her tone somewhat reproachful. Maybe because she was a bit jealous of that bastard and paid more attention to him. He placed the medicine package on the table, wondering to himself if it was really like that. Cut to early morning the next day. The sun rising behind the mountain, ranges at base 119. The entrance to the instance for level 119 residential area. Accessible to levels 10 and below. Gigi stands there with her right arm silver vi, flanked by 2 rows of subordinates standing straight and orderly. Below, the participants of this instance are gathered, whispering among themselves. So this is the instance for this trial. With so many guards, Sector 119 is truly not ordinary. Standing at the back, she looked surprised, not expecting so many people to come, then continued speaking to herself. The awakening stones are quite valuable here, but in more affluent settlements they are not exactly rare. He turned to look at you. But in contrast, those who can reliably pass the dungeon are truly rare. Gigi finally spoke up. Clearly you all understand the rules now. Just survive the dungeon and come back here. Being able to earn the right to join the company. As for the benefits after becoming an employee, I don't need to say much more. I believe you all understand. He calmly said to everyone, good luck. Then he looked at the gate with a determined gaze. Zijia warned you that Chengzi and the Kuang family are watching us. Chengzi is provoking us. Then the group moved quickly toward the gate to enter the dungeon. They rushed in, shouting to each other, hurry up, get the monsters, and you can gain experience and level up. Originally, you had to submit a supply voucher to enter the dungeon, but here it's free. What's not to like? With so many people, you might not even get the monster if you try to steal it. If you can't fight, just admit defeat and run away. Tujia wondered. Provoking. What is he doing this for? Even he himself finds it hard to understand. But maybe he will be the one to give us the answer. You didn't understand, so you keep questioning whether it's real or fake. Tujia nonchalantly replies, I don't know. He acts like he's just fooling around, but he's so confident about it. From the distant tower near the gate, a person in a Chong shirt stood there with his subordinates. Watching the group entering the dungeon, the man behind her reminds her, young lady, please don't reveal yourself in front of so many people. Old Da won't be happy. She immediately replied, I know. I won't take off my hat. I am the judge for this exam. Just here to observe the situation for a moment. Inside, among the many deep and dangerous caves, the chatter continued without stopping. Already guessing that this time, the dungeon would definitely be a cave type. Don't waste time. Choose a cave quickly and go in. The evil energy is corroding everywhere. There's no time to hesitate. A young man with a spiritual affinity makes his choice. I choose the left cave, as that is my lucky direction. Tujia looks around and then asks, Than, Tu, which side are you going? Just then, a hand reached out and a voice echoed from behind, finally finding the 2 of them. No one else but Dai Hoa. He grins widely, clutching his fists and affirming that fate truly brought them together. The 2 images of the woman, Chua, Than, Ka, Bat, Ngo, Nhn, Sanghoi, La Ana, Tujia Kung Thak Mak, Tai Xe Dai Ta, Sawana Kung Vao De Roy, Dai Hoa Gai Dao Boy Roy. For this test, even the people from residential area 119 are allowed to participate. I also want to take a chance to secure a better future for my wife and children. He suggested we form a group to support each other. What do you think? Tujia looked over eagerly, signaling wildly, but only to be met with his friend's foolishness. Tujia's eyes show suspicion, as if there's a scheme behind it. Could it be that this driver is an assassin arranged by that Kuang guy? He looked at Chiu Cheng with anticipation, thinking, Than Tu, you understand what I mean. Right. Then suddenly, he nodded, making the Grim Reaper smile with satisfaction. Than Tu understood he would refuse to let the driver join as he wished. But at this moment, Chiu Than spoke seriously. We can let you join the team, but you have to pay us 200 item tokens. He moved closer to you with a puzzled look. Is that what you mean? Da Hua nodded without hesitation, clenched her fist in agreement. No problem at all. 200 is 200. I can drive for Manager Kuang and still get paid 801 a month. The 2 of them became a group. While in the distance, a mysterious shadow was secretly watching them. The girl on this side looked over with an astonished face, quietly realizing that his aura was different from others. My ability allows me to smell it. I didn't expect him to be someone with a light attribute power. Tujia said, Fine. So now we are a gang. He's the boss. I'm the second. And you're the third. Dai Hua replied. Got it. We're forming a gang now. I accept. He thought to himself. Gang. Just hearing it sounds kind of intimidating. The mysterious girl continues to follow them silently, carrying the aura of the light attribute. If I join their gang, my chances of survival will be much higher. But I'm not good at talking to strangers. The images of her loved ones looking hungry flash through her mind. Everyone is waiting for me to return. I can't die here. She clenched her fists, her eyes full of determination, telling herself that Hua Tuoman, the one carrying the hope of the entire settlement, must overcome her shyness and become stronger. Tu Da turned to ask Da Hua if he had been to this dungeon before, since there are quite a few side paths here, and rushing in recklessly could be dangerous. You're likely to run into that big monster soon. You just got in the way earlier. And now we're already far behind the other participants. He scratched his head in confusion. This dungeon just appeared not long ago, and the major figures inside said it was quite dangerous. I wouldn't dare go. Tuzia, hearing Song's performance. The deeper we go inside, the worse the visibility indeed becomes in this environment. If you encounter a monster, the only way is to face it head-on. This dimension dungeon suits my style perfectly. Confrontation is always the plan. Da Hua listened and could only marvel. Little brother, you are truly incredible. If it were me alone, I would have already given up and gone back by now. Feeling overwhelmed inside, Tu Da could only scare the unknowing driver. Suddenly, he spoke up to warn that something was coming, becoming unarmed and defenseless, gripping the sword tightly, in front of the astonished eyes of his two teammates. Xiaoman here is worried. Did he realize it's me? Should I go over now? Will they see me as an enemy? If I go out now, what should I say? The stone wall suddenly moved, and continuous warning sounds rang out. It's coming. On the wall and on the ground too. Next is a level 7 with silver claws. And finally, a level 8 fierce beast with sharp claws, looking more majestic and powerful with its iron armor. Xiaoman let out a small sigh of relief, realizing she was talking about the monsters. Not me. Turning to remind them. Level 6. 7. 8. Tu Da. The driver. The two handle the tall one and the fat one. Leave the muscular guy to me. Holding him off is enough. I'll come help you both, right after I deal with him, they said in unison. Okay. And Tu Da added. Cheng Tu. Our levels are clearly lower. If we follow your instructions and you get held up by that 8th level guy, the two of us will definitely die. Da Hua wondered. Little brother. So what do you think we should do now? Hearing that, he felt a sense of pride inside. Yes. That was exactly the look. It's my turn now. Liu Tu Da. Get on the horse. Tu Da replied. There is a story in ancient books called the Tianji horse racing. We can imitate that Tianji. Use our lower-tier horses to hold back their superior horses, then quickly eliminate the enemy's lower-tier horses with our superior horses. An Soa continued. Once our high-grade horses defeat the enemy's low-grade horses, they can immediately support our low-grade horses. From then on, the battle quickly ended. These words are a bit confusing. Low-tier horses. High-tier horses. There are really many horses. He turned to ask. Little brother, wait a minute. How do we distinguish here who is a superior horse and who is an inferior horse? Tujia replied. Of course. It's based on the level. High level means a noble horse. Low level means a common horse, so the low-tier horse on your side is you. Huh. He just chuckled softly in response. While everyone was still assigning roles, the level 8 fierce beast charged forward to attack. Tujia was worried, swallowed hard, and his eyes widened in shock. Chua Thon pointed over there and asked again. You fight it. I'll step back. I can't win. Just do as Chin Tu said. The group of monsters charged together, and I felt a bit cautious, having just encountered level 8 monsters. This dungeon is definitely more dangerous. Zhu Cheng raised his injured arm to block the attack from the beast. In the previous dungeon, even Lord Lang was only level 5. Over here, Tu Jia Duongno is ready to shoot. Big brother driver. Protect me. I will aim for their eyes. You let go and hit the two weaker ones, knocking them back. Dai Hua sighed. They're done. Little boss. Your aim is perfect. He turned around and saw Tujia desperately running back. I called out. Run after me quickly. We must widen the gap with them. Tujia thought to himself. At least I can no longer let Vuong Tranthan die. I must use my strengths to help him control the situation. What happened last time is a shame I will never forget. On the other side, Kwang tries to level up to 8 while Truongthan is engaged in a fierce battle. The beast's eyes flickered. It growled a few times, and a fierce intent arose in its mind, clearly sensing that the man in front of it was not someone easy to deal with. Immediately, Kwang tried to activate the attribute, Demonic Strike, with the green copper attribute, increasing damage by 15% and speed by 15%. He was surprised to realize it was its attribute. After activation, its claws shine brightly, increasing damage and speed. Truongthan immediately activates the Fire Demon Flame attribute. He shouted, seeking to determine the winner. Just as I wanted. after the beast's cry. Its head was severed from its neck, and your attack successfully defeated it in a single strike. Truong Thon stood there thinking that the two attributes from self-control research had made my physique far surpass what my current level should have. This kind of low-level monster is no longer a match for me. The system display shows the level 8 claw of the test has been destroyed. Activating the absolute guiding attribute. Experience gained increased by 75%. Advanced to level 7. Current experience at 34%. He turned back, worried about his teammates, whose death level was still very low, and needed to hurry and help them. Two lower-level monsters are continuously attacking the two people over here, and Dai Hua is holding Tujia's waist while pulling him away. Keep shooting at them. Big brother driver. Keep running. Don't stop, he replied. Little brother, just stay calm, Chuancheng quietly thought. Brother Cheng, the situation with their driver is better than I expected, and the driver keeps driving again. He secretly thought no. There's something wrong with the running speed of those two fierce beasts, compared to the one I killed. Their speed is at least 30% slower, but their strength level isn't that high. Their maximum speed increase per level is only 5%. Truo Thon noticed their appearance. Why is their nose so flat? Could it be that someone is secretly using an attribute, ability to interfere with their sense of smell? Truo Thon observed the situation and thought silently. The one in the shadows has stepped in to help, at least indicating he currently has no intention of attacking us. He clenched the spear and thought to himself, so after killing the remaining two rats, his team would come and ask for an explanation. Suzy kept shooting arrows on this side, identifying their weak points. The level 7 horned beast was struck and cried out in pain, echoing throughout the dungeon. The other one was also quickly attacked and looked extremely miserable. Dahua spoke up praising him, saying, "Old man, your aiming skills are really not bad at all. I'm flattered by the praise. But as a person who has awakened the gold attribute, those tiny little mice are not worth mentioning. The tiny mice communicate with squeaks. If this continues, he'll shoot them dead. We can use that to our advantage." Tujia wondered why they suddenly stopped, puzzled. And then the two fierce beasts unexpectedly started digging right in front of the two people. He suddenly shouted a warning. Something's wrong. They're about to burrow into the ground. Dai Hoa wondered. What just happened? Hurry up and run. Old brother. They're planning to ambush us. Suddenly, a beast shot out from the cliff, and the two stared up in shock, shouting, "Damn it. It's too late." While Da Hoa kept running non-stop, the monsters formed a pincer attack from above and below. He looked so pale with worry. "It's over. My condition. My wife will kill me." Xiao Man here also widened her eyes, terrified inside. This is bad. He immediately unleashed a burst of dark aura, thinking to himself that he had to use all his strength to help them, block those two rats, and activate the special golden attribute of the Hu Jiak Tao control technique. The fierce claw on this side immediately pinched its nose, trembling as it cursed quietly. Oh no! The other one was no different, trembling and collapsing, constantly vomiting. Truthan observed everything so far, seized the opportunity and prepared to act. But at this moment, he swiftly moved and cut down the two mice above. Then he quickly swept past his two teammates, instantly taking down the mouse below. Truthan activated his trait, gaining an additional 75% experience as the absolute leader, boosted further by the Eternal Evolution book. Your current experience is at 85%. Truthan thought to himself, killing 3 monsters but still not leveling up, even with the absolute lead. Indeed, the higher the level, the harder it is to advance. Big Flower immediately ran over crying. "Ta, you're here now. From now on I'll call you CA. You are the one who saved my happiness." Tujia from afar said, "It's just a matter of 1 or 2 moments. Look at him. He's scared. He's really hopeless." He was surprised to realize that his experience had increased from level 4 to level 5, and Tujia looked extremely happy, punching the sky. "Thon 2. I leveled up. I'm level 5 now." The market town has concealed its aura and turned to speak. "Friend, Data has already helped. Now you can reveal yourself." Hearing that, Tujia wondered. "Thon 2. Is there someone else here?" Dai Hoa had the same question. "Who is that friend?" Xiao Man nervously stepped forward, waving her hand with a bitter smile. "So you had figured me out from the start." Tujia blushed with delight. Indeed, she is a young lady, but honestly I had already realized it myself. Hearing that, he turned to question. "You also noticed?" Dai Hua looked suspicious inside, but just now he clearly looked just as fierce as me. Cheng Cheng smiles kindly and says there's no need to be tense, since he stepped in to help. He must not be an enemy. Xiaoman listens and nods. "And we thank you for what just happened. Consider it us owing you one." Tujia continued to look puzzled and asked, "So this young lady helped us just now?" Daihua replied, "I don't know either. You explained to the two young men over there that those strange rats slowed down just now because she secretly helped you. Otherwise, you two would have been hurt, at least a little." Tujia stared in surprise. "So that's how it is. I told you so clearly that the little rat was about to catch us, so why did it suddenly stop? My heart is filled with gratitude. This little sister has truly saved my life." Cheng Cheng looked at her and added that if they meet again in the future, and if it's within their ability to help, they will definitely assist with all their might. Xiao Man clenched her fists. As if suppressing something, the three of us turned away and waved goodbye. "Now we have to hurry and leave. See you later. Hoa Tu Man. Once you miss this chance, it will be hard to get another one," she thought to herself. Then Xiaoman nervously asked, "Can I go with you?" From saying goodbye with a smile to thinking to myself, Cheng Tzu really is born with a charm that attracts girls. Which is also good. Having a new girl join might help Cheng Tzu let go of his fantasies about that noble young lady. Da Hua quickly said to defend her. "Ca. She just helped us, and she's a girl. So why not let her come along too?" Chung Chung isn't in a rush, warning her that we're about to challenge the boss, which is very dangerous and could cost us our lives. Xiao Man replied with determination. "I know. I came here to join the company too. I am not afraid of death." She has become a new girl in the 347th residential area waiting for me to bring food back. She finally made a final plea. "If I can't do that, it will be more painful than death." Tuman clenched her fists, her voice full of plea. "Please let me join you all." But Qiu Thun suddenly refused. "Sorry, no." This left the other two people completely stunned, secretly wondering why it was so different from what I had expected. Xiao Man asked, "So can you tell me why not?" "First, I can't guarantee your safety, so I can't make any promises. Second, once you join us, you'll become very noticeable. On the contrary, that might not be a good thing for her. Third, Kwang Jiji in Settlement 119 is considered a good person. If you girls in the settlement need supplies, just make a request to him, and he will definitely help out to some extent." She listened and asked with wide eyes, "Is everything you said true? Or are you just criticizing my weakness? Or is there some other reason?" Chuthan replied that her abilities must be very special, so she couldn't be weaker than my two companions. Whether she believes it or not depends on her own judgment. Tu Gia, annoyed by being overshadowed, complained irritably, "How dare he look down on me?" Daihua sighed and accepted it. Compared to him, we are truly too weak to describe. Xiao Man had to leave. "I understand now. Thank you for telling me this. You are also a good person. I hope we can meet again." Tujia turned to tease. "I can see that you have quite deep and loyal feelings for that wealthy young lady, even rejecting a good girl like her." Chuthan quietly continued forward, praising Tujia. "You're not weak at all." Hearing this, he was pleased and nodded, knowing well in his heart that you speak with certainty. Da Hua saw them like that and inwardly admitted that the relationship between the two of them was indeed extraordinary. Like Big Brother Kwang and Big Brother Bok, those who truly follow sincerely will indeed be, as Big Brother said later. He also has doubts in his heart about being a male escort for a big shot. Tujia stepped forward and whispered, "Thuntu, I have one more thing I'm very curious about." Chuthan directly said, "You want to ask why the driver was allowed to join? Right. You honestly answered right away because he was placed here by Kwang Jiji, which surprised you and left you speechless." Chuthan added that although the intentions of Kwang Jiji were unclear, a driver could control a vehicle carrying valuable supplies. It must be his trusted confidant. He sent his trusted person here, which at least shows he values us. Tujia paused in deep thought. But why was he doing that? Suddenly, he stumbled over something. He knelt down and wondered what it was. How dare it block the way of this young master? In front of him is a corpse with bulging veins, protruding eyes, and a face full of terror, suggesting that this person must have encountered something extremely terrifying before dying. Daihua panicked, pointing at the corpse and exclaiming, This is someone from our residential area. She is quite powerful. I heard she has already reached level 9, and she came here with a group. So how could she have died here?" He suspects that the monster inside this place might be much stronger than the one outside. Chu Cheng sat down, observing and assessing. There were injuries caused by monsters, but the fatal wound was inflicted by a sharp human weapon. Than, too. Look here. In a crevice inside the dungeon, there are many corpses with similar injuries to the one just now. You keep talking. So many people dead. It looks like someone deliberately hid the bodies here. Dahua realized that it was the team they had formed together, and unexpectedly, everyone in it had been killed here, even including a person with heightened awareness among them. Chu-thon concluded that someone clearly ambushed them while they were injured. As there are still traces of human weapons on their bodies, I had already anticipated something like this. But for it to happen here is too soon. So there's still one more possibility. You speculate that the one who killed them is their enemy, from Settlement 119. It seems that your Settlement 119 is not as united as it appears on the surface. Dai Hoa looks worried, voice trembling a bit. This thing. Suddenly from above. Tran Hang. A giant drill is coming down. Beira warns. Thun 2. There's something above. A level 10, fierce-headed beast. An elite-level monster. That drill is actually coming from its forehead. Dai Hoa exclaimed in fear. A level 10 monster. Could it be the one that just attacked them earlier? It spun around in a circle, aiming its drill horn at him. Thon quickly ran over, threw Dai Hoa aside, shouted to dodge, and raised his sword to block it. After the collision, they both flew back in opposite directions, and he silently assessed that the force was too strong, not inferior to the red demon from before, and this was only an elite monster in this dungeon. Nearby, a hand quietly placed on the rock wall. Watching, they have tattoos on their faces, one with the character for death, the other with the character for fate. The one with death is named Truong though, and he squints and says, "Isn't that Truong Dai Hoa? Is that the family clan of Manager Kwang?" The one with the name Du Yen, named Qian Kong Gao Mei, replied. Just like before, waiting for both sides to fight to a draw before taking action to kill them all. The beast with a fierce head suddenly lunged at them, and the death cry echoed. What is this? Is it still a mouse? He widened his eyes and shouted in horror. Is it also related to mice, besides the scaly head? Chu Thon pondered. If my guess is correct, the killer is waiting for them and the monster to fight to the death. They just finished him off. So the killer must be someone cunning and skilled at using deception. You are a clever monster. Secretly thinking that the killer is still hiding somewhere in a cave. Secretly watching us. Chu Chengwen frowned and thought, to prevent him from disturbing the boss fight behind. It's best to deal with him right here. You rush in to attack. First, using this monster to stage a good show. Lure it to strike. Chu Thon shouts death. Its weakness. You slide away, thinking to yourself, first pretend to be injured. Lure him out. Then counterattack and kill him. This is how my sister taught me to kill wild mutated vultures. And it's very effective here too. Tujia raises his bow, immediately activating his attribute, and guarantees to identify the weak point. He responds to your words. Thun 2. Look at where I am aiming. When the arrow was shot, the blood of the elite beast only decreased by 1%. Chu Thon realized its weak point was right in the middle of its back. You need to be careful. Control your strength. You can't really kill it. If you show too much power, they won't come out. Chu Thon swiftly dodged past it with a strike, causing the agile beast to lose 15% of its blood. He secretly thought that while attacking, he would also intentionally reveal his own weakness. The beast roared and swung its left horn towards Chu Thon, causing him to suffer a blow and fall backward. Tu Jia called out worriedly. Thon 2. You're worried and shooting. Exclaiming, damn it. How dare you hurt my lord. Damn your mother to hell. Dai Hoa quickly reached out to stop him. Little Cao. Doing that will attract its attention. But it was too late. The arrows had already been shot. The injuries are minor, just scratching the itch of the cunning beast. It turns back to look at them, with its red, hollow eyes. Man Thu turned around, facing the two of them directly. Each arrow shot only made it lose less than 1%. Dai Hoa shouted in worry. It's over. It's looking this way. It roared and charged at Tu Jia with its sharp teeth. But he still stood there, fighting helplessly. Truthon, overwhelmed with worry, ordered him to run, and he hesitated. It seems that Tu Jia really thought he was injured and wanted to risk everything to fight the monster. But if he reveals the truth now, his plan will fall apart. Truthon watched the monster about to strike his close friend, and silently scolded himself for not being in better shape right now. Tu Jia is still about to shoot. Too fast. No wonder he could hurt the monster. But I'm not afraid of you. You little rat brain. Dahua keeps holding his waist and runs away, while reminding Xiao Ka to be careful of it. Where the beast strikes down, a large hole appears on the ground. The explosion is too powerful. He warns Tu Jia and Tu Ka. Are you crazy? That is a level 10 monster. He stood up fiercely, daring to hurt my brother. I won't forgive it. Tu Jia kept raising his bow and shouted, You damn rat. Just wait. Dai Hua was stunned, thinking their bond was even stronger than I imagined. Clearly a friendship of life and death. But Tu Jia's bullet, besides scratching, also served to attract its attention. Each shot fired at its head started to activate and spin. The beast continued to change direction and charge toward the two of them. Dahua was once again overjoyed but worried it's coming back this way. Tujia looked surprised. Damn it. Driver. How are you so fast? You're not just a 5-star level. This speed is even faster than the City of Death itself. Dahua honestly says, sorry little brother. I lied to you all. He revealed the truth about the level. Actually, I am level 10. And moreover, my awakened attribute is excellent, increasing my speed and agility. But now there's no time to explain. If we survive, I will tell you everything. Hearing that, he eagerly raised his bow to shoot. All right, driver, since you're my driver, I'll make that drilling mouse die of exhaustion. Dressed in a cold expression, the beautiful woman replied with a pleased smile. Don't worry, leave it to me. Tujia keeps firing non-stop, shouting without stopping. The drill mouse. Let's see if your father can shoot someone dead. The blood of the beast drops little by little, but it still keeps rushing toward the two of them. He remembers the scene where Chuthon was injured and thinks to himself, even though he currently has the advantage, it's truly heartbreaking. He remembered the scene where Chuthon was injured and thought to himself that although he currently had the advantage, Thon Tu had taken a direct hit. We can't delay any longer, he needs urgent treatment. Losing too much blood will be fatal. I must quickly kill this reckless rat now. Tujia fumbled to find a bullet in his pocket but was startled to realize it's over. No more bullets left. Next to him, Trong Tho sneered as he threw a stone. You stupid rat. Being led around for half a day and still not resolved. Let me help you out. Han aimed directly at Dai Hoa's ankle. It's a bit confusing that he was hit. How could this be? Where did this stone come from? The two of them fell to the ground together, just as the beast lunged towards them. Although in danger himself, Tujia still shouted anxiously for his friend, Thon Tu, to run away, while Dai Hoa stood frozen in worry. It's over. At this moment, a powerful strike aimed at the spirit hero monster erupts with a blinding flash of energy. Chothon delivers a powerful strike, and an alert immediately appears, indicating that all level 10 fierce beasts have been defeated. You stood in front of the two of them, turned around and smiled. I haven't run yet, so how can I run? Tujia gratefully called out to the two of them. Thon Tu, Chothon, now sits amidst the dust and smoke, his mind full of schemes, knowing that the more miserable he looks, the more the hidden killer in the shadows will rejoice. Just now, Tujia's reaction was a bit exaggerated, but it looked very genuine, because only by showing enough vulnerability could he truly provoke him into making a move. Tujia asked anxiously, Cheng Tu, are you okay? Dai Hoa also secretly admired you. Even after being seriously injured, he can still kill a level 10 monster. This young man's talent for combat is extraordinary, and he will become a great figure in the future. Chung Chung pretended to be calm, sitting there smiling back, reassuring himself, I still can't die. He thought, leveling up will bring benefits. I've already triggered the effect once when I kept fighting the Crimson Demon, and after defeating a level 10 elite monster with the bonus from leading, I should be level 8 now. Activating the attribute, leading the way with outstanding traits. The attribute shines brightly, gaining an additional 75% experience, as the system notifies you of experience gained from defeating monsters. The elite, the strongest test, has increased experience by 75%, leveling up from level 7 to level 8. This information makes you slightly startled, your eyes brightening. The Eternal Evolution book appears. Choose one of the 3 attributes below Fire Decay Refinement. Golden Attribute. Effective or unclear. Dungvu. With the Gold Attribute. Effective. 30% increased strength. Autonomous Research. With the Gold Attribute. Effect unclear. Special warning. This is the final link in the self-research chain. Once obtained, it can activate the attribute chain fusion, silently making a choice. This time I can only choose self-control, research and attribute chain fusion, both of which I don't know but are definitely extraordinary. A normal person after awakening their initial attribute must reach level 10 to gain a new attribute. Therefore, an ordinary awakener must reach at least level 30 to collect all 3 keywords in a chain. But now, you have collected the entire self-research attribute chain. Does the system allow you to activate the attribute chain fusion? Without hesitation, Chuthon makes a decision to fuse. At this point, I've already become a freak among freaks. Level 8 can now activate attribute chain fusion, which means I have directly gained a powerful attribute that should only be attainable at level 30. Various colored lights appear, merging attribute chains and flickering on and off. Let's see what you will create through this fusion. Saying goodbye and quietly observing your state. Thon Tu has leveled up again, and leveling up truly helps heal some of the wounds. Now that I see he's probably no longer a threat, there are a few other issues we need to deal with. He glanced at Dahua, who is with Kwang Jiji, and apart from hiding his level, he shows no hostility. He even helped by pulling us out of danger. So what is his true purpose for following us? Seeing that expression, he quickly took out an item and said, "Little brother, my wife gave me this before we came in. Do you want to bring this dried meat to the big brother so he can recover his strength? So, why did you hide your level from us? It can't be for trivial reasons, like just helping out of kindness or chivalry, right?" Dai Hua slightly lowered his head, his voice trembling a little. Actually, too. Just at this moment, the longevity thug jumps out looking extremely vicious. 1 badly injured. 2 useless guys. It's the perfect opportunity for our brothers to strike. Din Qian Kong responded, following the order of Elder Dahak Loi to kill everyone at the summoning point 119. Only then did Dai Hoa realize the danger. His eyes wide with shock as he exclaimed, "Who are they?" Where our brothers strike down, a beam of light appears. He activates the golden attribute, Ultra Speed, with 30% agility, and swiftly dodges backward. Dai Hoa realized that the Loi family brothers are you. Trongtho sneered. "Truong Dai Hoa. You run much faster than those guys earlier." "Impressive," Qian Kong continued. "If not, you will also end up like them and die." Their information appears on a screen. Loi Trongtho, the awakened resident of Zone 119, currently level 10. His identity is a trusted subordinate of He Li, deputy manager of Zone 119, and the eldest brother of the Loi brothers. Loi Qian Kong, the awakened person of Zone 119. His current level is 10. His identity and trusted subordinate of He Li, deputy manager of Zone 119, is the younger brother of the Lei brothers. Dahua frowned and said, "So you were secretly ambushing and killing people from our settlement, slaughtering our compatriots. Manager Kwong won't let you get away with this." He frowned and asked what was going on. "Are these 2 people acquaintances from your residential area?" He replied, "They're acquaintances but not exactly. They are not with Manager Kwong, but with He Li." Hearing a new name, he immediately wondered, who is He Li? A fierce face appears, along with Dai Hoa's explanation that He Li is actually the deputy manager of our settlement. He and Manager Kwong used to be allies, but now they are almost enemies. He frowned and continued, because he and Manager Kwong have completely different ideals. He longs to expand and fight, making him a fierce and aggressive person. After hearing this, he thought to himself that Hak Loi might actually be Kwang Gigi's biggest rival in Settlement 119. In fact, it's very likely that he secretly conspired with Pham Dai Ho to make promises and trade with Y. You secretly think that if this guess is true, then Han also bears responsibility for the exploitation of the residents of District 226. Truthan decided. So this debt must also be settled with him. Den Trongtho rushed forward, shouting, "Our boss doesn't need a dying fool like you to tell him what to do." Qian Kong continued, "Kill them, and the boss's reward will increase once more." Dahoa quickly grabbed her bag and rushed toward the upper passage. "We'll explain everything later. But for now, we must survive and escape from these 2 crazed men." A spider web appears in his hand and shoots toward the sealed cave entrance. Trongtho smugly says, "With my attribute power, you can't escape." He activates his attribute, Spider Silk, with a bronze attribute, consuming stamina, shooting out extremely sticky spider silk. The higher the level, the greater the toughness of the silk. This makes Dai Hoa worried. It's over. The cave is sealed. And this spider silk is very sticky, which will limit my speed. He looked back. With no speed advantage, I definitely can't be the match for those 2 brothers. Trong Tho shouted loudly. Trong Dai Hoa. Remember to follow a good senior. Cut off his head. Then go to the boss to claim your reward. Dahoa gathers his strength in his hand, veins bulging as he shouts, "Sorry, little brother." Then he throws a farewell straight at Xiaothon with such force that the ground and rocks shatter. Dahoa drew his weapon and told the 2 of them, "Little brother, big brother, you are the ones who will make great achievements. But when I risk my life against them, you 2 should find a way to run away." He rushed towards the Loi brothers, entrusting them with a message. "If you survive, tell my wife and daughter that I, Trong Dai Hoa, am not a coward." Trong Tho coldly said, "Don't worry, I will help you tell them." The arrogant Qian Kong clenched his fists and insisted, "We've killed people, and we'll kill them all." Just when Dahoa was in danger, 2 stones were thrown at the Loi brothers, making them furious. How bold! Who dares to ambush and play tricks? Who is it? Are they seeking death? Those 2 turn around and transform into long forms, feeling a bit confused inside. The pain is too heavy. This dimension instance can only be entered by those below level 10. But clearly this power has already exceeded level 10. Elder Trong Tho looked down and asked, "Kid, You're already this badly injured and still want to interfere with the affairs of Settlement Zone 119. He looked at Trong Thon's appearance and silently judged that this person was seriously injured. Probably just talking tough. Trong Tho chuckled coldly, plotting to delay a little, waiting for him to be seriously injured and not treated, then seizing the opportunity to cut off his head. But it was too late. You speak up. The talented driver is our friend. I don't like seeing my friend die in front of me. So this is not a matter of indifference. Dahua was deeply moved after hearing this, realizing that the elder truly considers someone as insignificant as me a friend, even while injured. He also didn't choose to abandon me. Manager Kwang. Someone like him can't be just a small character supported by a big figure. Clearly, he's a talented young man just like Nai. Trong Tho sneered, gathering a bright energy in his hand. You brat. You're badly injured now. This is an internal matter of our Settlement Zone 119. Don't interfere in other people's affairs. But since we are in a good mood right now, we'll forgive you this time. So I advise you to quickly lead your henchmen and get out of here. Zhu Cheng ignored those words, stood up and called out, Tujia. He immediately understood, looked and smiled in response. Got it. Tujia points forward and says, sorry. Right now, my brothers and I are in a very bad mood, and we don't intend to let you survive and get out of here. Changshao calmly replies that it seems they'll have to deal with them first, while Jiankong furiously shouts to kill them all. Anyone who opposes them must die. Han appears very confident. Kid. Heaven has its paths, but you refuse to take them. Hell has no way out, but you keep rushing in. And Truong Tho is calculating in his mind. Since they want to seek death, let's deal with them first. And then it's not too late to handle Chuang Dai Hoa. Although the force was very strong, Han's wounds were also severe. If we truly risked our lives, only we would come out on top. Then, strands of glowing energy shot toward the two of them like threads. Become calm and composed. And before taking action, I have one question. Do you know someone named Pham Dai Ho? Everlasting Lord replied. Pham Dai Ho. That stupid name from the settlement in Zone 226 inches, the Western Territory. Now I remember. Lord Hackley sent our brothers to trade with Han. He pretended to be confused, recalling the trade. The trade at Deco. As images from the past appeared, along with Han's narration about wild vegetables and genetically modified cassava, produced in Zone 226. We used extremely cheap item vouchers to buy these precious foods, and promised Han that he could come to our settlement at 119 inches the future. Han, like a fool, just offered all the food to us. Hearing that, he angrily questioned. So the ones oppressing us and pushing us to the brink also have a part in it. Trong Tho chuckled mischievously. If you had revealed your identities earlier, these troubles wouldn't have happened. I know your settlement number 226 is suffering greatly. Then Han points to Dai Hoa to make the request. Those two men bring them to me, and I will let you join the 119th settlement. With Lord Hackloy's testimony regarding Fan Dai Ho, I will personally speak with Han, and I am sure he will release the person. I can't take it anymore. Today I must kill these two bastards. Turns out my grandmother's death was partly caused by these bastards. Trong Tho swings his sword to split the stone in two. But it's just a game of stones. And this force isn't even as strong as my brother's scratch. Han thinks, the only threat is the badly wounded guy. Which excites him, making the wound tear open a little more. Just a little longer, and he can behead him. Starting now. I move forward, signaling my teammates. Tu Gia, to target the weak points. He immediately activates his attribute. Bone Dragon Breaking Net. Golden Metal Attribute. Level 2. Detects weaknesses, and the weak points of the Eternal Life targets instantly appear in his eyes. Then Tu Gia told you to cut wherever you want. Neck. Heart. Head. He secretly thought that Thon Tu deliberately made me reveal my weakness. He is very restrained in his emotions and doesn't like to talk much to others. But that doesn't mean he won't get angry. He quickly rushes forward, shouting, then just cuts all three places. Dahua here suggests, Big brother. Kill the younger brother first. He's weaker. Take care of one person before the other. Trong Tho angrily scolds. Trong Dai Hoa, shut your damn mouth for me. Qian Kong turns around and shouts, I'll behead someone first. He rushed at him to attack. Trong Dai Hoa. Go and die. He was too stunned to react. Before he could touch Dai Hoa, Qian Kang's head was cut off, and Trong Tho acted swiftly, taking down one person. Seeing this, Trong Tho widened his eyes in horror and called out in pain, Little brother. Then he looked sharply at Han and said, It's your turn now. Trong Tho raised his hand to release his attribute, Spider Silk, wrapping Han up, the spiritual silk quickly binding his legs, then continuing to tighten around his arms. Now Tu Chi has been controlled. Trong Thon immediately activates his Fire Demon attribute, turning it into a copper flame, which quickly burns the spiritual silk. His attack is launched towards Trong though, while Han's screams echo through the hall. Watching Han burn to death, he stood there and said mockingly, "You are weaker than I thought." Trong Thon quietly thought that first. They saw him as seriously injured and looked down on him. Second, he had activated the fusion attribute, causing his power to surge. Initially, all three attributes were independently researched, golden attributes, but after combining, they upgraded to the super limit technology, Thoi-san attribute. This is the terrifying power of the chain of merged attributes. The super limit technology fusion attribute Thoi-san has been successfully activated. This attribute was developed through self-research and combined in 1, 2, 3 steps, with effect 1 increasing the super limit, boosting the attribute itself by 150% as permanently adjusted by the Eternal Evolution book, effect 2 breaking limits, allowing simultaneous enhancement of 3 different attributes by 600%, lasting 5 minutes with a 30-minute cooldown, also adjusted by the Eternal Evolution book. Seeing the Great Wall taking items from the bodies of the Loi brothers, Dahua wondered if someone as powerful as the Big Brother was always so frugal, and Tu Jia replied instead, "That's just his habit. After all, if there's stuff, and you don't pick it up, you're really a fool." He turned back to tell them that there was some dried meat and 200 or 300 items. Tu Jia's share was with me, and I will find a few more sets of clothes to pack for you. He sighed bitterly and waved his hand. "It's not needed. All of this is deserved by my big brother. And moreover, if we take the clothes of Hyen Deloy outside, the Black Lizard people will definitely not spare me. My big brother and little brother can leave. But my wife and children are all here. So it's better to be cautious." Truthan reached out and grabbed the horn of the sharp-eyed monster and nodded. "All right. Then no more supplies." You look at it in your hand and continue speaking. "But as I was examining this monster, it seems like there's some hidden information in its drill. You two should also come to the testing station and see if any hints appear. Could this be a treasure or a lucky chance that this drill monster has stored? This is the first time I've encountered something like this. I've never heard of it before." Dahua asked, "Does it contain information?" The item information appears, and the special item, the Man Thu drill, has been received. This item is the key to the treasure of the Trial Beast clan. If you find the treasure, it could be useful. Seeing the bright eyes, it's clear that I was right to tell them. This is truly a rare treasure. And Dai Hoa is also very excited. The Monster Beast clan is the common name for the monsters in this dungeon. Usually the treasure is at the final boss. But this time, we got the key first. Chu Than Bin Tin Dap. Toi Thi Lai Mong Trong Ko Bao Ne Ko Vu Ki. De Tu Jia Kao, Dung Dung. Dam Quai Vat Fia Sao Se Kang. Ngay Kang, Mun. Phisum Tintown. Chokamwa Duok. Hearing that, he smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself that this young man not only cares about himself, but also considers me. Now I really need a suitable weapon. Using this bow forever just doesn't match my aura. Are you still looking at the big flower and saying that the Black Lizard at your settlement probably didn't just plant those 2 fat guys? There are definitely others as well. Do you want to escape first to inform your manager Kwong? This moved him deeply. Dai Hoa replied seriously. That's why I can't go out. Although Big Brother is highly skilled, Little Brother is still too weak. If I retreat, Little Brother will definitely become a burden for Big Brother. Tu Gia Ngave Leek Sang Chatvan. Ain Dang Chok Toi. Ngay Truuk Mata. An Igiat Min Thutlen. Tu Katoi Kong Koi Du. En Hung Trum Quoi, Lai Dong Tin. Noi. Dung. Roy. Vei Thi Kutien Lin Toi. Tu Gia Fan Ung Du Duai. An I Kong Chi La Nguoi, Ko, Then Thu. An I La Nguoi Ko, Then Thu. De Tu Gia, don't mess with me. Because if I take things seriously, sooner or later I'll blind your stupid dogs. There is an old saying that a scholar who has been away for 3 days will return like a king. Do you understand that? Great hero. Yes, yes, yes. Young master is indeed returning like a king. Of course, I am angry and pointing to the sky, declaring to you all to wait for this shame today. I will definitely repay 100-fold right after. 30 years in Hanoi. 30 years in Hatay. Waiting for the day when the young man rises from poverty. You hear that and wonder how they can keep reciting ancient texts like that. Tu Da stepped forward and replied, "Jealous because the young master has culture." Huh, the great Han secretly comments. It seems the young master has indeed read quite a few books. Suddenly, Kwong looked ahead in shock and exclaimed, "Oh, that's..." Tu Da looked at the scene in front of him and shouted in horror. So many more people have died. Moreover, with such thin skin. Could it be that they have already started a full-scale slaughter inside? Da Hua stepped forward and said anxiously, They are not members of our settlement, but outsiders who came to join the fight. Truthan sat down to judge, their bodies stripped clean of supplies, proving this was purely a fight for resources, with killers looting everything after the slaughter. At the same time, the final boss fight is becoming less frequent. It seems the Loy family brothers are just the appetizer. The real slaughter has already begun. He quietly realizes that after acquiring top-tier technology, his attributes have skyrocketed, and his hearing has become much sharper. The group hiding behind the cliff signaled to the two behind them, quietly warning that a fight was happening and suggesting they see if they could sit back and profit from it. Over there, a girl is surrounded by a group of people. She keeps shouting for them to stay back. The one pushed to the brink is Xiao Man, and you recognize her. Another girl in armor stepped forward mockingly. Your ugly outfit. Stop wasting time, and die already. We still have to go inside to fight for the boss. Tujia also recognized Xiao Man, so it's fate after all. Da Hoa continued. I didn't expect that girl to have entered this deep alone. I thought she had already retreated. The two henchmen charged at the same time, shouting, Go to hell. You poison-spitting woman. You can't escape. You bitch. Little Man Ran muttered to herself that her strength was completely exhausted. Even her attribute abilities could no longer be used normally, and everyone else couldn't even bring food back. She remembered Truong Than's image and thought maybe she should follow her advice. Retreat first to find Manager Kwang for support, rather than risking everything by rushing in recklessly. If there's still a chance. Just then, a golden sword flash appeared, followed by Zhang Qing's figure, cutting across the two dark-faced men as they prepared to strike. You turn back to remind Xiaoman to open her eyes. You're not dead yet. She wide-eyed in shock, realizing it's you, and you all have already arrived here. Truong Than calmly requests. Step aside first. I'll help you this time. Xiaoman quickly obeys. Oh. Okay. On the opposite side, Hoa Bao appears calm, slightly frowning as he sharply eyes the boy. Truong Than silently assessed that he had killed two subordinates in an instant. Yet this woman showed no panic. And in fact, with this stance, she seemed ready to make a move against him. So you step forward and ask, Little brother, your skills are not inferior to hers. Hoa Bao licks her lips and hesitates. Do you want to? Hey. I lean forward, strike a seductive pose to activate my power, and ask if she wants to have some fun with me. Watching her seductive hard approach, the two young men suddenly jumped out to block and warn her. Be careful, big brother. Her ability can control minds. They immediately became stunned. They were hit by the attribute and failed to be controlled. Hoa sighed in annoyance and muttered, Tuz. Why did those two fools come out? My ability only works when others can't guess my intentions. These two bastards ruined my plan again. Chapu 29. Observe Xiaoman. Worried silently. It's over. They fell for her trick. Turns out that woman has mind control abilities. No wonder she didn't feel sad when her teammate was killed. Looking back, those two men were just puppets she controlled. Zhuo Qing frowned and said, Killing someone might be able to eliminate the person's elemental ability. I softly replied, If you want to kill me, first consider that those two are now under my control. Don't you want to know who I really am? You charged straight at the flower report without hesitation, your voice firm and unrepentant. It seems my guess was correct. Ah. I immediately shouted loudly, telling him to wake up quickly and stop him. Hoa Bao Tham thought. He's a madman. He doesn't care about anything else. His only thought is to kill. Clearly, his friend is still in my hands. Tsuyu and Dehua are being controlled, and his blank face rushes forward to try to stop Chiu Than. But you quickly rushed past the two of them, the flaming sword approaching your neck, along with Chiu Than's cold and indifferent gaze. Their speed is beyond my perception. Just then, Hoa shouted out, Wait. Please, let me finish. It will definitely be beneficial and not harmful. If you kill me now, you will surely regret it. Stop, right there. I demand loudly. I press down the sword and reply. My elemental ability is very special. And I am also from Settlement No. 119. My body is very sexy. Surely someone as strong as you would like it. Hua Bao lowered her sash to reveal her full breasts and said, If you kill me, my big brother won't forgive you. So why not let me follow you instead? I secretly think this cold-blooded guy can only be seduced with beauty first. And once inside, the soldiers will handle him themselves. Chi Wei Toi Sao. Hoa Bao nodded and replied. Walking inside, everyone there is my big brother's people. Your going with me only benefits you, not harms. Unlike you awakened individuals, there is only one way to die if you go in. My big brother has ordered that anyone entering the company must stay under the control of our district 119 people. I will continue to present convincing reasons, as long as you become my husband and wife. You will also be part of the 119 settlement area. Hearing that, Man silently thought that in these times, many women would do such things to survive. But women like that are usually flirtatious. When they see someone stronger, they will immediately abandon him, hoping that he won't be seduced by her. Truthon furrowed his brow and asked, "Is your boss also a hacker?" The image of a bespectacled man appeared, along with Hoa Bao's reply. "My boss has even more seniority than those opportunists like Hat Loi. I confidently boast that even Manager Kwong has to call my boss sir." Truthon's expression remained unchanged, and he simply replied briefly, "Okay. I understand. Oh. I act charming and flattering. It seems you're really smart. I wasn't mistaken about you. My wife and I work together, so I'm worried that the company position might fall into someone else's hands." Truthon swung his fist decisively, knocking her head off, blood spraying wildly. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoman was so shocked her eyes widened and she couldn't speak. She looked at the head rolling on the ground in confusion. Isn't her condition pretty good too? Why did you still kill her? He turned back to reply. First, at this moment, she wants to kill her. But I have promised to do my best to help her once. Second, she wants to kill me and control my friends. So there's no way she can truly form a genuine relationship with me. Third, I have no desire to work under any military officer, and I will not become part of Zone 119. At this moment, Xiaoman finally realized and said softly, "So that's how it is." She thought to herself, her way of thinking is really rational, trustworthy but also a little frightening. At this moment, the system displayed a notification to deactivate the attribute ability. Da Hoa frowned, feeling dizzy and confused. What did I just do? What just happened? I feel dizzy. I think I was about to go attack the city fortress. Truthon replied to them. The woman's attribute ability has already controlled you. She can control you once and also can control again. So to prevent the worst case scenario, I killed her. Dai Hua looked down at the corpse and said she was Foquan Li Hoangquan's woman. But he brought her here. So you killed her. That means you've offended 2 of the 3 leaders of the settlement. Truthon turned around and coldly replied, "It's okay. When I get the chance to enter the company, I will leave here." Tujia asked, "Are the 3 leaders of your settlement Kuang Gd, Hak Loi, and the one named Hoang Quan?" He stroked his head and replied, "Yes, they are the 3 real controllers of the settlement, but due to differing views, they are always at odds and dislike each other." He stroked his chin and said, "So, the hidden trap setups for personal gain are indeed Hoang Quan and Hak Loi. Kuang Gd knows that Thon Tu's identity is not ordinary, so he doesn't dare to act recklessly, unlike others who are unaware." Tujia looked at his brother with admiration. "Cheng Zi, just pretend you have an extraordinary identity. Go out into society. Your status is something you create yourself." Big Hoa exclaimed, "Big brother, little brother, if we go further, we'll be surrounded by a bunch of fake awakeners. We should keep moving deeper into the darkness." Zhuo Cheng recalled his sister's image, filled with determination in his heart. "I must get into the company. Sister, you are still waiting for me there." Tujia clenched his fist with determination. Cheng Zi said, "I'm going too. Dai Hua wants to follow, so I will go as well." Xiaoman looked at him and asked, "Senior, you really can't let me come with you?" Truthon glanced at her and replied, "Stay back a little. Use your abilities to support us." Xiaoman happily agreed quickly. "Yes, I will do my best not to trouble the senior." Tujia sneered and asked, "What's wrong?" "Feeling sorry. I thought your little guy only cared about that old lady." Truthon was indifferent, warning that things would get even more dangerous. "But with her here, you can be a little safer." But hearing that, he gets furious. "Your little brat. Why would I need a woman to protect me?" Xiaoman spoke frankly. "Senior, since you agreed to let me join, I don't need to hide it from you anymore. There are actually a few more people here." She immediately activates her ability. Phantom manipulation. Golden attribute. Releasing a fragrance. In front of them now was a large group of people. Tujia exclaimed, "I didn't expect there to be so many people hiding here." Dahua wondered. "And moreover, they are all injured. Could it be that they were all driven back from the front? A wounded person sitting there is So Fong." Who responds, "Yes. We were all driven back. And our place in the company is precious. Shintu's fight is indeed justified. But those bastards are really hateful. They not only set traps but also teamed up to surround us, disregarding any means." Thon Len coldly said that fighting to the death and using any means necessary is just normal, which made So Fong flinch slightly. But he also smiled in agreement and said, "You are right. But their tactics are even more brutal to keep us on edge. They even disguise themselves as supporters sent by number 119. As a result, they took advantage of my moment of carelessness and cut off my arm. If not for that, I would never have lost to those cowards." After speaking, Suo Feng kept coughing so hard he spat blood. Da Hua quickly reminded him, "Senior brother, don't get too agitated." Xiao Man continued, saying that the woman had brought her henchmen to find their hideout, intending to kill everyone without leaving anyone alive. I couldn't bear to see them suffer, so I helped them. They can no longer compete for the company, but they still refuse to give up. Da Hua was shocked. If our Zone 119 didn't have Manager Kwong, I don't know how chaotic they would have made it. Xiaoman asked nervously. So what should we do now? If we leave them, they will die. But if we want to help, we can only get them out. Only then will they have a chance to survive. We still have to go and fight the boss. So there's no time to waste. Xiaoman also looked at Trong Thon, thinking, he is a surprisingly rational person. Would he make such a cruel choice? So Fong looked at him, thinking that he was the leader of this group. If he abandoned us, we would definitely die. But clearly, abandoning us here is the best choice. Unfortunately, if I weren't involved in this mess, just a word from that old man would be enough to get me into the company. At this moment, Trong Thon spoke up. Driver, that girl, the three of them together. Yes, big brother, I will go. He turned back and told them that going further in would be very dangerous, and they had no reason to go. Please help these people get out and treat their injuries. Xiao Man smiled and agreed, secretly thankful that he chose to save them. Luckily, he was not that kind of person. Da Hoa also happily agreed, and the injured people were stunned in surprise. Trong Thun's actions made Da Hoa think to herself, Manager Kwong, this young man clearly resembles him a lot. The image of the two people appears in his mind. If a few years later he also becomes a manager of a settlement, he will surely be like him, seeing ordinary people as just humans. So Fong told Truong Thon, Here, I have something for you. It's in my pocket. You can take it yourself. Reach in and grab something. Along with his voice. I got this when I killed a Quang Triao Thu. Now it no longer works for me. I will forever remember So Fong's kindness. The content inside that paper made Truong Thon freeze. Speechless. But your expression is because you can't read. So you turn to ask. Death. What is this drawing? I can't read the characters. He excitedly shows off, holding up the paper and saying, this is the hidden location of the treasure in this dungeon. It turns out the treasure is separate from the boss. Even if we defeat the boss, we still can't get the treasure in this dungeon. We just received the drill bit key. And now we have the treasure's location. It's really lucky. Then too, you assign the tasks. So next, you go find the treasure, and I will enter to fight the boss. Tujia, hearing that, looked a bit worried. Thon too, are you crazy? We don't know how dangerous the boss is right now. There's both monsters and awakened savages. Going alone would just be asking for death. Cho Thon turned around and said, if you obtain the sun treasure, it could boost your strength and increase our chances of winning. I will adapt to the situation and won't risk my life recklessly. You be careful not to get attacked by monsters on the way. He watched his friends back as he left, thinking to himself, Cheng Tzu was right. If it weren't for the driver, with my current level and strength, I still can't face those who have awakened at level 10 or higher. So I'll take a risk to get the treasure in the sun. This is an opportunity I can help Thon Tu with. Tu Jia, with determined eyes, thinking to himself, the location of the treasure is this way. Cheng Tzu, wait for me. A moment later, Cho Thon had gone deeper inside, continuously passing by corpses, silently realizing that there was no more sound around. It seemed the group had cleared out the monsters and survivors before entering the boss's lair. His eyes are focused intensely. In that case, the Tujia side should also be relatively safe. Just then, the roar of the monster echoed, and Cho Thon moved aside. Sounds of movement indicated they had reached the boss area. Information about the monster in the mountain trial maze. Boss area. Dual Sabers Frenzy level 12. Remaining health at 15%. It roars loudly in fury. A group of people are fighting that monster, and you secretly think that it seems to be the boss of this dungeon. The group looks excited. It's almost out of health. Everyone unites and puts in their best effort to kill it. Cho Thon is calculating that the boss is about to die. But I can't let it fall now or I'll have to face them all alone. I need the boss to hold them back for a while. So I'll take out a few first and then decide what to do next. You hold the sword firmly in your hand and think to yourself, since they can kill for profit. At most, I am just acting on divine order. Starting with the weakest. Breaking free from his thoughts, Cho Thon charged forward, while the thug muttering nearby thought, if we kill this guy, we'll also gain the company's status, after killing so many outside. Eventually, there will be payback. The guy behind clenched his fist, and confirmed that with the company's status, my position in the settlement area would be raised even higher. Dean, the leader, sneered coldly. Once outside, I will take a dozen girls back to enjoy to my heart's content. As soon as they finished speaking, 3 heads floated in the air, struck so quickly that their bodies hadn't even reacted and kept swaying. Cheng City appears with a sharp gaze, muttering sadly that you won't be able to go out anymore. One of the team members noticed this and shouted a warning to the others. Unexpectedly, an awakened enemy still managed to sneak in. Old Liu, brothers of the Ma family. I leave this little one to you to handle. The remaining health of the boss. Let me and old Zhang deal with it. He is Lu Bakvu level 11. Rushing forward to scold and curse. Where did this wild dog come from? Daring to ruin our Jia's plans. Activating his attribute. Brave martial arts. Golden King, attribute. Active effect. 30% increased strength for 15 minutes. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Next to him are 2 other testers. Ma Fai and Ma Trang, who also go to Dak Y to see if anyone can withstand our arrows. Arrow shot. Copper attribute. Passive effect. Increases 30% damage for shooting attacks. Level of shooting. Copper attribute. Passive effect. Projectile attacks increase speed by 50%. Truthon charged forward, slicing Bakvu's body in 2 and sending it flying apart, easily destroying the weak arrows as well. After taking down the first guy, Truthon cast a cold, knife-like glance at the Ma brothers, his emotionless voice echoing. Then it was their turn. Ma Fai raised his face and shouted loudly to not hold back. This young man is different from other free players. Ma Chang simply nodded once, cold as ice. As their bows were drawn and the arrows stretched under the tension, just 1 second later, Ma Fai is gone, firing continuously. Watch out. The golden arrows blaze through the air, tearing through the dust and activating the attribute, Bang Za, a gold attribute, with an active effect that increases damage by 50% for ranged attacks and causes explosion damage. Immediately after, the Code Soldier also released the bowstring, blue light flooding out like cold bones, activating the attribute, Ice Shot, a gold attribute, with an active effect that increases damage by 55% for ranged attacks and causes slow and freeze effects. 2 streams of attack, 1 hot and 1 cold, collide in midair, forming a blazing path like a scythe of life and death. But Chiuthon doesn't retreat and rushes quickly toward the arrows. A flash of insight in my mind. Those who awaken with ranged combat attributes have very weak melee skills. Just pull them close, and they will surely die. The arrows rain down like a storm, each hitting the ground and causing the stone to explode in dust and smoke. But amidst the deadly rain, Chiu Cheng still keeps moving forward. His body weaves and moves softly like the wind, a ghost passing through hundreds of deadly beams without even a hint of being burned. From afar, the 2 guys fighting the boss look at the scene. Chuka gapes, panting. Old Zhang. That kid doesn't seem like the others. But they only glanced at each other briefly, indifferently replying that killing the boss was more important, even if all of them died. We could still join the company. Hearing that, their eyes lit up, and they nodded in agreement, saying, yes. It's clear that Lao Chuang is the one who truly sees through the problem. They quickly drew their weapons and charged at the giant rat roaring wildly in the cave. He shouted loudly. After killing the boss, he kills people. No one can stop him. On the other side, the 2 Ma brothers were bloodied and exhausted. Chuthon, rushing forward so quickly that only a blurred shadow was visible. Behind them was a dead end. And someone shouted, we're doomed. There's no way out anymore. Ma Fai gritted his teeth, pulled the bowstring tight, a golden light flickering in his eyes. Let him taste our rarest arrow. Ma Trang didn't speak, only nodded, the veins on his arm bulging as he drew the bow. 2 arrows shot out simultaneously, one cold as ice, one burning with fire, charging forward with great power. But Chuthon did not dodge. Your gaze shines like stars falling in the apocalypse night. And a thought echoes in my heart, the rarest arrow. Just right. To test the limits of my body now. In the next moment, they collide, causing a fierce explosion that shakes the entire cave, with heat and shockwaves sweeping everything within dozens of meters. Flames and smoke blending together, and the blinding light, so intense, no one dares to look directly at it. The 2 Ma siblings couldn't believe their eyes. Ma Fai shouted in horror that he didn't dodge at all. What a madman. Ma Trang nodded in agreement. Glad he's the crazy one. Ma Fai panting heavily, sweat dripping down his forehead, forcing a strained smile. Truly, if he had dodged, then we would definitely be the ones dead. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of light suddenly shot out, and Ma Trang's head was cut off in a swift blow before his terrified eyes. Ma Fai clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, but all he heard was the cold wind rushing closer, emerging from the dust and smoke, with icy eyes, muttering in awe. It's so gentle. The upgrade brought by super advanced technology far exceeds my imagination. Ma Fai screams wildly, drawing his bow for the last time. You bastard. You will be buried with my brother. But before the bow could be released, the icy blade cut through the air, and his head was left hanging in midair, caught between two corpses, with a cold stare. Knowing that when you slaughter others, you should also be prepared for this day. The noise from this side has disappeared. Only the heat and the smell of blood linger in the air. You bow your head. Contemplative. Super limit technology. Raising the pure physical attribute output is enough for me to withstand many attacks. And this is only the normal state before activating the active skill. Another idea arose in Truthon's mind: if I could break my limits. How far could I go now? Immortal books and super advanced technology are just powerful attributes. Their effects far surpass normal ones. But that also means other attributes might possess even greater strength. He clenched his fists tightly. His unfocused gaze seemed to recall some past events. And even now, I am no longer a match for that guy from before. The true powerful ones in this world haven't appeared before me yet. I can't afford to be careless. If I want to find my sister, I still have a long way to go. Thinking of that, his determined gaze hardened as he focused on the raging, frantic monster. Now his only goal was to kill the boss first, to secure a spot in the company. The roar echoes through the stone corridor as the two guys continue to fiercely attack the boss, aiming to deliver the final blow. But just before they delivered the final blow, the monster in front suddenly knelt down, its huge hands clutching its head, trembling all over. A strange sound, like a sob, escaping. This scene leaves the two guys stunned, staring at each other, then at the boss, wondering what's going on. Is it begging for mercy or something else? They hadn't yet understood what was happening when a sudden beam of blazing red light shot straight down from the top of the cave, piercing through all the darkness. In that beam of light, a giant axe fell straight to the ground, deeply embedded in the stone floor, shaking the entire space. Then, a deep, rumbling roar echoed, carrying a thunderous breath as a giant creature emerged from the red light, its sharp horns towering high, its blood-red eyes. It is the level 13 former royal boss. The two guys fell silent, the chant rising. In this dungeon, there are actually two boss-level monsters, the second one, even reaching level 13, before they could react. The former duke drew his axe, a red light sweeping across the space, like a slash cutting through the entire cave. Both of them screamed, retreating in panic. Get out of the way quickly. As the axe strike lands, the ground trembles and debris flies outward. Just as they were about to catch their breath, an unbelievable thing happened that froze them both in place. A hoarse voice echoed from the monster's throat, sending chills down their spines. So you actually escaped. From afar, Truthon saw everything, quickly wiping like a gust of wind, narrowing his eyes and calculating each move. Apparently there was also a second boss. Even if I don't intervene, it could still kill quite a few of their people. But it turns out that in this dimensional dungeon, there are even monsters that can speak human language. Truthon chuckled softly, his voice calm and steady, as if he were observing a game of chess. A flash of light in your eyes shot straight at the monster thrashing behind you. So to be safe, you had to take down one boss first. As for those two, they are still stunned. And Chuka, with a grim expression, exclaimed, I didn't expect that thing could speak human language. They frowned, broad and firm, but decisive. First we must kill one. Hearing that, the guy's eyes lit up, and he eagerly praised Lao Zhang. You're still sharp as ever. And the two immediately exchanged glances. Quickly devising a strategy, they set fire to the big boss, then took the opportunity to sneak behind and kill the small boss. However, the plan was foiled by the big boss. It roared and swung its axe in a blazing slash, sending a gust of murderous wind that scattered debris. He threw both of them back and blocked the path, his deep voice like thunder echoing through the cave. To kill her, first you must kill me. Those two idiots are struggling to get up, their faces twisted with anger and fear. Now we have to fight again, after just finishing that thing yesterday. And now this one. While the big boss's attention was distracted, Truothon quietly moved along the cliff wall. Hidden in the darkness, the flickering light cast your shadow faintly as you slipped through the dust, step by step, inching closer behind the two bosses. And then, a flash of light burst out. The blade swung across in an instant, and the small boss's head was sliced off. Black blood splatters like a demon's path in midair. The sword's edge softly and coldly speaks. Let me take this boss's head. Chuka saw the scene and roared. That bastard stole our victory again. But their legs remained calm, and a cold, calculating look flashed in their eyes. Don't rush. The current boss is actually the true form of King Thu. Doing so only makes him the top target for King Thu to kill. As his words finished, A roar echoed through the cave. The former royal mansion. The madman raising his head, his eyes burning like coals. In front of the scene where his loved one is killed, it roars with a hoarse, hateful voice. Humans. Go, die quickly. Before the scream ends, the giant axe slams down where Triuthan is standing. You didn't dodge. On the contrary, a faint smile appeared at the corner of your mouth, full of excitement. A level 13 boss. How powerful is the attribute it possesses? I have to see if I can stop it or not. The clash echoes like thunder. The giant axe crashes down with overwhelming force, causing the ground to tremble and the entire battlefield to shake violently. Triuthan was knocked back, his body smashing into the rock behind him. He winced softly and then let out a dry laugh, very strong. Indeed a high-level boss. Quickly analyzing in his mind, the basic attributes of each individual are different, and after leveling up, the gap becomes even greater. Relying solely on attributes to fight it one-on-one is almost impossible. Those two from afar watched nervously, cold sweat pouring down, and the man surnamed Chen, panting and grimacing, said that just based on aura, the strength of that king mouse is at least twice that of the two-blade mouse right now. Chukathidun replied in a deep voice. Now, without the support of the Ma family brothers, relying only on the two of us to kill this King Chut, it's very difficult. King Khufu looked towards Triuthan, and, seeing that the opponent was still standing, roared in fury. I want your head. We stand roaring loudly as the beast charges, its massive body spinning wildly, slicing through the narrow space, rocks flying everywhere, dust billowing, quickly retreating, its figure like gliding through the smoke, dodging each deadly slash. And the boy begins to calculate in his mind. The power of this king cat is strong, but its speed is average. So as long as you focus on dodging its attacks, it's not difficult at all. His eyes flicked towards the two of them, raising slightly, and they probably now realized that they couldn't kill the Chut Vuong just by relying on themselves. A sense of unease quickly passed through their minds. They need to cooperate with me to have a chance. But if they try to team up with this boss, they will betray and kill me immediately. Those two haven't even had a chance to speak before Chuthan shot out a proposal, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Hey, brother, everyone here is for the company's benefit, and this boss is too strong. Why not join forces? The guy next to him added softly, but with calculation. We can overlook the fact that you just killed our brothers. But first, kill the boss. Chuathan turned around sharply, a cold snort like ice escaping his lips, his eyes like blades filled with contempt. And in his mind, a simple thought, as expected. Everything is as I predicted. In the apocalypse, everything can be negotiated, even after I've killed so many of their people. Before he could say more, the large spear's blade shot down at his leg. Chuathan quickly stepped back, expression unchanged, then responded briefly. Fine. Let's work together to kill this boss first, and deal with everything else later. A smug glint appeared in their eyes like a lit flame, and before they leaned back, they whispered, Chuka, that kid has already agreed. Then let's follow the plan. Chuka nodded quickly, understood that when the boss's health drops to 10%, we will strike to behead that little brat. After saying that, both of them clenched their weapons tightly, their eyes revealing greed and excitement as they thought of the premeditated ending. Brothers, we're here to help you kill him. The three of them charged almost simultaneously from three different directions, flashes of fire flickering amid the thick smoke and dust. As blades clashed, a series of stabs causes the former Duke's health bar to drop in segments, glowing red like bloodstains on the system interface. But this boss is truly incredibly tough. Despite taking continuous hits, its health remains very high, and the intense pain makes its devilish eyes burn even brighter than ever. It breathes out black smoke, its roar shaking the entire cave, and its giant body suddenly glows bright red as the green metal attribute skill, Demon Slayer, is activated. The combined power increases by 15%, lasting up to 15 minutes with a cooldown of less than 60 minutes, causing the ground to tremble and the entire cave to be torn apart. The enormous power spreads like a tidal wave, smashing debris into the air. The intense shockwave pushes the three back, causing their breath to tighten and blood to flow from their mouths like a red stream. However, none of the three chose to retreat. Under the flickering light of the lava and energy, they surged forward together, screaming amidst the chaos. The blood of the former Duke finally drops below half. And this is the decisive moment. Chuka clenched his knife tightly, flames bursting from his palm, the fiery foot covering the blade, burning so intensely that it distorted the surrounding space. They suddenly stop, muscles bulging like heated steel, activating their heroic spirit, with a golden attribute skill increasing overall strength by 30%. As for Chuka, His whole body radiates a faint blue glow, with bones surrounding him like rolling water. Activating his ultimate power, Gold, attribute skill. Increases attack by 40% and reduces speed by 20% to gain enormous damage output. The three sources of power descended simultaneously. The former king of the palace roared wildly, his enormous body convulsing with each tremor, black blood spraying from deep gashes, but instead of weakening, its rage surged fiercely, surpassing the limits of an ordinary creature. Its body begins to transform, the red light deepening and spreading across every muscle fiber, swelling to a size much larger than before. In just a moment, the terrifying creature before him had become a completely different being, a true king of destruction, a special boss type, with a golden attribute, 50% increased effectiveness, an additional 30% strength, and a 40% enlarged size. The flames in its eyes flickered violently, reflecting deadly sparks on the cliff face. As its hissing sound echoed through the air, every word and sound cuts into the mind like a blade. Humanity, open your eyes and see clearly the true stance of your king. The new form of the monster stunned the two guys on the other side. Is this second attribute of this guy really so terrifying? A special boss. This is a trait exclusive to bosses. Otherwise, just say something cold and vast like ice. It's only about boosting attributes and healing. Don't hold back. Go all out. That remark was like pouring oil on the fire, and the confidence immediately ignited in their eyes. The old boss snarled, "Fine. No more mercy. You're dead anyway." And suddenly his whole body shone brightly. The 10 Shadows of Destruction skill, with a golden explosion attribute, is effective, resistant to 10 shadow entities, each with 30% of their own power, lasting 15 minutes. With a 24-hour cooldown, the old master was not inferior, quickly turning around, pain energy surging, as if the pain wind of the green copper attribute awakened, creating a effect that allowed the weapon to cut out streams of hot fire and wind, burning the opponent, lasting 15 minutes with a 60-minute cooldown. Blue light, darkness, and hot fire intertwine, splitting the cave into 3 elemental realms as they charge forward with unstoppable force. The battle cry merges with the clash of metal, as a surge of vitality unleashes all its strength on the single target, aiming to shatter the body of the mighty king. But as everything danced in chaos, a sharp gaze flicked past the victim. The man hadn't thought deeply about it. He doesn't seem to have reached level 10 yet. If he keeps fighting, he won't last much longer. A sinister smile quietly appears on his lips, and when he's exhausted, that's when we strike. Seeing that look in his eyes, Chuka also understood briefly that in that moment, greed flickered in their hearts, and those two had planned to fight until the boss was almost dead, then betray. Blood and dust fill the space, with spears, blades, flames, and winds intertwined like an endless fury. The king of the great fortress, even after boosting attributes and healing, it was still overwhelmed by relentless attacks, its health bar dropping rapidly, and now just above 10%. All three are exhausted, each breath ragged, blood rising in their mouths with a bitter metallic taste mixed with dust and smoke. But this is their moment of destiny, since the boss finally has only a little health left, gritting his teeth, his eyes shouting with determination. "Then I will do my best to finish it off." You flash like a lightning bolt, the blade in your hand streaking with a bright line, your eyes flickering coldly to your two temporary allies at this point. It's probably time for you guys to step in too. And just then, the bell rang out like a funeral toll. "Old master, it's time to act." The man with the wide stance quickly swung his shining sword aiming straight at Chiutan's head. Yes. Right at this moment, you quickly caught it. The blades clashed, metal scraping against metal, pretending to be panicked, shouting, "What do you want to do? Aren't we supposed to be working together?" Two heartless fools just stick out their lips and show their attitude, leaving the fighting to others while they stand there sneering. Not even at level 10, and already thinking they can team up with us. You rely on killing many of our teammates and even pick up the twin swords to test. So what right do we have to cooperate with you? Chill in his eyes suddenly turned icy, a sharp killing intent sweeping across the flickering shadows. With no mercy in his words, indeed. "It makes sense. I have no intention of truly teaming up with you." As soon as the words finished, a cold slash flashed through the air, slicing through Chuka's shadow clones in an instant. Blood splattered, and he cried out in pain, his body jerking from the agony, while my shadow guard, despite everything, still had strength left. And the Chuka man cursed and shouted in frustration. "So what? The attribute gap between level 10 and below level 10 is huge, even if you're still strong. You're not our match, let alone." He suddenly stopped speaking and turned his gaze to the former prince standing upright, shouting, "Especially, the boss behind you is also targeting you now." It puffs and sneers, Humans. Betrayal. It's truly ridiculous, but Zhao Cheng showed no sign of worry. A different power igniting within him, cold and fierce, with an aura radiating around him, as sharp as heated steel, overpowering the smoke and flames. His calm voice is so chilling that it makes your hair stand on end. If you were an ordinary awakened person, there would truly be no way out. But unfortunately, I am different from them. I don't see people as good, but I know that to defeat evil, I have to be 10 times more ruthless. And at that moment, the air thickened as if being squeezed. As Triuthon's ability was activated, Super Limit technology merges attribute control. Effect 2. Breaking limits. Rapidly enhancing agility, strength, and stamina, increasing by 600% each, lasting 5 minutes with a 30-minute cooldown. In another cave, the assassin crouched low, taking slow, cautious steps, his breath mingling with the cold, damp air. He just followed the map's instructions while muttering to himself, his voice trembling. And based on the hint, the treasure is right ahead. His eyes flickered with worry, hoping not to encounter any monsters. Because without the driver here, even this young master wouldn't be able to escape. Suddenly, Tujia froze, sensing an unusual smell in the air. A strong, damp, and foul odor, crawling through the nose and gripping tightly around the throat. He takes a deep breath, eyes wide open, face pale. This is the smell of blood. In a flash, Tujia immediately stood upright, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply, praying to the ancestors, the spirits of the earth, the gods and Buddhas everywhere to come and protect him, so he wouldn't encounter monsters. Keep going a little further, and in front of Tujia, a chaotic scene unfolds, with corpses and monsters scattered everywhere. In the distance, among the skulls and broken armor, there is a large yang vessel covered in thick dust. There are no signs of movement around. Tujia breathes a sigh of relief and mutters to himself. That was close. He tiptoed past each obstacle, thinking to himself that praying to gods and Buddhas really works. No wonder ancient books often mention this. This treasure map fell out of the body of the raging beast. They probably only came here after obtaining the map, but unfortunately encountered the guardian of the treasure. Approaching the phallus, Tujia bowed his head, clasped his hands in sincere prayer, trembling with gratitude. As the three of them had been guided here, this great kindness will be remembered in my heart. Done. He focused on the duong, already holding a large horn in his hand, frowning as he pondered how to open it, since it was much bigger than the lock. After a moment of confused pondering, a sudden idea flashed through his mind, both bewildered and daring. Maybe he should just shove the big horn into that tiny lock. Perhaps only special strength could create a miracle. Before he could decide if it was right or wrong, the horn in Tujia's hand suddenly glowed with a faint light, and a key appeared right in front of him, accompanied by a blue light with the message, "This key has automatically generated in this treasure area." Tujia's eyes widened in amazement, and he smiled. Realizing this key is quite clever, he inserts the key into the lock, anxiously awaiting the moment the door opens. As the mechanical sound echoes sharply in the silent space, and the corpse flips open the door, filled with extreme excitement and anticipation. I wonder what's inside the treasure in this dungeon level. The last treasure was directly handed to Quan Tui, so I didn't even bother to look. Silver light sings on Tujia's face, his eyes instantly shining brightly, excitement bursting like fire. A level 6 jade bow quietly lying there. The bow's body gleamed with a metallic silver hue, engraved with flowing ancient runes that seemed to glow, capable of dealing 300 plus 120% damage based on the user's strength. When combined with the black feathered arrow, it can add 200 fixed damage points. The deadly bow trembles with joy. A half-arc bow. This is truly a gift from heaven for me. He firmly grips the bow, feeling the cold metal infused with a hint of spiritual energy that makes his whole body feel revitalized. His deadly gaze blazing. Gia is filled with confidence now that he has this. He no longer needs to use a rubber bow. He will become the death. Just wait for the king to return. But before I could imagine that glorious moment, a furious roar would tear through the air. From behind, the beast he thought was dead charged forward like a lightning bolt, its eyes blazing red, claws tearing through the ground. And for a moment, death seemed to be near, his heart pounding fiercely. But instead of fear, a mischievous smile curled on his lips as death approached. Just the right moment to test the power of this bow. He spun around in a seamless motion, the arrow tip aimed straight at the monster. And as soon as the finger touched the grass, the silver gemstone bow attribute was activated, and a bright silver light shone. Along with activating the attribute, the arrow finds the weak point, increasing damage by 200%. Tujia gets excited. Well done. It found the weak point. Fire. Tujia's finger immediately pinched the grass, the silver arrow tearing through the air like a gust of wind, piercing straight into the beast's throat. And in that moment, the silver light flashed like a lightning bolt, along with Tujia's smug smile. 500 fixed damage, plus 120% of my strength, plus another 200% critical damage from the weakness. Let's see if you can withstand it. The giant monster let out a miserable scream, its agonized roar echoing through the cave, blood spraying everywhere, its body shuddering a few times before collapsing dead to the ground, all in less than 3 seconds. Tujia stands amidst the blood, his eyes blazing with excitement. He opens his mouth wide and shouts in exhilaration, "Oh my God!" A decisive kill, his eyes fixed intently on the shimmering silver bow. He muttered in awe repeatedly, "This thing is really powerful. No wonder that after becoming a death god and getting that spear, it's like a tiger with wings. Good weapons really are powerful." A thrill of excitement spread through him as he leapt over the beast. Laughing loudly, just by killing a single Quang Chao, he helped the young master level up straight to the top. Throughout this journey, I've shared quite a bit of experience with Thon too. I need to hurry and go help him now. Tears raised his silver jade bow, face blooming like a flower. Without hesitation he shot out of the cave, his laughter echoing through the tunnel. "Brother, I'm here to help you." Having traveled less than 100 meters, suddenly the entire cave trembled violently, rocks and debris falling chaotically, dust billowing everywhere. As a terrifying force spread out like an earthquake, Tujia panicked, his legs weighed down by the pressure, each step feeling like he's being pulled back. Damn it. Is it that strong? Hitting the ground like that? But then, for a moment, an ominous feeling shot straight through his head, his heart pounding wildly. Could it be that Tujia is in danger? Without hesitation, Tujia grit his teeth and charged forward, running through the thick smoke and dust. No. I have to speed up. The sound of stones breaking and shattering above, the heat from the distant battlefield, and the sight of a blazing red light pouring out from the end of the tunnel. Tujia shouted loudly, his voice echoing like thunder. "Cheng Tu, don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you." But the scene before him leaves him speechless. All sounds seem to freeze, his eyes wide open, unable to speak. Cheng Tu, a brilliant flash of light exploded in the cave, with Chiu Cheng enveloped in a blinding aura. Blue lightning bolts crackling like thunder and wind. One hand tightly grips the neck of a thug. The other man is under the heel, hearing a familiar voice. Cheng Liang turns his head and asks softly, "Tujia." Tujia froze, cold sweat running down his neck, eyes looking at your friend with a twisted mouth. Even though he's used to your strength. Is this maybe a bit too much? A feeling of frustration welled up inside, leaving no chance for me to make a move. Meanwhile, the big boss was gradually waking up, lying on the ground and stirring slightly. From the ruins of the fallen palace, the former king stood up trembling, his massive body shivering, his eyes blazing red, clutching a giant axe covered in water stains, his breath like a gale. The former duke charged at lightning speed, wielding his giant blade with a roar of metal and fire, striking directly at Xiaothon's head. "Tuda, stay calm and be careful." "But you seem very composed." "Not avoiding anything." With a cold gaze that flicks lightly, a blazing red streak of wind cuts through the cave, and the head of the giant boss is sliced off in an instant. At the same time, Luthon crushes the neck of the enemy in his hand and throws the corpse aside like a discarded object. The system notification blazes in the sky. You have defeated the former duke at level 13, the boss level, with Trio Thon at level 8, level 9, and level 10 leading in the absolute attribute of Toisang. Activating the effect, a blazing golden pillar of light erupts, filling the cave with radiant aura, and in front of Chiu-Thon, a glowing golden book appears, its pages turning on their own, emitting divine light. Activate the eternal evolution attribute of the only shining attribute, staring intently at the floating book in front of you, the light reflecting in your cold eyes. A flash of amazement crossed your mind. Defeating the boss instantly leveled you up twice. Who would have thought an attribute of pure light would appear? Immediately afterward, a series of light streams gathered into a skill selection panel, with mysterious words appearing line by line, accompanied by dazzling rays. You will choose a new attribute from the following. Soon to be mastered, Bronze Attribute. Demon Slayer, Bronze Attribute. Or the Bronze Attribute of Pure Mastery. Ice Arrow with the Golden Attribute. Bow Arrow with the Golden Attribute. And finally, a radiant purple glow. It is the Wind Element Manipulation 1. A luminous attribute. In front of the 1,000 cities, countless words of light shimmered in the air, each character spinning like falling stars, transforming into dazzling attributes. And he stared intently at them. A voice echoes in my mind. saying this is the reward for leveling up twice in a row. Some things feel familiar. But there are also abilities the system has never revealed before. The light reflected in his eyes showed hesitation mixed with excitement. But just then, a red alert appeared. The limited time for the breakthrough had ended. Triuthon's whole body trembled violently as the energy suddenly surged and shattered like smoke. Then dispersed. He staggered a step, his body drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Cold sweat sliding down his cheeks. I have no strength left. Are these after effects? The limitations on breakthroughs indeed drain a lot of energy. With my current stamina, I can only do it once in a short period. Before he could regain his composure, a dizzying sensation hit him. His vision blurred, his whole body drained, and he collapsed onto the cold stone ground. Tujia panicked, shouted loudly, "Thon too." He rushed over, holding Triuthon's body with trembling hands. "Is he injured?" Triuthon tried to suppress his fatigue, answering with a faint breath, "Just a little exhausted. A short rest will do." "Tujia, I need to sleep to recover my strength." Hearing that, Tujia clenched his fists, a wave of emotion rising in his heart. For the first time, he saw Thontu vulnerable like a real person. He was also tired like himself, and now it was his turn to protect him. Tujia placed his hand on Triuthon's shoulder, speaking confidently and authoritatively. "You can rest assured and sleep. I am here." But just as those words left his mouth and Chu Cheng was about to fall asleep, suddenly a deafening explosion echoed, and the cliff at the top of the dark cave collapsed, because the huge rock started falling with a deafening roar. The entire cave shook violently, as if about to collapse. "This is bad. Bossy has been killed, and this primal dungeon is also beginning to collapse." There was no time to think. Death clenched his teeth. Shoulder against the wall of Triuthon, he forced himself to climb over the rubble, step by step, breathing heavily, muscles trembling. Wrong, his gaze becoming more and more determined. A plan suddenly formed in his mind. "But last time, we all ran away in chaos. Actually, only later did I realize that its collapse was not quick at all. And even after killing Xiotri Kiet, the cycle of the dungeon still continued for a while." A cold dread suddenly crept into his heart, as Cheng Tzu had just begun to recover. And he was also unsure of the current situation outside the cave. If someone like Hat Loi and the Emperor are waiting to take revenge, then going out now means certain death. The sound of falling rocks blended with the pounding of their hearts, as one person carried another, in a collapsing dungeon scene where determination and fear intertwined intensely. After a long calculation, he quickly scanned the wet rocks everywhere. First must get Cheng Tu to the cave entrance. Only when the cave collapses completely can we rush out. For now, take whichever rope is available. After thinking, he clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and then charged forward. But before they could run far, from the smoky mist, a giant shadow suddenly charged forward. A silver-gray armored beast with spiky fur, sharp teeth bared, and blood-red eyes, roaring as it lunged toward the two. Who is this person killing? I wonder already defeated the boss. But are there still some small monsters left? A cold sweat runs down his temple. But his expression remains steady, lips barely moving, as he pulls a golden bamboo magic bow from his back, its gleaming metal shining through the dust, and his voice carries a hint of arrogance. "But now my little hero is no longer the same as before. Just a tiny steel-clawed rat. Watching my little hero perform is enough. Go ahead and rest peacefully." But before I could show myself, a level 6 fierce beast appeared, growling. And before I could get a grip, another, level 7, fierce beast showed up to join the fun. Since 3 is an odd number, the dungeon added another level 7 monster for no reason, and each one roared wildly with their eyes burning red. The appearance of these abominations makes Tujia furious, cursing under his breath. It's not just one, but 4 of them. The 4 large rats circle tightly around Tufia, their eyes burning like coals, noses twitching, teeth bearing white in the midst of the collapsing scene. Dust and rocks fly everywhere. Tujia grits his teeth. 4 of them. It's time for Lu Tujia to fight alone. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he whispered to his friend on his shoulder, "Cheng Tu, this time it's my turn to protect you." The scene shifts outside the instance, where the atmosphere is completely different, crowded, cold, and calculating, with a large chair in the center surrounded by henchmen. Commander Hoang, deputy manager of Settlement 119, leisurely sipping his coffee, his face showing arrogance, coldly orders that the main instance is collapsing. "It proves someone has already gotten through. You better guard the exit strictly for me. Unless it's one of our people who went out." He glanced at his subordinates, his eyes like a dagger. "If it's not them, then follow the plan and kill them all." The henchmen responded in unison. "Yes, Commander." Next to the Imperial Army is Hak Li, also a deputy manager of Settlement 119. with a clenched fist and a deadly smile. It's still the same words. If it's not one of us, crack their skulls open. The subordinates roared in response. Yes. Boss Law. In another place, at the Wounded Soldiers Treatment Center, Daihoa hurriedly runs to meet Kwang Jiji. Looking worried. Manager Kwang. Everything I just said is the truth. If even half a word is false, I will die with nowhere to bury me. Gigi sneers with a puff of smoke, her lips curling in disdain rather than gratitude. Then falls silent. He's dead. Then who takes care of your wife and children? I support her. And none of my supply vouchers have been completely used up by you bunch of scoundrels. Daihoa scratched his head and chuckled. But those who endured that much really had the demeanor of someone like him. Definitely not just a gigolo for that big shot. Gigi takes a puff of her cigarette, her eyes burning like embers. Clearly aware of the danger inside, but still deliberately leaving those with fighting ability behind. Let the others take the injured out. Someone like that truly has the demeanor I had in the past. Maybe he still senses the danger inside. So he deliberately looked for a way to let him retreat and save his life. Da Huasheng nodded in agreement. That might really be possible. If you start talking, Bai Vin will rush in, with Lao Dai, Hoang Quan, and Hak Loi all around the exit waiting for their people. And they even said that, if the person coming out isn't one of theirs, his face looked tense. Then he hesitated and said he would kill without mercy. This voice is like pouring fuel on the fire. Gigi frowning. Cold voice. A bunch of fools. No matter who comes out. They are all company people. If they want to act, then the supervisor up there will definitely not stand by and watch. Vin hesitated and asked, so what do we do? Just ignore them. Boss. Hoang Quan and Black Loi aren't fools. They're confident because they've prepared to face the company. Da Hua saw the manager hesitating and quickly stepped in. Manager Kwang. So then those who are committed will. He paused here, a wave of worry rising in his heart. If Manager Kwang doesn't get involved and relies entirely on that company's supervisor, then both of them will be in danger. Actually, they don't care about the rules like that. They only care about who benefits them. Gigi paused for a moment before acting in a way that startled everyone. Du put out the cigarette in the corner of the brick, his eyes sharp as stars. Lower your voice. Gather the brothers. We're heading to the exit. And if Chiu Thon's men come out, I will personally protect them. Dai Hoa was so happy upon hearing that he almost collapsed to the ground, stammering, thank you to Manager Kwang, his heart filled with joy, as if all the hope in Manager Kwang's golden promises had been added up. Even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, he wouldn't blink an eye. When Dai Hoa left, Bai Vin asked softly, have you changed your view of that kid after promising publicly? Gigi sighed, still looking cold. Not at all. But if he can survive and get out, even if he's a gigolo for a big shot, he's still the best tool for us to reach the top later on. I'm acting for everyone's future. My words are straightforward and calculating, my tone becoming more disdainful. Bak Vin subtly sneers, but I feel he admires that kid more. That remark made Gigi angry. He turned around, pale-faced, pointing directly at his subordinate, telling him to shut up, and threatening that he would crush his mouth. The scene shifts back inside the instance. After a long sleep, Chiothan slowly opens his eyes with a dazed look, vaguely wondering how long he has been asleep. Then you suddenly remembered and sat up. This is the primal dungeon collapsing. That's right, Tujia. Chuthan shouted loudly. Tujia. The dungeon is collapsing. Let's get out quickly. However, the response from beside is a trembling, weak voice saying, I know, Chengtu, you finally woke up. If we go out now, there's a chance the Imperial soldiers and Hat Loi are waiting outside, and they definitely won't let us go. Ignoring those words, he turned to see his battered, bloodied, breathless friend lying on the ground healing, and felt a pang of sorrow. Without letting you say anything, Tujia still tried to boast about his achievements. Earlier you fainted, and I carried you, risking my life to kill 4 steel-clawed rats on my own. Although even breathing is difficult, his face still shows a proud smile. I once said I would return before your eyes as a king. I said it, and I did it. Take it slow. I may stumble over my words, but Tujia's sincerity made Chuthan pause for a moment, and a warm feeling of gratitude rose in his heart. Knowing that despite being badly injured, he himself was unharmed. This kid really risks his life to protect me. Chuthan gently asked, Tujia, can you still go on? This dungeon is about to completely collapse. We have no choice but to go out. Just as Tujia was about to say something, the pain surged up, making him unable to speak. Cheung Giem held Tujia steady on his back, and the two slowly moved deeper into the green glow of the circle. Tu Jia worriedly said, "We know nothing about what's happening outside. Once we go out, it will definitely be a dangerous situation." Hearing that, he just smiled and replied, stepping forward confidently, "Let's go. Whether it's mountains of swords or seas of fire, our brotherhood will overcome together." That kind of words only fueled Tu Jia's fire, her lips curling into a fierce smile. Of course, in the distance, amidst the tense and thick atmosphere, the whirlpool of transition gently trembles. A silver light sweeps across the sky, making the entire square hold its breath. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Look!" and immediately a burst of noise erupted. Someone has gone outside. Could it be one of ours? On the tall tower nearby, the Imperial envoy and her steward stand silently watching, her eyes wide with surprise. As someone emerges from the transfer vortex, an actual challenger is about to appear. Next to her, the old butler bowed slightly, his voice calm and steady. If the person she values does not appear, then it can only be said that he has let her down. Moreover, this kind of low-level identity verification test doesn't really require you to be here to watch. Quan Tu was silent for a moment, her eyes shining with rare determination. "I am sure it will be him. Definitely." Then her voice grew a little lower. "Anyone can attain a noble position. So from now on, don't say such things anymore." The old butler nodded slightly, his voice deepening as the two figures gradually emerged from the misty dust. Slowly walking away, Chu Thon carried Tu Jia on his back, blood-stained all over, stumbling as he walked, but his eyes remained calm and steady like flowing water. Quan Tu hesitated for a moment. Indeed it was them. She slightly pursed her lips, feeling a flicker of worry inside. Tu Jia was still so fragile, and she had to have Cheng Tu carry him out like that. As they recognized the figures emerging, the crowd outside the gate erupted in fury, asking who they were. Another person joined in, shouting, "They're not our people either. So where are our brothers now?" The prince stepped forward, my face darkening as I asked coldly, "So, just the two of you out here?" "Kid," nearby. Hatloy also gritted his teeth and roared, "Kid, where is my territory? Where are you hiding them?" Chuathan Gong Dao. Jiang Dio, Kong Cam, Xuc Noiho Dashet Het Roy. Toi Dagietet. Aroi Ma Tien Koi Kan Vang Len. Muatujia Ke Hinkin. Your lazy yet ruthless voice says, "Your brothers are just scum. I've already killed a few of them myself." The space seemed to explode for a moment, with angry and surprised eyes all turning to the two survivors who just stepped out and shouted, "What are you two? Daring to kill our people? Don't even think about leaving here alive. Chop their heads off and use them as sacrifices for our brothers." The darkness deepens over the face of the Imperial Prince, his eyes flashing like a sword, and his voice coldly says, "If this has never belonged to our people, then you don't need to live anymore." Hatloy's face flushed red as if he wanted to breathe fire, and he gritted his teeth, giving a deadly order to tear them apart into pieces. As soon as he drew his sword, the group behind him broke into chaos, shouting blood and rallying. "Yes, boss. Cut them down. Listen up. The boss dares to steal our goods. Just a bunch of outsiders daring to steal from us. You want to die." Footsteps pounding. A crowd armed with weapons rushing towards Xiaothan. He gently drew his knife, the steel blade softly slicing through the air with a cold metallic sound, quietly murmuring to himself about the strength of the Imperial army and the power he sensed within himself. The others are no match for the awakened ones who have already entered, and only those with the ability have been sent inside to compete for a spot in the company. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the excited crowd, the blade's shadow gradually rising, a fierce flame with a hot reddish glow, like glowing, heated steel. The light comes alive, sweeping away the dust and reflecting on every eager face. "Unlike you guys who can't even enter the dungeon. On what basis do you dare to shout in front of me if you want to die? Then go grindstones for my new attribute." Without hesitation, you use the sharp attribute of the bronze system, with a 15% passive effectiveness increase. Armor penetration for attacks. This skill has been adjusted by the evolution book, and even more special is the wind control attribute, the ability to summon wind at will, with the strength increasing as the user's level rises. Becoming a dot of silence, watching the blazing fire, he quietly calculated, instantly leveling up 2 tiers, muttering to himself, his eyes narrowing slightly. "I went directly from level 8 to level 10. From level 9, I chose a very practical keyword, sharp, and for level 10, I received a completely new keyword, wind control level 1. I don't know what level the combined skill of this new wind control will become in the future, but for now, it's strong enough." That gaze gradually turned cold and sharp like a freshly sharpened blade, causing the surrounding air to start to ripple. Each thin gust of wind cut through his hair as Chiu Thon shouted, calling the wind, immediately activating the wind attribute and wind control. Immediately, a giant tornado of wind burst out from around Triuthan, swirling like the mouth of a storm, with fierce howling winds blending with the icy aura emanating from his body. It makes everyone nearby instinctively step back half a step, shouting in shock. Where did this evil wind come from? Damn it. Sand in my eyes. Damn it. What is happening? He didn't stop there. He slightly tilted his head, his voice like a command as he unleashed fire. Immediately, a fierce flame burst from his palm, swirling into the silver vortex, merging wind and fire into a spiraling column of flames, blazing like a fiery serpent coiling in the air. Burn everything that passes by. The sound grows louder and louder. Not just wind but fire too. Hot. Too hot. It hurts. I'm burning alive. Put out the fire quickly. King Quan slowly drew his sword, its shining blade reflecting a cold streak on the stone floor. He spoke softly, with a contemptuous smile. Showing some skill, no wonder you could kill them. Next to him, Hatloi frowned, his eyes sharp as a blade. He guessed and guessed wrong. Speaking softly, this kid seems to belong to the dark arts faction. Kid, is it the wind you control, or is the fire really your true power? I don't care what my abilities are, it has nothing to do with you. This remark only makes the Imperial Prince more annoyed. Why bother talking nonsense to someone about to die? Hatloi sneered mockingly, took a step forward, and said with a provoking tone, that's right. He's just a kid, probably only around level 10 or so. No matter how strong he is, how much can he really do? Tujia tenses up, whispering hurriedly into Chuthan's ear. Thon, too. Put the young master down. Those two guys are not easy opponents. Carrying me like this, you definitely can't handle them. Chuthan still remained calm, replying in a gentle yet firm voice, I know, but even if I let you down, I still can't fight back against them. Hearing that, Tujia widened his eyes in shock, almost falling backward in surprise. What do you mean? So just now you sounded so proud. I thought you had some impressive tricks up your sleeve. Chuthan still maintained a calm attitude as if nothing serious was happening. But openly confronting them now shows our best stance. Tujia looked confused, unsure how to show her attitude or who to direct it to. On the roof, Quan clenched her shirt tightly, her eyes fixed and worried. As the two deputy managers were about to attack Chuthan, they are all awakened individuals in their 20s, with strength beyond ordinary fighters. If they truly fight, Chu Cheng won't be able to withstand them. Next to her, the old butler calmly said, Tuthu wants this old man to take action. Right, but don't worry too much. This isn't something we need to get involved in yet. Hearing that, Quan Tui turned away, his face full of doubt. Wondering why, the butler just smiled faintly, his eyes flickering toward the chaos, and calmly replied, because the one who wanted to act has already arrived. Back to the fierce battle below. The two deputy managers charged forward like two hungry tigers, eyes blazing with hostility, shouting loudly, You still dare to kill my woman? I will make you pay with your life. Hatloi shouted loudly. His most trusted subordinate is still inside him. Your worthless life with all its heads isn't enough to pay the debt. My most trusted subordinate is right there. And even if your worthless life is lost, it still won't cover the cost. Go, die. Tu Da Huang whispers into Triothan's ear, trembling and urging him to run. They're coming. But Triothan doesn't bother to move. His eyes showed no hint of worry as he quietly told his friend, They don't need to run. They're already coming. At the moment the two of them were about to close in on Xiao Cheng. Suddenly, a burst of red light erupted, tearing through the space, and a thunderous explosion echoed from the red light. The ground suddenly erupted, and that was the golden attribute, the Tiger King's treasure. Amidst the heat, a commanding voice rang out, All of you, stop right there. Tujia gently smiled, eyes shining. So that's Kwang Jiji's key ability. Were you really waiting for Kwang Jiji? We have saved so many people like this. He must have found out the information early. I've already guessed it. From outside, Kwang Jiji leisurely puffs on a cigarette, leading a group of people confidently and with a chilling aura that hints at intimidation. Zhao Cheng is from the company. Anyone who dares to touch him, I will take their life. The moment you arrived, the whole space froze. Huang Quan raised an eyebrow with a close-lipped smile. Kwang Jiji, you finally made it. Hakloi coldly spoke with disdain. Manager Kwang is really late. Gigi ignored their taunts, her gaze sweeping over the two of them, her voice emotionless. So, have you been waiting for me for a long time? The Crown Prince sneered and said mockingly, Of course we've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Just like the previous performance to overthrow the manager. Hak Li pursed her lips, a murderous look in her eyes, ready to act once more today. Kwang Jiji pursed her lips and coldly replied, Do you really think you can win just relying on the two of you? Hoang Quan gently pushes his glasses with his finger, his smile full of mockery. Even with just the two of us, are you confident you'll win? Given the current situation, it's unclear who truly holds the advantage. The Emperor is currently at level 27. Kwang Jiji is at level 28. However, Hak Loi on the other side is also at level 28, while Bak Vin from the company is only at level 25. This only makes Hak Loi more confident. You have the same level as me, and even the rank of your subordinate, Bak Vin, is higher than yours. The advantage is on our side. However, suddenly his voice lowered. Then he burst into a loud laugh, and his voice echoed even louder. This time, we even called Sector 173 to the market for a withdrawal. Kwang Jiji, today is the day of your funeral, and I haven't even said my last words. From behind, a series of mechanical noises roared as armored vehicles approached, with the 173 cannons on their decks exposed, cold and threatening. In less than a moment, a hurried subordinate rushed in, face pale. Manager Kwang, something's wrong. Many awakened people from the 173rd concentration zone have already gathered outside the main gate and have started attacking. Gigi still stood there calmly, the cigarette not yet finished, eyes as cold as ice, with no hint of panic on his face. He simply nodded and gave the order. Chu Bak Vin. The others immediately followed me to support, waiting for me to finish here before heading over. My subordinates let out a cry and rushed off like a bird leaving its nest. Gigi turned to the Imperial soldiers and asked sharply, "What benefit does Zone 173 have that makes them dare to do this? Aren't they afraid I'll come and destroy them?" The Royal Army also didn't hide it, based on our movements, as long as they help us. After we win, they can loot in Zone 119 for 3 days, taking whatever they want. Aside from their skin, everything belongs to them, Huang Jun added. Besides, I'm about to kill you here. They won't fear a dead man. Words like fire ignited a spark in Gigi's heart, her face turning from cold to dark, her muscles tightening like a stretched bow, shifting from calm to a silent rage. Keep your pride, but you dare to sell out the detention center. If you've come this far, then this place can no longer hold you. The Imperial Army no longer tries to hide its ambitions. He sneers coldly, eyes shining with desire. When I already helped you overthrow the previous management, I am the deputy manager. And even if I overthrow him, I am still the deputy manager. So what's the point of my overthrow anymore? Hat Loi stands beside, gripping his sword tightly, growling like a lion. I've said it. We must seize land from all 4 directions to expand our territory. Number 119. But every time you refuse, if you won't agree, then just forget it. And you won't even share the resources with me. So what's the point of me following you anymore? The volume and words are like burning coals, rising up. Everyone can smell the iron and blood of treachery. On the sidelines, Chiu Chung stands still, eyes cold, thinking sharply. Each person has their own interests, so this last stand at the 119th concentration camp will surely be a complete bloodbath. But for ordinary people, Kwang Jiji is the best choice. While lost in thought, the assassin whispered in your ear that he didn't expect Kwang Jiji's subordinates to rebel so much. He also had a hard time. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind the 2 young men. Big brother, little brother. They turned around in shock and called out loudly. The driver, Dai Hoa, glanced around secretly, then waved her hand, calling them over quickly. Once people like Manager Kwang strike, we can only be the targets. I'll take you to a safe place. As soon as the words finished, the entire area trembled. Small explosions erupted like earthquakes, rocks flying everywhere, and those sounds seemed like commands to run fast if they didn't want to be buried under the rubble. He reacted instantly, even though he was carrying Tu Jia on his shoulders. His speed was still extremely fast. With just a quick turn, they reached Da Hua's safe spot without a scratch. After crawling over the pile of rocks, Tu Jia Trang was stunned, eyes wide open, his whole body convulsing as if electrocuted, his lips trembling but unable to speak. In front of them was a scene that made their hearts tighten. 2 beasts charging at each other like wild animals. Bai Vin and Huang Quan facing off, weapons clashing, sparks flying, golden lightning flashes across the sky, each strike sending shockwaves that crack the stone and water beneath, with streaks of light colliding to form a wall of explosive elemental energy. Tu Jia was stunned and stammered. They really are fighting. Da Hua quickly explained to both of them that these keywords have natural elements like thunderclap and landslide. Among the keywords that Deputy Manager Bai has awakened, one is lightning subordinate, a gold keyword. So it seems the Imperial Commander can control some earth currents. Zhu Cheng frowned, glancing at Kwang Jiji, who was facing Hat Loi, and curiously asked, What is the keyword of your manager Kwang? That blue flame. Daihua looked at the battle between those level 28 fighters and explained with added excitement. It really is a blue flame. Something that cannot exist in reality. Everything focused on the calm face of the manager, surrounded by a mystical blue flame. Daihua emphasized that it was a luminous attribute only found in legends. The more he talked, the more excited the driver became. None of us knew the power of that keyword. But Manager Kwang did mention it. It's a radiant level keyword. A flame from the underworld of hell. Tujia let out a respectful gasp. So that is the one in 1,000-year radiant keyword. In legends, each radiant keyword hides powers capable of changing the world. Chua Cheng was quite surprised to hear that. Turned around and asked, "Is there really such a legend?" Tujia nodded affirmatively and then explained. "Yes, I have looked into some legends, which mention why the world has changed into this. Because in ancient times, someone awakened a keyword, and that keyword caused the entire world to fall into despair. It destroyed the ancient era, the age when human civilization was at its most glorious and prosperous. Moreover, no one knows how the first keyword was born. It seems to have existed only by borrowing a human's body. Then it destroyed human civilization." The farewell voice suddenly grew softer, carrying a visible hope. "Thantu. If we had a powerful enough keyword like that, we might be able to save your sister. Becoming famous worldwide will no longer be just a dream. Perhaps it could even recreate an ancient human civilization once again." Healing Spirit nodded slightly, answering softly but firmly. "Maybe so." But a lingering look of contemplation appeared in his eyes. The attribute of the spirit seal on his body currently does not possess the mysterious aura described in legends. Some sanshi are just faint effects, while others are destructive storms of rage. Power is uneven, and the gap between strong and extremely strong can be an abyss that an ordinary person cannot foresee. However, a glimmer of hope also rose in his mind, and thanks to the existence of the Eternal Evolution book, perhaps in the future he would truly have a chance to acquire that terrifying keyword. But with such a keyword, could it also be a button that destroys oneself? Can a person really hold on to such a keyword? Returning to the current battle, Hakui soared into the sky like an endless monster, his body swelling as waves of energy burst out violently. Han roared like thunder. "Don't think that just because you have a blazing keyword, you can beat me. My keyword isn't anything special either." As soon as the words finished, Hak Loi suddenly went berserk, channeling all his energy. Blood vessels on the skin bulge and surge. Muscles grow even harder. A red glow rises around the Han, blazing fiercely, activating the golden Kim attribute of the scholar. The young men below watch and block, their eyes blazing with excitement. This is Hak Loi's second keyword, and his golden Kim attribute shows a clear division between strong and weak. Hak Loi charges like a raging boulder, fists like mountains heading straight for his opponent's head, with a deathly fire burning in his eyes. Ngia La roared. "Kwang Gigi. Watch me turn you into a pile of meat if you dare to stand in my way. Anyone who tries to block my expansion must die." But Gigi still stood calmly, a slight contemptuous smile on his lips, and he asked coolly and disdainfully, "So what?" As the giant fist was about to strike, a blue flame erupted from Kwang Gigi, not just a single flame, but a storm of jade-colored fire enveloping his entire body. The blue fire rising high and bright, growing bigger and bigger, spreading across the space between the two of them. Gigi's voice echoes through the waves of fire. "Hak Loi. Do you think you can replace me just because you rely on him?" The blue flames engulf Hak Loi's massive body, burning fiercely. A painful roar echoing dry and hoarse. But his resilience remains unbroken, enduring the pain and holding on. "I will scream before you burn me to death. I will take you down with me." Hak Loi forgets his human form, raising his fist again to try to throw the opponent down. Below, the assassin gapes in shock, shouting loudly, "Is that Kwang Gigi stupid, or what? Why didn't he dodge charging recklessly like that?" "No one knows who will win or lose." Zhu Cheng suddenly cut in, his voice calm but steady as Han was distracted and reaching out on the other side. On the other side, Kwang Gigi's dark fire erupts like a blue shield, sweeping across to block Bak Vin and Hoang Quan. He seems to be being constricted by something right now, and Da Hua is rushing towards Hoang Hot. Bak deputy manager has been overwhelmed by Hoang Quan's landslide. Tu Jia, standing nearby, also eagerly commented that dark fire is stopping Hoang Quan from reaching Bak Vin. It's really helping him. But Hoang Quan only smiled smugly. "Bak Vin. These dark flames won't save you either. The gap between levels will only grow wider." He slightly pursed his lips, his left hand striking fiercely, as streams of mud burst from the ground like steel snakes, coiling in the air and rushing straight into the blue flames. He chuckled grimly, his voice sharp as a blade. It seems you still haven't fully realized the gap between us. So let me help you see clearly with your life. Spikes of earth and stone from Hoang Quan's earth flow rise like giant serpents, twisting and then shooting straight toward Bai Vin's head. He roared in midair, his voice savage like a beast. Die you. Quang Jiji's dogleg. Seeing his teammate being pushed to the brink of death, Quang Jiji gritted his teeth, trembling with rage. And a single thought flashed in his mind to stop it, immediately. A dark blaze erupts. A blue light covering the entire space like a storm of hellfire surging upward, encircling the streams of earth and burning them. The earth currents are temporarily blocked and cannot advance further. But the Imperial soldiers grow even more excited, laughing loudly and wildly. Trying to stop me like fire cannot be contained by earth. Facing death before him, Bai Vin remains unshaken. Even though his body is tightly bound, his eyes still shining brightly, shouting loudly towards the commander, his voice echoing through the smoke and dust. Manager Quang, I will never regret following you in this life. At that moment, a deafening explosion roared through the sky. Rocks and dirt were blasted into the air. Large chunks soared into the sky, and dust and smoke billowed into columns, covering the entire battlefield. The Imperial soldier stands amidst the sea of smoke, expressionless, gently brushing the dust from his hair, then turns around coldly. Hatley, I've taken care of that Bak Vin guy. Now I'm coming to help you kill that Quang or whatever. But he had no idea that within the swirling dust, a flash of blue light flickered, and Trong Than's dagger sliced through the air, cutting off all the streams of molten lava swirling around Bak Vin. Trong Than, Bin Tin, Vong Len, Kong Chut Run So, Fo Quan Li Bach, Toi Den Jiup, An, Day, Bak Vin Hingak, Nagc Nchisia, Nha, Mat, Kon Hoang Lon, On Kanim, Vui Duok Kuu, Trong Than. Why do you have this kind of power? I remember you still hadn't reached level 10 yesterday. Zhang Cheng just shook his head, not explaining much. I can't maintain this state for much longer. Deputy Manager Bai. If you want to help Manager Quang then, now let's work together to kill Hoang Quan. Bak Vin nodded in agreement. Alright. Secretly thinking that right now it's not the time to ask too many questions. He also has his own secrets. Hoang Quan was about to step in to help Hak Loi, when suddenly he felt a cold aura approaching. He blinked, muttering to himself. Is that the wind? No. Someone just passed by. Before he could regain his composure, two powerful strikes shot towards him like lightning, leaving Hoang Vin unable to dodge and taking the full blow. But what really confuses him is the appearance of the person he just killed. Bai Vin. Yet you're still alive. Did this kid save you? Neither of them bothered to speak, both launching their attack together, with Trong Than appearing like a shadow. As light as the wind, a slash cuts across the left side of his waist, and at the same time, Bai Vin charges from the right, sword swinging. With a lightning bolt crackling through the air, the sword in Hoang Quan's hand suddenly flashes out of sight. A strike like lightning slicing through his body. The sound of metal clashing echoed as a deep slash cut across Hoang Quan, blood spraying wildly, and he collapsed halfway to the ground. I quickly wrapped myself in earth magic to shield myself. If you dare hurt me, I will kill you all. The situation is urgent. Dai Hoa and Tong Tu Da run away, but he refuses to let go, leaving me behind. I have to go help the city of Tu. Dai Hoa frowned tightly and shouted, Little C.A., you must not go anymore. If your big brother, can't even protect myself. If you go, you'll definitely all die. Tu Da, his whole body in pain, but with iron resolve, struggled fiercely. With no other choice, he bit down hard on Dai Hoa's hand, a cry of pain echoing out. I was wrong. I was wrong. At the same time, outside the wall district, the chaos was so intense that it was impossible to tell people apart from the sound of gunfire. The stone walls were shattered, and the gates were riddled with holes from the relentless fire. The survivors huddled against the collapsing walls, faces covered in dust and smoke, as a soldier shouted in horror with wide eyes. Yet they were using ancient fire-based weapons. A thirsty man shouted loudly, his voice trembling but determined. Brothers, we must hold on. We have to endure until Manager Quang comes here. We will win. On the other side, the people from Zone 173 are like mad beasts. Guns and cannons roaring. Wild laughter mixed with gunfire. Crazed and fierce. Led by a towering leader with blazing red eyes. Standing among the ranks, he shouted, just attack and do whatever our brothers want to do. Whatever they want to play. Brothers, give it your all for me. So that sound was a barrage of gunfire hitting the city walls. Shells tearing up the ground. Fire and smoke soaring into the sky. In that scene, on the observation roof, Quan Tui stands with the old manager, quietly watching. Her eyes dark and cold as ice. Manager Ra. Are you still not taking action? The old man gently bowed his head respectfully and asked, which direction should I strike? She quickly replied with firm determination. The Triuthon group has passed the test and is now considered part of the company. Aren't you going to protect them? I am the company's judge at the 119 concentration zone. Aren't you going to expel the invaders from zone 173? She finished speaking, her gaze piercing straight into him, commanding and pleading at the same time. I know you have that strength. But the old manager just sighed, looked up at the smoky sky, and replied, Miss, wait a little longer. For us, actually, who wins the survey doesn't matter. Do you know why that survey was held? The prince frowned. Asking why, he replied in a deep, hoarse voice that it was to weaken the strength of the concentration zones in order to eliminate their awakened people. For the stability of the eastern continent, you should understand that when stronger individuals increase, there will be more trouble. Actually, the internal conflict within concentration zone 119 has been known by the company for a while, which is why they arranged this survey here. Hearing this, the official froze. How could it be that this survey wasn't to select the strongest person for the company to develop it? The old manager chuckled softly, his eyes filled with sorrow, as if he had seen through everything. The company has long been strong enough. If the company wishes, it can ensure that all the people in the eastern continent live a life of material abundance. He looked into the distance where the smoke from the battlefield covered the sky, and then continued. But if that's the case, does the eastern continent still need the company? Or do they still consider joining the company as a wish? Those words cut like a cold blade deep into Quan Tui's heart. She stood silently, her eyes trembling as smoke and wind whipped her face, and she wondered why it had to be like this. Manager sighed again and calmly replied, so that they could fight and kill each other. This is the best way to maintain stability in the eastern continent. Young lady, wait until you grow a little older, and you will understand. Quan Tui hurriedly replied, but just as he reached this point, his throat suddenly tightened, and he couldn't speak a word. She looked at the battle here, then at the chaos at the city gate, her mind filled with thoughts. And for now, the situation in Zhaocheng was still undecided, but the main gate of Zone 119 is about to be broken through. Even if Zhaocheng wins, the ordinary people in Zone 119 will have suffered destruction. Do you really want me to just stand by and do nothing? So, then, I, as the eldest daughter of the Quan family and the next heir, can I order you to go save them? Lao Kuangjia frowned and asked her with a pressured expression. Of course it's possible, but doing so would violate the rules of the 5 great clans. The supreme rules. So, do you still want to give the order? Young lady. This statement made Quan hesitate, his mind filled with conflicting thoughts. Violating the rules of supremacy would bring great danger. But to stand by and watch thousands be killed, could he do that? The Quang family continues to analyze. The eastern continent is dominated by our fan-themed company, with countless large and small prison areas. But those at the top of power are forever the 5 great clans. Accordingly, the leaders of the 5 great clans established the Supreme Council, and all policies implemented in the East were decided by the Supreme Council. But even the 5 great clans have their own conflicts of interest. So the Supreme Council has enacted the laws of the ruler that all members of the 5 great clans must obey. He reminded him, and at this moment, the young lady's desire to violate is the 9th rule of the Overlord Code, interfering excessively in the lives and deaths of civilians outside her territory. The cost of violation is not only the confiscation of a large amount of resources from the Quan family, but also a 30-day banishment penalty for the offender. The Quang family frowned, his voice deep and serious. Resource confiscation is not the main issue. The most important thing is the detention order, because detention will prevent that person from entering the dimensional space instance. This will cause the young generation of other clans to fall behind. And once the gap widens, the Quan family will have to spend even more resources to make up for the disparity. Miss, you must understand which matters take priority. At this moment, a distant sound echoes in, and while the Lord looks in that direction with a worried expression, the butler calmly announces that the main gate of estate, 119, has been broken down. On this side, Hua Kuang grinned wickedly, veins bulging on his face, shouting orders to charge in, seize resources, steal stocks and items, grab food, and with his subordinates, stormed forward, knocking down anyone in the way, while they yelled, playing with women. I want to play with all the women in Zone 119. Kill. Kill. Inside, everyone is fleeing in all directions, faces full of fear and relief, exclaiming the main gate has been broken. Let's run now. The bad guys are coming in. Run quickly. Run. Hoa Kuang grabs a woman by the hair, sneering lewdly. Where are you running to? A man like you would truly love and care for someone. The henchmen are going crazy, looting and cursing. Motherfucker. If you don't give the item slips, they'll cut you down. Enough is enough. I'm about to get some women. Quan Tui widened her eyes, witnessing everything happening. Veins bulging in her eyes. The sounds of their voices echoing in her ears. The blood-stained path, smashing their house to pieces. She clenched her fists, trembling with rage. Then, he shouted loudly. Quan, 36. I, Quan Tui, as the rightful daughter of Quan Jia, order you to drive out the intruders from number 173, even if it violates the rules of the upper class. I do not care. The Quan family immediately obeyed, reporting respectfully to the young lady, with Quan 36 receiving the order. In an instant, he had left the roof, leaving behind a streak of shimmering light. Quan Tui looked down and thought to herself, he must be disappointed in me and think I act on impulse. But he will find out everything eventually. She jumped down below, thinking to herself, now I must go help Zhao Cheng. Quan Jia saw Quan Tui's actions, looked over and realized, feeling doubtful in his heart, does the young lady still want to go help the little ones? Miss Dai, a kind and gentle person like her, if she becomes a ruler in the future, will Quan Jia be subdued in her hands? He rushed quickly toward the main gate, reaffirming that no matter what, I am still a martyr of the Quan family. The orders of the Quan family are my mission. The Quan family activates its power, a tornado swirling like a serpent, engulfing everyone in Hoa Kuang's group. The screams of agony echo continuously. What is this? Why did he suddenly appear? Your Excellency. He looked at us with a sharp gaze and, after dealing with them, coldly declared that anyone who dares to anger Miss would be killed without mercy. On this side, the Imperial Army attacked and cursed at the same time. A useless level 10. Bak Vin. Don't think you can match me. I will make all of you die here. Bak Vin raised his sword to defend, worried inside. I can't do it. My attack and Chiu Than's are not strong enough. We can't break through Han's earth barrier. If we keep dragging this out, we're sure to lose. Chiu Than isn't doing any better, his face showing extreme fear. Bak Vin looked at him carefully. Han had also sustained quite a few injuries, and moreover, maintaining his current state had drained a large amount of his stamina. If we keep fighting, it will only cause Han to die with me. Hearing that, he shouted loudly, Cheng, this has nothing to do with you. Don't die here. I will create an opportunity for you to escape. Bak Vin immediately demonstrated mastery of swordsmanship, with passive effects when using sword-type weapons. Attack speed increases by 15% and damage increases by 15%. The two royal soldiers' eyes flash with light as they taunt. Bak Vin, you're about to die. Do you still have time to care about others? Everyone will die. Unfortunately, your initial attribute was level green copper. Otherwise, they could still cause me some confusion. Han immediately activates the golden extreme speed attribute, increasing speed by 30% for 15 minutes. Bak Vin stood there, staring blankly. As Han continued speaking, I've activated ultra speed. You can't keep up with my pace. Bak Vin, he tries to swing his sword defensively, using all his strength to counter the speed of the Imperial Army. But the unavoidable obstacle, the sharp spikes from Bak Vin's earth attribute piercing through, combined with Han's wide and fierce attack. This is the gap in power and level. The one about to die, Chiu Than focused his gaze, silently assessing that if he continued fighting, there truly would be no chance of victory. My level is too low. But now that Han has entered a desperate state, maybe I can take advantage of the opportunity he creates. Seeing Bai Vin struggling amidst the deadly attacks, he felt a bit confused. But in this situation, we are completely at a disadvantage. What should we ultimately do to win? Just then, the rocks and dirt in front of Chiu Than cracked and shattered due to the tremor. From inside, the young master of the great Hua clan stepped out, rubbing his head and saying, Big brother, it was the young master who forced me to come here. I had no other choice. His eyes flashed to activate the weakness detection ability and then shouted loudly. Chengzi didn't say much. Cut down that Huang guy. On the left side. Han's blood flow. The left side is the weakness point. Without hesitation, Chiu Than swiftly wiped away and responded with a short, Dai Hua looked on, smiling softly in admiration. I truly admire the trust between you and the big brother. As soon as you speak, he acts, without a doubt, exhausted and worn out like a soul fleeing from its body. I weakly replied, of course. I'm so tired. Forcing myself to activate my abilities like this. I really am drained of all my strength. Chiu Than rushed forward, thinking to himself, use all your attributes on the left side. Just one decisive strike. Then, he simultaneously activated his attributes, unleashing a fierce attack, with flames, demonic secondary fire, sharpness, and exceptional techniques breaking through their limits. And so, Truthan brushed past Huang Jun, still laughing loudly and shouting insults. Bak Vin, exhausted and defeated, go and die. As the words left his mouth, sharp trees formed from the earth attribute prepared to pierce Bai Vin. The faces of Truthan and the Crown Prince appeared simultaneously, unexpectedly, almost shouting together. This is the final blow. With the decisive strikes of various colors he unleashed, along with his confident voice, the outcome was clear. At this moment, the eyes of the Crown Prince turn a bloody red full of ferocity, and his voice trembles as he says, I was actually betrayed by something. Like you, he sneered coldly, roared, and swung his sword. I want you to pay the price. But in response, Truthan remains calm and decisive, turning back to split him in two once more, then calmly says, go to sleep. Seeing the parts of the left side of the Imperial Army's body fall in front of him, he silently thought that he had used his ability to renew once so that all attributes could be reused. But his body, which had just recovered a little, was drained again. Truthan's whole body now sparks with small lightning and a beautiful crackling sound, making him dizzy and showing signs of collapsing. At that moment, Bai Vin rushed over, caught Truthan, and exclaimed, good brother, you saved my life. Quan Tui also appeared as the battle was ending. Looking over in surprise, Truthan couldn't believe he had defeated someone who had awakened beyond level 20. When he remembered that just before parting, he was only at level 7, Quan Tu widened her eyes in amazement, wondering just how extraordinary the person who helped him must be. Bak Vin looked at her and said, Honorable Supervisor of the examination, please forgive me for not being able to pay respects at this moment. Quan Tu waved it off, saying there's no need for formalities. He looked over and continued, he is the person we brought back from settlement area 226, and also the winner of this company's assessment. After speaking, Bai Vin silently thought seriously that the person sent by the company for the exam supervisor position was of extraordinary status, and she wouldn't show much goodwill to a newcomer from the lower levels who just joined the company. Anyway, status and position are already there, so no matter how outstanding a newcomer is, she has already met many like her. But Quan Tui's request surprised him greatly. Send him over. Your manager Kwang's battle is almost over. Go see if you can help. She looked at you and smiled, saying hello, we meet again. Cheng Cheng. Quan Tui's expression made Bai Vin gape in surprise, wondering what kind of connection this scout officer has with Cheng Cheng. Seeing her dismiss you, he was very surprised. This was the first time I saw a senior officer treat a new recruit from the company like that. Bak Vin just showed his surprise openly, gasping in disbelief. So he really didn't say anything. He smiled enviously, wondering in his heart what kind of background Chiothan actually has. A small white face of a major character. But is there any major character who would go without their own small white face? Manager Kwang. I really misjudged today. Meanwhile, Gigi floats in the air, looking down and saying, Ha Li. Finally. No one can stop me anymore. Now. I'll take your head. Han stands below, fists clenched with powerful energy radiating from him, and replies, Gigi. Don't think you'll definitely win. Old man. Before Han could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a barrage of curses and insults. Go die. A swirling green vortex shot straight down where he was standing. The flames dissipated, blowing away the flesh and blood, leaving only Hatloy's skeleton and the lingering sound of his screams. Gigi calmly walks forward with a cigarette in her mouth, her cold eyes flicking to the unfeeling figure. At this moment, Bak Vin rushes over shouting, Manager Kwang. But before he can finish, Gigi cuts him off directly. I understand now. It was Zhao Cheng who teamed up with you to kill the Imperial Army. Let's go. They are still waiting for us at the main gate. Bak Vin hurriedly announced no. Someone at the main gate has already helped us deal with all the intruders from number 173. But I want to say it's not about the Emperor, but about Zhao Cheng. He frowned and asked again. Zhao Cheng? How is he? Then after a while, he looked at the red potion in Gigi's hand. After hearing everything, he looked surprised and asked back, Is what you said true? Does the inspection officer go through his gate himself? Bak Vin confirmed once again. 100% sure. This made Gigi think that not only could he help him seize the Imperial Guard, but he also seemed very close to the company's exam officer. This kid, no major figure would care about the life or death of a pale-faced person. The identity of Zhao Cheng might be even beyond our guesses. Bak Vin asked suspiciously. He's not one of those big characters. Is he? Gigi, after flicking away his cigarette, lit another and replied, narrowing his eyes. If that's the case, Then he might reach a higher position than me, to do what I cannot do. This money allows me to plant that seed in his heart. The scene shifts to some time after the battle. Everything has returned to normal, as in everyday life. On the hospital bed, Zhao Cheng lies there, motionless. Suddenly you sat up, ready to fight, and asked where are we? Tu Jia was sitting there eating and drinking, and upon seeing this, he happily replied, Cheng Zi, you're awake. Do you want a bite? The taste of home. This is made from mutated cassava from area 226. Triathan looked over and asked, Tu Jia, where are we? He immediately replied, we are still in settlement zone 119, in one of the temporary quarantine rooms. You slept for 3 days straight. I was worried you'd starve, so I came to watch over you every day. Zhao Cheng pondered deeply. I slept for 3 days straight. Could this be a side effect of constant use of advanced technology? Tu Jia continued to ask, Cheng Zi, do you really not want to try a bite? This method is really amazing. They added real gold leaf. It's genuine gold leaf. At this moment, the door of the hospital room opened, and a female voice called out, are you awake now? Triuthan was immediately startled, glanced out, wondering in his mind, whose voice is this? Quan Tu, in her young lady outfit, was walking in smiling and said, I thought I couldn't wait for you anymore. Seeing her walk in, Zhao Cheng was a bit surprised and blushed slightly as he asked, Quan Tu, why are you here? Tu Jia sat there, chewing and watching, wondering if Cheng Zi was blushing or if she was seeing things. Quan Tu stepped forward and replied, I am the inspector sent by the company this time. Now that you are awake, I can rest assured. The answer surprised him after I fainted. She's been waiting here all this time for me. She let out a soft sound and replied, in short, as the reconnaissance officer evaluating this mission, I still have a responsibility to fulfill. Death sighed silently, thinking how boring it was, expecting some exciting or intense story to tell. Quan Tui handed over several black cards and said, this is the new identification credential you received. With it, you are officially members of Fan Thien. Thon Market was a bit surprised, looking at the number of cards in her hand and wondering if these were identification certificates. Why are there 3 of them? Tu Jia next to him asked curiously. What material is this made of? It looks very expensive. Quan Tui explains that initially only up to 3 were allowed. But since only 2 of you meet the requirements this time, instead of canceling the 3rd card, I might as well give it to you too. Seeing the word Thon, she hesitated slightly before stepping forward, winking softly and pointing at the card playfully saying, this is the favor I'm giving you. Thon shop owner reached out to take the card and replied, all right, I will repay this kindness someday. Tears of death look a bit confusing. Their affection. Their eyes are about to meet. Is this really affection? Damn it. When I see Xiao Guo again, I will show off to you. Cheng Tu. At this moment, the butler outside knocked on the door and called in, Miss, it's getting late. Quan Tu was slightly startled, realizing there wasn't much time left. Cho Thon also paid attention to her expression, and he was lost in thought, not knowing what to say. Quan Tui reached into his pocket and took out something, saying to him, I have to go now. But there's one more thing I want to give you. She held a piece of purple jade in her hand, her face slightly red. Not representing the company, but a gift from me personally. Quan Tu placed it in her hand. Truthon continued, this is a lucky talisman. You're about to start a new job. I hope it brings you good luck. She walks towards the door where the butler is waiting to open it, and Quan Tu waves goodbye to Truthon. The door slowly closed, and your figure sat there with indescribable thoughts. Strange. Why do I feel so attached to this? Truthon watched her figure leave and felt as if it were when his sister was taken away. No, not as frozen as that anymore. Tuda turned his face away, waved his hand in front of him, shouted loudly, she's already gone. What are you still looking at? You were silent earlier and now you're only realizing you're sorry. Truthon ignored those words, pushed away the hand that was trying to push him back, and took what was his. Tuda sat there, yawning and replying, when he fainted. It was the young lady herself who carried him back. Unfortunately, he couldn't even say a kind word. My friend's words made Truthon's eyes flash with surprise, and he smiled contentedly, thinking to himself, so she was there all along. At this moment, Gigi's group entered the room, and he spoke. I heard you woke up and met the examiner this afternoon. Truthon sat up, looked at them, and replied, I have met him. Little man, who had been growing like a demon, asked him anxiously, Brother Thon too, you're awake. Are you all right? Dahua also shed 2 lines of tears as he lamented, Boss, you've been unconscious for a long time. We were all terrified, especially little brother, who hasn't closed his eyes for days and has been constantly by your side. Truthon. hearing that, turned his head to glance at Tujia, saw him sitting there dozing off with his tongue out, still holding his ID card, and thought to himself, this Tujia didn't mention a word earlier. Over here. Gigi suddenly reached out his hand in front of Truthan, causing him to feel a bit confused. He took your hand, leaned in slightly, and said, thank you for saving Bakvin. I may have been a bit inattentive before. That was my fault. Truthan smiled and replied, it's okay, I see you as a good person. Helping others is my own choice. After all, there aren't many people in this world who think for ordinary folks. These words made Gigi flinch slightly and pause for a moment before he turned to Bakvin and said, your kid is interesting. I guess I was right not to judge him too quickly. Bakvin. I brought the things over. He replied, yes boss, and also handed over a wooden box. Bakvin brought it over, smiled and said, Chengtu, this is a token of gratitude from Manager Kwang on behalf of all the people in District 119. Please accept it. This surprised Truthan a bit, and he immediately asked again, representing all the people. Gigi kept urging and replying, if it weren't for your special status, that bodyguard wouldn't get involved. He looked out the window and continued, if he didn't get involved, our people from District 119 have all been harmed by the mutants from District 173. Take this. It's what you deserve. Truthan smirked, looking at the wooden box in his hand with satisfaction, even though he didn't understand what he was saying. But if it benefits him, he would take it first. Gigi turns back to remind him, and she has a few words to say. Xiaoman involuntarily startles and stands up, and Truthan looks at her with a puzzled expression. She blushed with blood, looking anxious, stammering with bloodshot eyes. I am yours. Tianman clenched her fists with determination and asked to go with him, saying she would never regret it in this life or the next. Gigi explained that it wasn't her idea, but she had voluntarily chosen to follow him. Truthan looked at her and asked why she was doing this. I remember you have your own settlement to return to. Following me won't bring any benefit. Xiaoman still answered seriously. Manager Kwang has already approved my request, so everyone in the settlement will move to Zone 119. Compared to living here and wandering around, they will have a more stable life there. Anyway, I don't have any abilities, so even if I go back to the original settlement, I just want to help everyone live a better life. She recalls the scene of the dispute at that time and continues, but he is different. Strong, confident, and brave. If it were him, he would definitely be able to accomplish great things in this world. Tuman confidently states, I want to follow someone like you. I definitely won't hold you back. My initial abilities are very special. I'm sure I can help you. Truthan, after hearing these heartfelt words from her, lowered his head in deep thought. Tujia, who had been pretending to sleep all along, suddenly burst out laughing. I can't hold it anymore. Do you think what I said is very funny? Tujia pointed at herself and replied, not exactly. On the contrary, I think what you said is very right. Thantu and I will definitely achieve great things. You have sharp eyes. That's why I'm laughing, because I think you really have good insight. He took out an ID card from Than's hand and handed it to me. Tujia pointed it toward Tia Man, who received it. And from now on, she would be a member of our group, no matter if it's a dragon's den or a mountain of swords and seas of fire. As long as Thantu says, go forward. I will never retreat. Can you do it? Holding the card in her hand, she confidently affirmed that no matter if it was a tiger's den or a sea of flames, as long as Brother Thantu said the word, I would never back down. Xiaoman looked at the image on the card with a puzzled expression, and Tujia also exclaimed in surprise, I have one too. Just now, I was still resisting. Gigi explained that the company's identity card is very special. Once an employee is verified, it automatically recognizes its owner. I don't know what material it's made of, but it's definitely very high quality. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed outside, and he looked down to see the company's carriage arriving to pick you up. Gigi looked down and silently assessed that the carriage pulled by these 3 mutated horses was of proper quality, but there was no special treatment at all for them. Then, the 3 of them approached the carriage, and the evaluator told them to get on. I will tell you the details about joining the company on the way. Tujia stepped up excitedly, heading to the company, the vast sky allowing us to indulge freely. Xiaoman looked a bit confused, wondering what Tujia was muttering. Chiothan, I have one last thing to tell you. Listen carefully, and then look back at him with anticipation. Gip takes a puff and says slowly, this world is not as simple as you think, and the company is not a paradise either. If you want to change this world, to let more ordinary people survive, and prevent more from losing loved ones. He looked at Chiothan with a certain trust, and reminded him to use his own fists to create new rules. The scene then shifts to a carriage taking them through a desolate, wind-blown desert, full of withered sand dunes. Inside, Tujia wondered what Thantu was thinking. He had been silent and not saying a word all this time. Chuathan stepped outside and replied, not thinking about anything, just staring blankly. Secretly thinking that the company still holds many secrets. Where are we heading next? I need to find my sister, but for now I can only gradually build my strength to have hope. Seeing you step out, the driver directly asked, do you have something to ask? Chuathan asked straightforwardly. Where are we going now? He replied. Ku tu ku no. 725. That is where the company's external affairs team is based. All of you are assigned to the 0063 External Affairs Squad. Currently serving as members of the squad. Chua Cheng asked further. What is your identity? The driver replied, like you. A regular member of the External Affairs Team 0063. My name is Labin Thuk. Everyone calls me Old Thuk. You can call me that too. After hearing that, Chuathan looked over and asked, isn't that just a nickname? Do you often get bullied? Bin Thuk replied, I come from a common background, so I can't really say I get bullied. Every year, all the members of the squad have new recruits, full of potential like you. And you won't stay in Squad 0063 for too long either. Your suspicious look asked further, do you mean you have to stay in the squad, and if you make certain contributions, you can be promoted and leave? Bin Thuk answered with a slightly sad tone. Yes. As if his noble status meant he could leave without needing to contribute. After hearing that, Zhu Cheng was calculating in his mind that this might be a chance to trust his sister. He couldn't stay in the settlement for too long, and wondered what he should do in Settlement 725 to earn contributions. You keep asking yourself what you need to do to earn enough contribution points to level up. Does Bin Shi turn to ask directly, wanting to hear the truth? Or to lie? Chuathan replied. Truthfully. Feeling a bit confused inside. Why does it have to be divided into telling the truth or lying? He answered grimly, aiming to quickly gather enough contributions to level up. With only two paths, eliminate the rebellious civilians or assist the management in fully exploiting the lower classes. Doubling production to supply the spirit ice needed by the upper class. The mech vehicle continued to trudge through the sandy desert as the sun was about to set. After learning the information, Chuathan pondered deeply, as the promotion conditions contained two crucial pieces of information. First, Settlement Point 725 is where the company produces the ice crystal essence. And secondly, producing this type of ice crystal essence will force the lower classes to constantly rebel. You look at your palm, wondering what exactly is Lambang Tin, and why do the people in the upper class need it? Bin Thuk glanced over and thought to himself that a genius like him could never understand people from the lower classes, so he pulled hard on the reins and urged the horse to gallop. Inside, Tujia looked out cautiously. It seemed that the place they were heading to was another den of trouble, and the driver's scent carried a clear aura of resentment. With the settlement ahead, after a while, the scene shifts to settlement number 725, where the carriage slowly approaches, and Bin Thuk's voice introduces that this is the settlement ahead. Seeing him, the guard immediately saluted. Lord La has thrown away the vassal, and Lord Da has brought new blood to the company. Tujia lifted the curtain to look outside and said, this place is more prosperous than District 119, but the clothing of the common people is much poorer. There is no smile on her face either. Xiaoman widened her eyes in comparison. So the manager here is not as good as Lord Kuang. Truthan looked outside and told them, you two, look and see what that is. Outside, ordinary people are carrying heavy baskets on their backs, looking exhausted. Tujia wonders, the line is so long. What are they carrying? Xiaoman also realized their physical condition. Everyone was exhausted and strained. But in their anger, they were all awakened. Their footsteps are heavy. And with her voice, the awakened surpass the ordinary in strength. If even they are exhausted like that, how heavy must what's in that basket be? And who is forcing them to do this? Tujia guesses that inside it must be Lam Bang Tin. Every settlement has oppression, and it seems this place is no exception. Cheng Cheng folded his arms and said indifferently, after all, no one is holding a stick and standing beside them. Hearing that, he turned back and exclaimed, do they do it voluntarily? Xiao Man was a bit confused. If no one forced them, who would willingly make themselves suffer this much? You repeat what you hear from Bin Thuk, either to quell the rebellious commoners or to assist the overseers in fully exploiting the lower classes. Double the production to meet the demand for Lam Bang Tin from all levels. Secretly guessing in his heart, how could no one be forcing them? It's just that the oppressors are so powerful that they leave no other choice. After arriving, Bin Thuk lifted the curtain and looked inside the vehicle, telling them to get out. We've reached the squad's base. Follow me to report to the squad leader. I consider my mission complete. In front of them was Settlement Point 725, the headquarters of the External Affairs Division, Fantian 0063. and above the building, there was a luminous lotus flower shining mysteriously. Tujia looked up and exclaimed, "That's really magnificent." Xiao Man is simpler. Looking at what's in front of him, he said, "The ascent is too high." Bin Thuk told the three of them to go. "Follow me to meet the team leader. Inside, there is a spacious courtyard. To enter the inner mansion, you must pass through 2 gates. Tujia looked to the side in confusion. "Shouldn't we go through the main door?" Bin Thuk hesitated and replied. At this moment, a few shadows were approaching them. A slick-looking guy appears, ruffling his hair and smirking mockingly. "The main entrance is reserved for the high-ranking figures. As for you rural folks from the lower classes, you have no right to enter." While the crowd remained silent, confused about what was happening, Bin Thuk was startled, thinking to himself why it was this young master, and he realized trouble was coming. Tujia smiled to himself, thinking that this is something I am very familiar with. In the ancient book called Duel of Wounds, there are countless minor characters causing trouble for the protagonist. Truthan knows his friend too well, smirking at his expression, while inside Tujia's mind, evil schemes are about to burst out. As expected, Tujia crossed his arms and spoke. "It seems this wild jungle brother is quite a character." Hearing that, he frowned and asked back, "Who are you calling a wild jungle chicken?" He pointed straight at him and replied, "With your big head. Do I need someone else to tell you? With such a big head, aren't you a wild chicken, but a hen laying eggs?" He stepped forward, grabbed Tujia by the collar, pointed in his face, and threatened him, daring him to say it again. You still remain calm and smile as you reply. "It seems the wild rooster is angry now, so I won't say more. But didn't you just say that a big shot should enter through the main door earlier?" Tujia frowned sarcastically and said, "Why do I see you stepping out from the side door? Could it be that you're just an insignificant nobody too?" These words make him feel ashamed. His face darkening with anger, he clenched his fists, raised them to strike, cursing under his breath. "Are you looking to die?" Just before the attack was launched, Truthan appeared quickly, raising his hand to block and neutralize it. He turned to warn him, "I advise you, it's best not to start a fight here." He also felt the strength gripping his wrist tightly, and thought to himself that the force was too strong. Truthan quickly pulled his hand away and warned him, "If not, you will regret it for the rest of your life." This black guy is still annoyed. "Fine. Remember this. You and I are not finished yet." Bin Thuk continues to lead the way, reminding everyone to follow him. "The squad leader is still waiting for us. Don't you dare curse and insult. You damn dogs. If I have to live long enough, I'll make you all pay back everything." Hay's subordinate behind, full of murderous aura, calmly asked, "Brother thief, do you need me to step in and make them lose?" Those words from his subordinate made his face turn dark once again. Then he directly hit him on the head and scolded, "Damn it. Are you a demon assassin or what? Kill, kill, kill. What's the use of that? I'm just showing off to impress the newcomers. You just killed someone right after arriving. Am I building my reputation with demons and ghosts?" He was dazed and speechless, but he clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his face, and with a firm voice, "Remember my words. Don't always want to kill people. I want to establish my reputation, become famous, and be a major figure in the company." Then he clenched his fists and raised his voice. "What Tuma DM wants is to disgrace the Tuma family." The subordinate only knew to bow and obey. "Yes, young master, to disgrace the family." Tuma DM cast a sharp glance at him and snorted. The subordinate, trembling, quickly apologized. "I was wrong. Young Master DM." The scene shifts to another frame, where Bin Thuk is praised. "And surprisingly, even the Tuma family members are not afraid of you." He asked, "Why? Was the reputation of the person just now really that bad?" And he replied, "Very bad. He's been showing off in the residential area all day. Almost everyone is annoyed by him." Bin Thuk spoke about the unpleasant things Tuma DM had done, but because he was the son of the manager of Residential Area 723 and was even considered for recruitment into the squad, no one dared to touch him. Little Ma wondered if the company would even accept someone like that. Bin Shi replied, "But that's just talk. Tuma DM is only 17 and already at level 11. At his age, reaching this level truly puts him at the threshold of genius." She listened and felt proud inside. "I'm only 16 and already at level 7. So am I also considered a little genius?" Tujia as well. "I'm only 16 years old and already at level 8. If I keep pushing myself a little more, wouldn't that also make me a genius?" Then the two of them tilted their heads to look in the same direction, and said together, "Wait a minute, aren't they competing to see who can endure more? And Tuka is so strong, isn't he a genius among geniuses?" At this moment, a man with a stern face stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Move aside." Tujia from behind muttered quietly, Where did this old man come from? So rude. Bing Thuk bowing his head to greet the squadron leader. Sir. He shouted at him to get his people and get far away from here. Bin Thuk hurriedly explained, reporting to the squad leader that these are new team members, and I was about to bring them to see you. He sneered coldly and calmly replied, What's the point of meeting me? Just take them directly to the entrance of the dungeon to gather ice. There's been another riot over there. Hurry up and suppress those thugs. He immediately received the order and instructed the team to comply. Clear. Everyone move aside. You look at his back and secretly judge that his aura is very strong. But not as much as Kwang Dd. Probably because he lacks the attribute Tho San. Or maybe, Bin turned back and said, That is our squad leader of Unit 0063, Tong Zhenshan, who has reached level 27. A strongman only second to the manager in Settlement 725. Trothan reaffirmed. Level 27. So it's indeed not as good as Kwang Dd. Tu Jia exclaimed. The team leader is only level 27. Then what level is the manager? He immediately replied. Lord Manager. He is now a level 30 powerhouse. The two people behind exclaimed in unison. Level 30. Trothan looked at his expression with confusion and asked, Why are you so tense? Bing really replied. No one dares to discuss the manager privately. And in the future. You should also try not to discuss it. His voice reminds them that if they let someone use their words as an excuse, even as company employees, they won't be able to protect you. The scene in Trothan's group's room shows Tu Jia excitedly putting on the new outfit and marveling at how it looks. You look quite elegant now. Tuman also stood aside changing clothes and agreed. This is the first time I've worn such nice clothes. At this moment, Bin Real opened the door and reminded us that after changing clothes, we have to leave immediately. If the captain finds out we didn't go to suppress the riot, we'll definitely be punished upon return. Tu Jia stepped out to block and said, Suppressing the riot is never a good sign. Xiao Man replied, I hear shouts from the city. Trothan, leading everyone to check what's really happening. Just then, frantic screams echo from below, causing the group to halt. Tu Jia frowned in confusion and asked, What is this? Trothan looked down and replied, It's the sound of desperate screams. Tuman spoke with a puzzled tone. But why is it underground?